Chapter 1056. Gong Sun Yen, who had been preparing to leave with Bai Zhe, stepped forward. He looked at Xiao Chen and asked, "Might I ask for your great name? Did you appear on Purple Cloud Island half a month ago?" Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Mo Yun, what young Master Gong Sun wants to ask is whether I was the one who took the Holy Daughter's pulse half a month ago." "Indeed it was you. How reckless! You profaned the Holy Daughter and even dared to appear in our southern sea." Boom! Electric flames flickered in the sky. Gong Sun Yen did not say anything more and directly attacked Xiao Chen. Gong Sun Yen stepped forward, and electricity flickered on his body. Fire and lightning layered over each other as he threw a palm strike. When Gong Sun Yen threw this palm strike, that strand of electric flame in the sky instantly lit up half the sky, making it look like the sun, illuminating a boundless aura. From the moment Gong Sun Yen spoke to the moment he stored up his aura and attacked, only one breath of time had passed. With such strength, it was no wonder he did not care about regular Grandmaster-level martial sages. Even if a regular Great Grandmaster-level martial sage came, they would be instantly killed. Gong Sun Yen truly lived up to his reputation as an outstanding talent. Everyone exclaimed in shock. Before the boundless electric flame, the white-robed Xiao Chen's fate was already in sight. The electric flame would strike him and burn him to ashes. Xiao Chen smiled coldly. He did not store up his aura or retreat. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he took a step forward as well. Then, Xiao Chen folded the folding fan in his hand and pointed it at the center of Gong Sun Yen's ferocious palm strike. Bang! The instant the folding fan clashed with the electric flame palm strike, Xiao Chen did not move back at all. Instead, the one who moved back was Gong Sun Yen with his boundless aura. The reason was none other than Gong Sun Yen's arrogance. He did not draw a weapon, fighting barehanded. Gong Sun Yen thought that with his speed and aura, he could instantly suppress Xiao Chen, leaving Xiao Chen at a loss. However, Gong Sun Yen did not know that to Xiao Chen, this bit of aura was nothing. Not only did he not panic, but he also immediately grasped the opening of this move. Not giving the other party a chance to retaliate, Xiao Chen leaped forward with a tap of his feet. Making use of the 2 to 3 seconds before the other party landed on the ground, he launched a flurry of attacks. His folding fan fluttered, his shoulders, his hands, his feet, his hair, all of them were sharp weapons. Before Xiao Chen, who comprehended the flawless saber Dao and had plenty of combat experience, Gong Sun Yen was like a child. In just 2 to 3 seconds, he had been beaten into a sorry state. He had suffered multiple blows, and he was in excruciating pain. By the time he landed on the ground, he staggered a dozen steps back. On the other hand, in the eyes of others, Xiao Chen's movements were dazzling. After images overlapped one another, and after his incredibly elegant movements, he stretched out his hand and waved his folding fan. Then, he landed firmly on the ground, appearing calm and unruffled. From start to end, the strength that Xiao Chen displayed was that of an ordinary Grandmaster-level martial sage. However, in this short exchange, he beat up Gong Sun Yen like he was a child. The temperament and performance of the outstanding talents could not be seen at all. They were clumsy, pathetic, and unable to withstand a single blow. Who dares to be so unbridled in front of the Treasure Master's residence? Just as Gong Sun Yen was about to erupt with the Thunder Flame War Body and bring out his full strength, a dignified voice came from the Treasure Master's residence. Whoosh! 4 guards of the Treasure Master's residence descended from the sky. The old man leading them swept his gaze across the place, and everyone felt a sense of might and pressure in their hearts. This was a blue-robed emperor expert. The one who spoke earlier was him. The moment this person appeared, the raging Gong Sun Yen forcefully calmed down. Xiao Chen opened his folding fan and smiled faintly. "Brother Gong Sun and I were just itching to spar. Senior, please don't misunderstand." The old man snorted coldly. "I don't care where you come from or what faction you have behind you. You are absolutely not allowed to make a move in this 10,000 treasure city." After saying that, the old man turned around and left with the guards who extended their hands. Before leaving, the old man gave Xiao Chen a suspicious look. Xiao Chen let the old man look, not minding it at all. A small perfection blue-robed emperor would not be able to see anything wrong with it. Gong Sun Yen scattered his aura and looked coldly at Xiao Chen. Don't get cocky. Just wait and see. Xiao Chen found this funny. He really did not get cocky. He had won too easily. There was no sense of accomplishment at all. Young Master Mo, was the person who profaned the holy daughter really you? Ziying asked in disbelief. Xiao Chen smiled and said, It's fine. There is just some misunderstanding between us. I will clear it up at the banquet. It will not bring any trouble to the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. Ziying giggled and said, Young Master Mo is overthinking. Our 9 Cauldron Pavilion is considered a peak merchant association in the heavenly starry ocean. Why would we fear this little bit of trouble? However, this little girl really did not expect that there would be someone in this world who is not afraid of death and would dare to profane the holy daughter. Profane? Why does everyone use this word? I did not even touch the other party's hand. Xiao Chen smiled helplessly and stopped explaining. Then, he entered the treasure master's residence with Ziying. The small interlude ended, but the storm was far from over. In just a few moves, Xiao Chen had reduced the outstanding talent Gong Sun Yen to a sorry state like a child. He no longer had the air of an expert, appearing clumsy and stupid. Naturally, cultivators with good judgment would not think that Gong Sun Yen was only capable of this much. Instead, when Xiao Chen made a move, he completely countered Gong Sun Yen. Xiao Chen had predicted the enemy's moves and made judgments in advance. His rich combat experience was clearly displayed in close combat. Although Gong Sun Yen had underestimated his opponent and lost the initiative, based on the current situation, even if he had not underestimated his opponent, he would not have gained the upper hand. What was even more unexpected was that the white-clothed man in front of them was actually the person who had been rumored to be the one who had publicly profaned the saintess. There will probably be a good show to watch at the banquet. The Holy Son and Holy Daughter of Zodiac Hall, the Divine Dragon Palace's Hai Tian, the Xia clan Xia Hanfeng, and the Shang Emperor have all been invited. I wonder, where does he get his confidence from? After slapping the faces of the outstanding talents of our Southern Seas younger generation, he still dares to attend the banquet. The 9 Cauldron Pavilion will probably be implicated as well. It is best if there is excitement. This year's 10,000 Treasure Festival is indeed somewhat dull. Along with all sorts of discussions, the guests handed over their invitations and entered the Treasure Master's residence in groups of 2s and 3s. Under the full moon at night, the group walked through the quiet garden and arrived at the brightly lit hall. The banquet had already started there. The famous singers and dancers of 10,000 Treasure City had been invited. Zither music and string music reverberated in the surroundings. The young treasure master of 10,000 Treasure City's long and narrow table was placed in the center. Behind the table, the young treasure master, Yi Ling, sat on a golden jade throne, appearing very tyrannical. Yu Bingyun sat at the first table on the right. Beside her was the mysterious expert Auntie Bai, who never left her side. When Xiao Chen entered with Ziying, he clearly felt Yu Bingyun's gaze on him. However, Xiao Chen did not mind. He smiled faintly and looked back. Previously, he had not seen this girl's appearance clearly due to the white fog and a screen. This time, when Xiao Chen looked seriously, he still felt that the other party's face was obscured by a layer of mist, preventing him from seeing it clearly. Even when Xiao Chen infused his spiritual sense into his eyes, he still could not see clearly. However, he did not feel any discomfort. The other party's appearance seemed to appear in his mind easily. However, when he tried to think about it, he could not make any sense of it. This was truly strange. Aside from the holy daughter Yu Bingyun's gaze, Xiao Chen also felt several gazes on him after he sat down. Clearly, the commotion at the gates had already reached here. Among them, 3 people caught his attention. With Ziying's whispered introduction, Xiao Chen gained a rough idea of these 3 people's origins. They were the Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master, Hai Tian. The ancient noble clans Shangguan Yun and the Xia clan Sion, Xia Hanfeng, were the peak outstanding talents of the Southern Sea's younger generation. These people all had extraordinary aspects. They either cultivated 2 wills, cultivated a special combat body, or cultivated a wondrous cultivation technique. If it were before the king conferral ceremony, the Shao Chun of that time would have some reservations when facing these people. Now, however, he did not need to worry too much. Shao Chen had already entered the blue-robed emperor realm and returned to his natural state, becoming one with the world. He had the air of a grandmaster, able to control it as he pleased. Aside from the Lunar Palace's holy daughter, the only person Shao Chen could not see through was the young treasure master, Yi Ling, who sat in the middle and did not need to hide his tyrannical aura. The banquet had not officially started yet. If it did, the dancers would probably be sent away. Is he waiting for someone? As Shao Chen thought this, he saw the young treasure master Yi Ling stand up from his throne. He revealed a smile and said, "Brother Chu Yang, congratulations on coming out of closed-door cultivation. After this, your name will definitely resound throughout the heavenly starry ocean, bringing honor to our southern sea." There were countless guests here. When the other outstanding talents arrived, the young treasure master only smiled and raised his cup in greeting. Now, for the sake of the Zodiac Hall's holy son, Chu Yang, he stood up alone. This showed how much importance the young treasure master placed on Chu Yang. Outside the door, the Sun Palace's Chu Yang and the Moon Palace's Fu Hongyao entered together. Immediately, everyone's gazes focused on these two. Shao Chen squinted and sent his spiritual sense into his eyes. He discovered rings of light that could not be seen with the naked eye on Chu Yang's body. Chu Yang was like a blazing sun, radiating light everywhere. If he willed it, he could instantly turn the dark night as bright as day. Chu Yang's cultivation had already broken through the barrier of Grandmaster, reaching great Grandmaster level martial sage. He was only one step away from the blue-robed emperor. Shao Chen thought to himself, calculating the time, that group of outstanding talents of the Kunlun continent should have reached Chu Yang's current cultivation level. Furthermore, in the astral battlefield, the strongest battlefield, Chu Yang's improvement would be even more obvious. However, Shao Chen analyzed the situation in his heart. Aside from the few primes and Emperor Wu's inheritors, no one would be able to defeat this person. Brother Yi Ling is very considerate. Chu Yang smiled faintly. Then, together with Fu Hongyao, they went to the first table on the left that was reserved for the two of them. Yi Ling sat down again and waved his hand, dismissing the dancers. Then, he raised his cup and said, "This time, the Lunar Palace's holy daughter came to my 10,000 treasure city, adding to the glory of this 10,000 treasure festival. This first cup of wine must be offered to Miss Bingyun." The others raised their cups at the same time, swaying as they toasted Yu Bingyun. She smiled faintly and did not put on any pretense. Then she raised her cup and drained it in one go. Naturally, this second cup of wine must be offered to the most dazzling young outstanding talent of our southern sea, the strongest true inheritor of the Sun Palace, Brother Chu Yang. Congratulations on coming out of closed-door cultivation. Chu Yang smiled faintly, gladly accepting the young treasure master's compliments. Then he raised his cup and drained it as well. Chapter 1057. No one had any doubts about the order of the young treasure master's toasts. It was only natural that the holy volleyball holy maiden should be the first. Calling Chu Yang the number one person of the Southern Sea's younger generation would cause the other outstanding talents to feel dissatisfied in their hearts. However, they would not show it. Everyone looked forward to who the young treasure master, Yi Ling, would offer the third cup of wine to. At the beginning of the banquet, the host would only toast 3 cups of wine. These 3 cups of wine represented a person's face, identity, and reputation. Given Yi Ling's status as the young treasure master, these 3 cups of wine were naturally very important. Everyone wanted to be the one toasting the third cup. The prodigies, Hai Tian, Gong Sun Yen, Shangguan Yun, and Xia Hanfeng, were all secretly waiting. Although they didn't show it on the surface, they were already unable to restrain themselves. After the second cup of wine was drunk, everyone put down their wine cups and looked at Yi Ling, waiting to see which outstanding talent he would offer this cup of wine to. If there were no accidents, Hai Tian from the Southern Sea Dragon God Palace had the highest chance. After all, he was the legitimate successor of Neptune's old subordinates. The maidservant standing at the side gently filled Yi Ling's empty cup. Yiling picked up his wine cup and smiled faintly. Then he swept his gaze across the faces of the various outstanding talents. His line of sight was fixed on a person that no one would have expected. This third cup of wine is for young Master Mo Yun, who came from afar. I sincerely hope that young Master Mo will do me the honor of attending the next 10,000 Treasure Festival. To everyone's surprise, Yiling's third cup of wine was not for the various outstanding talents. Instead, he chose the unknown Xiaochen. Hai Tian, Gongsun Yan, and the others, who were filled with anticipation, all revealed expressions of extreme shock and disbelief. Everyone's expressions darkened. After the other three city lords, who were trying to rope in the geniuses, immediately understood that it was time for them to step forward. His financial backer had spent the silver from the tournament, and his status and reputation had spread far and wide. They actually didn't manage to get the third cup of wine and let a nameless kid snatch it away. In the future, which prodigy would want to do business with them? This cup of wine, young master, he can toast, but some people can't drink. The young managers of the three merchant associations stood up at the same time, wanting to tear down the stage in front of all the guests. The Wind-Fire Merchant Association is unconvinced. They feel that young Master Mo is not qualified to drink this cup of wine. The Treasure Heaven Pavilion isn't convinced. Not just anyone has the qualifications to drink the wine that young Master E offers. The Heavenly Cloud Chamber of Commerce is also unconvinced. Young Master Yi's wine can be toasted, but some people can't drink it. Suddenly, in front of all the guests, the young masters of the three chambers of commerce stood up at the same time and mercilessly pulled down Xiao Chen's stage. Xiao Chen found this strange. Firstly, he had not expected the young treasure master, Yiling, to offer this toast to him. Secondly, he could not understand why the young managers of the three merchant associations would react so strongly. It was just a cup of wine. If he didn't drink it, so be it. It was no big deal. However, even though he didn't care, Ziying did. Xiao Chen was her financial backer and her biggest client. If she didn't stand up for him now, who else would want to work with her in the future? Ziying put down her wine cup and said sullenly, "This is the treasure master's residence. The few of you are really tyrannical, even daring to stop the young treasure master's wine." The Wind-Fire Merchant Associations by Zhe said coldly, "His origins are unknown, and he is not famous. What will the outstanding talents of my Southern Sea think if we offer this toast to him?" That's right. We do business in 10,000 Treasure City and pay a large amount of taxes to 10,000 Treasure City every year. If the treasure master offers this toast to an outsider, we will be disappointed. The words of the 10,000 Treasure Pavilions Qintian made it clear that the three merchant associations stood together, intending to work together to pressure the treasure master. Otherwise, a single merchant association would not have any say against the tyrannical treasure master's residence. The few outstanding talents remained silent. Clearly, they were extremely dissatisfied in their hearts, waiting for the treasure master to give an explanation. Coming to this 10,000 Treasure City, they spent money like it was dirt, seeking fame and profit. Unexpectedly, the young treasure master offered a third toast to an outsider at this banquet. Wasn't this slapping the faces of these outstanding talents? Such a thing happened right at the start of the banquet. The guests were all excited. Such a situation rarely happened. However, the young treasure master, Yiling, smiled faintly as if he had expected this long ago. He said calmly, "Young Master Mo completed a transaction worth close to 40 million black astral coins at the Nine Cauldron Merchant Association. As long as anyone can reach half of this amount, they will receive the best reception in 10,000 Treasure City, becoming an eternal honored guest of my 10,000 Treasure City. Furthermore, they will enjoy a 20% discount in the 10 great sea markets of the heavenly starry ocean." The moment Yiling said this, the guests in the hall goggled, not daring to believe what they heard. A transaction worth 40 million black astral coins. What kind of a sum was this? Aside from a few special blue-robed emperors, probably no one under Emperor Wu could achieve this. Everyone looked at Xiao Chen in shock. A Grandmaster-level martial sage actually completed such a huge transaction. Such a sum was probably the largest transaction in the history of the 10,000 Treasure Festival. The young managers of the 3 merchant associations stood up. At first, they were shocked. Then, they felt embarrassed. When faced with so many gazes, they did not know how to deal with this situation, unable to advance or retreat. Such a huge transaction was completely worthy of the young treasure master's 3rd cup of wine. Compared to Imo Yun, the transactions of the other outstanding talents were like children playing house. There was no comparison at all. This time, they really stuck their faces out and took the initiative to be slapped. This was a huge embarrassment. Ziying felt incredibly cocky, a smile filling her face. You mocked me. Now you know who the joke is, right? Bai Zhe of the Flaming Wind Merchant Association was the first to react. He smiled and said, "Congratulations, young treasure master. This cup of wine should indeed be offered to young master." The people of the other merchant associations all chimed in. They all stood up and raised their wine cups, toasting Xiaochen together. Merchants sought profit. They did not care about who could give them benefits or potential benefits. They did not care about face. What was integrity? How much was it worth? Was it worth 10 million black astral coins? Hai Tian and the others paled. They had not expected such an ending. As they looked at the people smiling and toasting Xiaochen, the rage in their hearts slowly built up. Fu Hongyao whispered something into Chu Yang's ear. A murderous intent flashed in Chu Yang's eyes. Then, he glanced at Xiaochen with some doubt in his eyes. Xiaochen calmly accepted the toasts of the others. He raised his wine cup and drained it in one go. Xiaochen glanced at the Lunar Palace's holy daughter. He could not see her expression clearly. There were no fluctuations, as if she did not care about the matter of that day. However, that blue-robed emperor expert beside her kept staring at Xiaochen like he wanted to see through him. Xiaochen's heart sank. With this person around, it would be very difficult for him to meet Yu Bingyun alone. While Xiaochen thought to himself, the banquet continued. The focus of the banquet was still on Yu Bingyun. Under the direction of someone, the topic shifted to Xiaochen's blasphemy with the holy daughter on Purple Cloud Island. Yu Bingyun smiled faintly and said that it was a misunderstanding. She told everyone not to mind it, saving Xiaochen some trouble. Miss Bingyun, there is still one more year before the 4 Seas Hero Gathering begins. I wonder what kind of great gift the Lunar Palace will take out for this gathering? Indeed. Even now, the Lunar Palace is still keeping it a secret. There is no need for it, right? The topic shifted to the topic that the outstanding talents here were more concerned about. They asked about the great gift of the 4 Seas Hero Gathering. Yu Bingyun smiled faintly and said, "The Lunar Palace is very sincere about the great gift of this 4 Seas Hero Gathering. At this point, there is indeed no need to keep it a secret." Seeing that Yu Bingyun did not intend to hide anything, everyone's curiosity could not help but be piqued. In every 4 Seas Hero Gathering, the great treasure that the Lunar Palace took out would make everyone scramble for it. They wondered what kind of great treasure the Lunar Palace would take out this time. This time, the top treasure that the Lunar Palace is taking out is a divine rock from another world. This divine rock has a spirit and can suppress luck and change the Earth's veins. There is a prime martial emperor writing the words Dragon's Gate on it. The noisy hall immediately turned silent. Wasn't the divine stone that Yu Bingyun spoke of the first-ranked wondrous stone, the heaven-subduing rock? That was the mountain tablet of the Dragon Gate. The 2 words, Dragon Gate, were written by the Qing Emperor himself. Since the destruction of the Dragon's Gate, the mountain tablet of the Dragon's Gate had been missing for 10,000 years. Unexpectedly, it was in the hands of the Lunar Palace. But thinking about it, it made sense. This mountain tablet was newly erected after the Dragon's Gate unified the heavenly starry ocean. After the Dragon's Gate was destroyed, the Lunar Palace rose up. It was reasonable that the Lunar Palace obtained this mountain tablet of the heavenly starry ocean. As for the mountain tablet of the Kunlun Dragon Sect's headquarters, after the fall of the Qing Emperor, the mountain tablet was immediately destroyed by his enemies. This was the only one of the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablets that had been lost outside. Great waves surged in Xiaochen's heart. However, aside from the initial shock, he quickly recovered. This was because a pair of eyes noticed him immediately. The owner of those eyes was the Sun Palace's Chu Yang, whom even Xiao Chen somewhat feared. Hong Yao, although this person's origins are unknown, he uses a strange weapon. Furthermore, he is only a great grandmaster-level martial sage. I'm afraid that you really got the wrong person. I am not completely confident either. It is just a feeling. As for the exact situation, we still have to test him out before we can know. I understand. If it really is him, I will definitely make him pay a painful price in this treasure master's residence. The two sent voice projections to each other, exchanging their opinions of this Mo Yun. Both of them suspected the other person. However, this Mo Yun used a folding fan, which was very different from the saber that Xiao Chen used. Although Fu Hongyao had a strong intuition, he still did not dare to be sure. Regardless of the two's secret conversation, everyone in the hall was extremely shocked at the Lunar Palace's gift. The heaven-subduing rock and the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet. This gift was something that no one could have imagined even if they racked their brains. After tonight, the news of the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet as the gift would spread throughout the entire heavenly starry ocean like the wind. This would make the Four Seas Hero Gathering 1 year from now even more eye-catching, reaching an unprecedented peak. Xiao Chen's thoughts raced. Initially, he had no interest in the Four Seas Hero Gathering. Now, he could not help entering deep thought. I wonder, who does Miss Bingyun think will be able to suppress all the outstanding talents in this Four Seas Hero Gathering, stand out, and take the top spot to receive the gift? Yu Bingyun smiled faintly and said, right now, this is an age of geniuses. The heavenly starry ocean is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. How could Bingyun dare to make such a judgment? Chapter 1058. I feel that our Southern Sea's young Master Chu has great hope. There have always been rumors that young Master Chu cultivates in the sun. I wonder if that is true? Someone threw the question to Chu Yang. Immediately, everyone's gaze turned to Chu Yang. That's right. The Zodiac Hall dominates the Southern Sea. The Sun Palace only accepts elites as disciples. Furthermore, young Master Chu is an elite among elites. After coming out of closed-door cultivation, you will definitely gain something. Chu Yang's expression did not change. He smiled calmly and said, it is true that I cultivate in the sun. However, the cultivation places of the outstanding talents of the Heavenly Province Academy, the Five Poison Sect, the Yin-Yang Paradise, the Myriad Fiend Island, and the other holy lands are not much inferior to mine. How is that an advantage? Suddenly, Chu Yang's tone changed as he casually glanced at Xiao Chen. After a pause, he said, today, all the outstanding talents of the Southern Sea are here. It is rare for us to gather here. How about we exchange moves before the Four Seas Hero Gathering? That way, we can improve together. Young Master Chu's suggestion is pretty good. This is a good opportunity to see the strength of the various outstanding talents. The Four Seas Hero Gathering is about to begin. I believe the many outstanding talents are already prepared. As soon as Chu Yang's voice fell, there was an endless stream of responses. The banquet immediately turned lively. In the world of cultivators, fighting was always something that made people's blood race. This was especially so for the many outstanding talents here. The fights would definitely be very exciting. Brother Yiling, what do you think? Chu Yang looked at the young treasure master. After all, this was the treasure master's residence. He needed to seek his permission before doing anything. Yiling smiled and said, I have no objections as long as the holy daughter does not mind. Yu Bingyun frowned slightly. She vaguely felt that Chu Yang's words targeted Mo Yun. After hesitating for a while, Yu Bingyun said, it is fine to stop when necessary. Don't get caught up in a conflict of emotions. Actually, even if she did not say this, Yu Bingyun knew that it would be pointless. However, the young treasure master and Chu Yang both wanted to test Mo Yun. Even if she tried to stop them, the two would have other excuses. Later, if there are any accidents, Andy Bai, please keep an eye on him. Don't worry, I have been watching him. Yu Bingyun sent a voice projection to Auntie Bai. It was still unclear whether this Mo Yun was the person she was looking for or not. She did not wish for anything unexpected to happen. However, he didn't know that this would cause Xiao Chen to misunderstand him even more. Xiao Chen thought that Auntie Bai was fixated on him because she still remembered what happened on Purple Cloud Island and could only use force. The young treasure master Yiling smiled faintly and said, "In that case, let's stop here. I also want to see how much Brother Chu Yang's strength has improved after coming out of closed-door cultivation." Chu Yang was non-committal and did not answer the question directly. He said, "There will be a chance. Let's see how other friends perform first. Brother Gong Sun seems to be ready for battle." Gong Sun Yen looked at Xiao Chen and walked to the center of the square. He said coldly, "That's right. Earlier outside the treasure master's residence, this one's exchange with young Master Mo is far from satisfying. Mo Yun, since young Master Chu has spoken, do you dare to spar with me again?" At this moment, Xiao Chen was thinking of some plans. When he heard this, he had an idea. He stood up, opened his folding fan, and walked to the center of the arena. He used his actions to answer Gong Sun Yen. Seeing Xiao Chen step forward, a fighting spirit blazed in Gong Sun Yan's eyes. He had suppressed the humiliation outside the city lord's residence for a long time. Without saying anything, Gong Sun Yen put on a pair of black gold gloves. Then, electric light flashed as he charged at Xiao Chen. This time, Gong Sun Yen did not hold back at all. He left behind a clump of lightning-attributed fire where he stood, and his body moved in an instant, vanishing from where he was. It was a simple move, but it had the explosive speed of lightning and the destructive power of flames. This move was not fancy. It relied on speed and ruthlessness. In this space that was not too vast, it held a great advantage. Under such circumstances, a regular great grandmaster-level martial sage would be caught off guard and defeated in one move. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm as he watched Gong Sun Yen, who had vanished from everyone else's sight. However, Gong Sun Yan's movements appeared in slow motion in Xiao Chen's eyes. He could clearly see the trajectory of Gong Sun Yan's body and the openings in his footwork. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen moved. His body also vanished from the eyes of the weaker people. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of intense fighting rang out in the air. Gong Sun Yan's figure appeared, flying back while vomiting blood. Xiao Chen moved like a ghost, moving forward again. He thrust his folding fan, and Gong Sun Yen flew back again, crashing into the steps of Yi Ling's table. In the eyes of ordinary people, the scene was very simple. It was just the two disappearing one after another. Then, Gong Sun Yen appeared in midair with a flourishing aura. Gong Sun Yen was mysteriously defeated, vomiting blood. Then he suffered a ruthless strike from Xiao Chen, severely injuring him and rendering him unable to get up. However, to the experts present, the scene was not like this. The two fought with speed, exchanging 10 moves in an instant. Every move was hair-raising, able to decide victory and defeat, deciding life and death. The intensity of this fight was no less than a great battle of 1,000 moves. Of the 10 moves, Gong Sun Yen only managed to attack once before falling into defense. After doing his best to block 3 of Xiao Chen's moves, he could no longer block another. The folding fan fluttered, the bone-chilling cold wind. Every strike was horrifying. Gong Sun Yen suffered 7 moves in a row. How could he not be defeated in such a sorry state? Confusion appeared in Chu Yang's eyes. The strength that this Mo Yun before him displayed was indeed that of a grandmaster-level martial sage. However, his combat experience and techniques were much higher than Gong Sun Yan's. Hence, Gong Sun Yen lost so decisively that everyone thought that he did not even last one round. Could it be that he really is not that person? Chu Yang thought to himself. Whoosh! Xiao Chen opened his folding fan and smiled faintly. With just this much, you dare to call yourself an outstanding talent? You had better not go to the 4 Seas Hero Gathering. Even if you do, you will just embarrass yourself. The Southern Sea is merely Esu. How arrogant! I, Xia Hanfeng, will test you out. When the scion of the Xia clan, who was also a noble clan, saw Mo Yun's arrogance, he soared up and pressed toward Xiao Chen. After learning from Gong Sun Yan's lesson, Xia Hanfeng fought steadily. He used the Xia clan's cultivation technique to imitate the might of the heavenly Tao. As he slowly descended, he threw a palm strike. It was like the hand of heaven smashing down heavily. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. This was the first time he saw such a martial technique. To think that Xiao Chen could imitate the might of the heavenly Tao. Unfortunately, he was still lacking. His cultivation had not reached the level of great grandmaster level martial sage, so he was not a threat to Xiao Chen. Thousand Frost Battle Snow, Unyielding Pride. Xiao Chen opened his folding fan and used a profound martial technique as well. His arrogance soared, not fearing heaven or heaven. This mysterious state happened to counter Xia Hanfeng's move, Heaven's Hand. This forced Xia Hanfeng, who was about to press down back. Xiao Chen's soaring arrogance suppressed the might of heaven. Without the might of heaven, this move naturally broke. Xiao Chen soared up and clashed with Xia Hanfeng in midair. With every move, he successfully dragged Xia Hanfeng into his rhythm. It looked like Xia Hanfeng was forced into a sorry state by Xiao Chen, about to follow in Gong Sun Yan's footsteps. The Divine Dragon Palace's Hai Tian and the Shangguan noble clan's Shangguan Yun, who were still muttering to themselves, shouted coldly and attacked at the same time, trying to help Xia Hanfeng out of his predicament. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. They came at the right time. Since they were willing to take the initiative to make a move, it saved him some trouble. A chaotic battle broke out, turning the place into an intense battle between four people. The three outstanding talents of the Southern Sea actually had to make a move at the same time to suppress Xiao Chen. Yi Ling, who sat in the middle, showed a sullen expression. Xiao Chen's strength somewhat surpassed his expectations. Chu Yang felt somewhat anxious. Even at this point, he still had not seen the martial technique that Mo Yun used. He did not know what it had to do with Xiao Chen. Did I really mistake him? Just at this moment, something strange happened. The aura of Xiao Chen, who was being suppressed by the three, suddenly soared, reaching great grandmaster-level martial sage. Clearly, it was not realistic to use grandmaster-level martial sage to defeat these three. That way, Xiao Chen's plan would not succeed. Only by raising his strength further would he have a chance. When facing Xiao Chen, whose strength suddenly soared, Hai Tian and the other two were caught off guard. The first to suffer was Xia Hanfeng. He was sent flying by Xiao Chen's palm strike, knocking over 3 tables in a row. Amidst the clanging sounds, figures flew everywhere, and the place immediately became somewhat chaotic. Bang! Xiao Chen sent out another palm strike, and Shangguan Yun went flying. A strong wind blew from his body, spreading everywhere. The place turned chaotic. With the final punch, the Divine Dragon Palace's Hai Tian flew back like a meteor by Xiao Chen. The friction between his body and the air gave off a piercing sonic boom. The direction Hai Tian flew in was where the Lunar Palace's holy daughter was. Auntie Bai's expression changed slightly. Given Hai Tian's speed, if he crashed into the holy daughter, she would definitely be injured. Auntie Bai moved at lightning speed, wanting to block Hai Tian. The hall fell into complete chaos. A strong wind blew, and the heavenly might spread out, affecting all the guests. As everyone made their moves, the situation became even more chaotic. All this happened in just 2 breaths. Xiao Chen took advantage of the opening when Auntie Bai attacked to move and restrain Yu Bingyun at lightning speed. Xiao Chen used his heavenly laws to drive the power of the world. With a suppressive advantage, he instantly sealed Yu Bingyun's strength, preventing her from executing her abilities. Don't move. I just have some business with you. I won't hurt you. Xiao Chen hoisted Yu Bingyun on his shoulder and leaped out of the hall. With a few flashes, he unfurled the freedom wings and vanished from the treasure master's residence. The hall was as chaotic as ever. Loud sounds rang out endlessly. Auntie Bai had just caught the flying Hai Tian. The other party was the Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master. Furthermore, Auntie Bai was not a decisive person, so she did not want to injure Hai Tian. Who knew, the moment Auntie Bai landed, Yu Bingyun disappeared from her side. Seeing Xiao Chen carry Yu Bingyun away just like that, Chu Yang and Yi Ling were flabbergasted. What was going on? How could the bona fide Lunar Palace's holy daughter be carried away like that? Bang! With the holy daughter captured, how could Auntie Bai care so much? She casually tossed Hai Tian to the side. Auntie Bai unleashed a strong aura and charged forward. Her body merged with the heavens. When she took a step forward, the world moved with her. The cultivators in her way were all knocked into a mess, tumbling everywhere. Yi Ling and Chu Yang reacted. Their faces sank at the same time as they soared into the air and quickly gave chase. In a moment of desperation, the aura that the two burst out with was actually no weaker than the small perfection blue-robed emperors. The two exchanged glances. They could tell that the other had held back. Their true strength was not as simple as it looked on the surface. However, at this moment, this matter was urgent. There was no time to overthink. Chasing after the person was more important. Chapter 1059. If something happened to the Holy Daughter after she was kidnapped, the Lunar Palace would definitely not sit by and do nothing. Both of them would be blamed. Boom! The sounds of intense fighting came from ahead. Aunt Bai, who was the first to rush out, seemed to be obstructed. Ha! My brother Mo is indeed someone who can do great things. No wonder he is not willing to work with us to kidnap the Holy Daughter. It turns out that he wants to do it alone. When the two of them looked over, they saw 4 men emitting an unruly, and sinister aura, blocking Auntie Bai's path. Although Auntie Bai was suppressing the 4 of them, she couldn't get rid of them for a while. Ba too. When Chu Yang saw the person who spoke, he revealed a grave expression. Yi Ling's face sank. He said in a cold voice, "How bold! The descendants of the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea are truly lawless. To think that they dare to behave atrociously in the Treasure Master's residence. Brothers, let's go." Ba Tu laughed loudly. When he saw the experts of the Treasure Master's residence surrounding them, he quickly led his 4 subordinates in retreat. The 4 worked together and each tossed out a peak-grade astral core. The astral cores expanded in the air, and horrifying energy surged out. The light illuminated the entire Treasure Master's residence, forcing back the experts of the Treasure Master's residence and Aunt Bai. When the light vanished, the few minor pirates of the Black Sea were no longer there. They gathered together and exchanged glances. More people ran out of the Great Hall. After they understood the situation, their minds were filled with confusion. They could not accept this fact. The Lunar Palace's Holy Daughter had been openly carried away before everyone's eyes. There was probably nothing more absurd than this. Who exactly was this Xiao Qin? Why did he kidnap the Holy Daughter for no reason? Senior Bai, this matter happened in the Treasure Master's residence. Yi Ling is willing to bear full responsibility. I will definitely bring the Holy Daughter back unharmed within 3 days. Yi Ling was rather magnanimous. His words contained strong confidence. Aunt Bai thought of some possibilities. Then, she said indifferently, I am very clear on what kind of person your grandfather is. I can also completely trust the Treasure Master's residence's faction in the 10,000 treasure sea market. However, I hope that you do not need to make a move on this matter. The Lunar Palace will not vent their anger on others. As soon as she finished speaking, Aunt Bai's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Yi Ling entered deep thought. The Lunar Palace's Holy Daughter had been searching for doctors for the past few years. This time, when she came to the 10,000 treasure sea market, she had visited several Grandmaster alchemists. His own medical skills were already unparalleled in the world, yet he still needed to find a doctor. This had always been an unsolved mystery. Now that he was mysteriously kidnapped, Aunt Bai's attitude was so vague. It really made people curious. However, since the other party had spoken, it was naturally not good for him to interfere. However, he still had to figure out Mo Yun's identity. Since when did such a person appear in the heavenly starry ocean? Xiao Qin had no idea at all. He made up his mind to expose Mo Yun's identity. Chu Yang's expression wavered. He felt that he could not see through this person. Aside from the white robes, he could not find any connection between Mo Yun and Xiao Qin. However, his intuition told him that this person was most likely the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Qin. He was the one who beat up Fu Hongyao and nearly disfigured him. At this moment, Xiao Qin needed to get to the bottom of this. Even if he used all the power of an immortal holy land, he had to figure out this person's identity. The others left quietly. Great waves of fear surged in their hearts. They were destined not to sleep tonight. The Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet appeared, and the Holy Daughter was kidnapped. Furthermore, not long ago, the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chen, instantly killed one of the 8 blue-robed emperors. The heavenly starry ocean, which had been peaceful for a long time, felt like a storm was brewing as the hero gathering was about to begin. On the other side, Xiao Chen carried Yu Bingyun, whose cultivation was suppressed, and rushed away. After he left 10,000 Treasure City, he immediately unfurled the freedom wings and flashed into the distance. One step took him 50 kilometers. After 10 breaths, he was already 500 kilometers away. Xiao Chen put away the freedom wings and calmly landed on the surface of the sea. Then he looked around. After making sure that there was no one around, he put Yu Bingyun down. Sorry, I do not have any malicious intent. It is just that the expert beside Miss seems to be prejudiced against me, so I had no choice but to do this. Xiao Chen got straight to the point, once again expressing that he did not have any malicious intent and telling Yu Bingyun not to worry. Yu Bingyun was already angry in her heart. When she heard this, she became even angrier. Naturally, she could guess what Xiao Chen's purpose in carrying her away was. It was nothing more than the matter of 10 years of her lifespan. It would have been fine as long as they talked things over. However, this fellow did not know what was wrong with him. To think that he went through so much trouble, not hesitating to cause a huge commotion in the treasure master's residence, forcefully carrying her away. What was he thinking? I told Aunt Bai to pay more attention to him, fearing that something might happen to him. However, he misunderstood that I was prejudiced against him. Thinking of this, Yu Bingyun was so angry that she started laughing, feeling helpless. No matter what, she had finally achieved her purpose. She also had some things that she wanted to discuss with him alone. Yu Bingyun rested for a while before saying calmly, I know what you want to say. However, I am powerless to do anything about it. Your cultivation of the physical body has taken a wrong turn. It is too harsh on the body, and the medicines for treating injuries have not kept up. Now, even if a divine doctor appeared, he would not be able to save you. Of course, if you can reach Emperor Wu's level within 5 years, reconstructing the golden body would not be a problem. To Yu Bingyun, the latter part of Xiao Chen's words was just nonsense. She could tell that the Mo Yun before her had an extraordinary background. He had already reached the initial stage of blue-robed emperor. It was practically impossible to break through the vast chasm between blue-robed emperor and Emperor Wu within 5 years. Only during the ancient era, when the martial Tao was at its peak, did a small number of outstanding people have such accomplishments. Even the unrivaled Qing emperor of the later ancient era took 8 years to break through the stage. Xiao Chen entered deep thought and asked, what will happen after 5 years? After 5 years, even if your lifespan is not up, you will lose the chance to advance to Emperor Wu's level. Your withered and aged physical body will no longer be able to reconstruct the golden body. Do I really only have 5 years left? Xiao Chen's heart sank. Clinging to his last hope, he said, your sex longevity art? It's useless. When you were carrying me earlier, I secretly took your pulse. I discovered that your physiological lifespan has been delayed by 10 years. You should have a divine body nourishing art on you. Yu Bingyun interrupted him, directly extinguishing his last hope. Yu Bingyun interrupted Xiao Chen's words, directly extinguishing his final hope. The effects of the longevity art are no different from the divine body nourishing art that you know. The situation is irreversible. You have already delayed it by 10 years. Even if you use the longevity art, it will not have any effect. Aside from advancing to martial emperor within 5 years, there was no other choice, which was equivalent to a dead end. Xiao Chen could not help smiling in disappointment. He was filled with hot-bloodedness and lofty aspirations. It looked like he was about to reach the peak and realize his grand ambitions. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to reach the peak, he met with such a great calamity. Along the way, he had fought countless strong enemies in the past 12 years. Encountering such a calamity made him feel very dissatisfied. In the current Kunlun realm, 10,000 years had passed in all directions. There had never been anyone who used only 5 years to cross the chasm between the heavens and the earth. Even the Qing Emperor took 8 years. Blue Dragon King, you have been unrivaled for half your life, filled with glory and fame. Your path has been filled with legends. What is there to be dissatisfied with? If you can accept it, as long as you scatter your cultivation and stop cultivating, you can live a peaceful life. Living for more than 100 years would not be a problem. Yu Bingyun's tone was calm and peaceful. You guessed my identity? Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes as he looked at this mysterious holy daughter, who he could not see clearly. When you used the blue-robed emperor's cultivation to instantly suppress me, I already guessed it. Xiao Chen smiled and said, the holy daughter's eyes are pretty good. Unfortunately, while you can guess my identity, you cannot guess my heart. I have defeated countless enemies in my life. No one can avoid defeat. How can I fall on myself? We will meet again in Bright Moon City 1 year from now. I will personally come to claim the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet. Yu Bingyun gaped slightly. How could he leave just like that? She still had something to ask. Whoosh, whoosh. Yu Bingyun looked around and saw a few figures flying over. She somewhat understood why Xiao Chen left. Miss Bingyun, are you all right? Chu Yang and Yi Ling, who arrived at nearly the same time, slowly landed on the surface of the sea. An expert with extremely strong auras stood behind each of them. Yu Bingyun took a quick look and knew that they were the blue-robed emperor's great perfection cultivation base. In the shortest time possible, the two of them summoned their strongest strength and rushed over as fast as they could. After the two sized up Yu Bingyun, they looked into the distance, in the direction that Xiao Chen had fled in. Under the night sky, there was no one in the vast sea. Unfortunately, we came too late and let that scoundrel escape. Chu Yang sighed softly, his eyes filled with heavy doubt. Yi Ling withdrew his gaze and whispered, Holy daughter, you had best return quickly. This person still has companions. I wonder if the descendants of the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea have gone far. Yu Bingyun found this strange. The descendants of the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea? Why are these fellows here? If not for this group of people suddenly appearing, Mo Yun would not have left 10,000 Treasure City so easily. Whoosh! Then, several figures flew over. It was Hai Tian, Gong Sun Yen, and the others. They led the quasi-emperor guards they had hidden in the dark and charged over. After asking around, Hai Tian said through clenched teeth, Miss Bingyun, after we return, we should immediately put up a notice to summon all the holy lands of the entire heavenly starry ocean to capture this person. Shangguan Yun and the others all agreed, saying that they had to kill this brat. At the banquet, Mo Yun had beaten these people into sorry states, turning them into a big joke. They wished that they could kill Xiao Chen now. Yu Bingyun thought for a while and said, There's no need. Something went wrong with his cultivation and he has only 10 years left to live. He only came to me to ask me about some things and did not have any intention of harming me. Furthermore, he has a deep relationship with my lunar palace. We can't be considered enemies. There was just a misunderstanding. Yi Ling's eyes lit up. He said, Based on what the holy daughter means, you seem to know a lot about this Mo Yun? Yu Bingyun smiled faintly and said, Not only do I know a lot about him, but the few of you should also be familiar with him. He is the Blue Dragon King, the white-robed Xiao Chen who swept through the younger generation of the Kunlun continent. The few of them immediately gaped, tongue-tied, unable to say anything. This news caught them somewhat off guard. However, since it came from the Lunar Palace's holy daughter, it could not be wrong. A piercing light flashed, illuminating the night sky. Without saying anything, Chu Yang led the great perfection blue-robed emperor experts behind him in pursuit. Chapter 1060. So, he is Xiao Chen, the one who killed my divine dragon palace's blue-robed emperor. To think that I misjudged him. A murderous intent flashed in Hai Tian's eyes. He and his guards quickly followed Chu Yang, charging over. The other outstanding talents reacted. Killing chi surged out of their bodies as they gave chase without saying a word. Only the young treasure master, Yi Ling, showed a contemplative expression. The great perfection blue-robed emperor beside him did not rush to give chase. Yu Bingyun smiled faintly and said, Young treasure master, are you not going to join in the excitement? Yi Ling smiled and replied casually, Miss Bingyun chose this moment to reveal Mo Yun's identity. You guessed correctly. Chu Yang's group will not be able to catch up to Xiao Chen. Young Treasure Master is still as smart as you were many years ago. In terms of intelligence, only the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's young master, Ling Xiaofan, can surpass you in the heavenly starry ocean. Yu Bingyun's face, which no one could see clearly, seemed to reveal a rather cute expression. Yi Ling smiled self-mockingly. Unfortunately, even if the two of us work together, we are not even a tenth of Miss Bingyun's. Miss Bingyun seems to have something to ask of this Blue Dragon King. What is it? Why don't you tell me? Although I am not as dazzling as the Blue Dragon King, I believe that I am somewhat capable. Yu Bingyun smiled faintly and said, Young Master Yi is being too humble. To be able to reach the young Treasure Master's level among the hundreds of the Treasure Master's grandchildren, how could he only be somewhat capable? He might even be able to compete with the Blue Dragon King. Furthermore, if this Blue Dragon King continues to temper his physical body, he will only have 10 more years to live. However, this is my matter and has nothing to do with strength. Might I ask if young Master Yi knows who in the heavenly starry ocean knows the immortal epic's alchemy? Yi Ling felt slightly stunned. Then he frowned and said, I heard that the immortal epic's alchemy is not kept in the Penglai Sea. No one knows it and it has been lost for a long time. Could it be that this Blue Dragon King knows it? Most likely, so young Master Yi won't be able to help me with this. Indeed I can't help you. However, I do have a favor that I need the Saintess's help with. What help? Yu Bingyun revealed a curious look in her eyes. Yi Ling said unhurriedly, I received news that several major characters are preparing to work together to go to the heart of the ocean in half a month. If I have the Saintess with me, I think I have an 80% chance of escaping unscathed. Finding it strange, Yu Bingyun asked, which major character is he so unafraid of death, even daring to barge into the heart of the ocean? There are a few Emperor Wu who are nearing the end of their lifespans, or are facing a bottleneck in breaking through. Of course, they are prepared to risk their lives and go deeper. We just need to walk around the corner. It turned out that it was Emperor Wu, who was nearing the end of his lifespan and was preparing to break through to the next level. It was not hard to understand why these people had the heart to fight to the death. Yu Bingyun thought for a while before saying, if they only take risks in the corners, they can retreat easily. However, the various sea domains have entrances to the heart of the ocean. Where do they intend to go? The Southern Sea's Despair City. Otherwise, I would not have obtained this news. Yi Ling smiled faintly and said, I'll send Miss Bingyun back to 10,000 Treasure City first. He waved his hand and a bright light fell from the sky. 8 divine steeds with fur that looked like fiery glaze came down. An ancient and luxurious golden chariot flew down like a fireball, illuminating the night sky. The Treasure Master really dotes on you. With this war chariot, whether I go or not, at least your life will not be in danger. Yu Bingyun sighed softly. Clearly, she knew many secrets about this golden war chariot before her. Yi Ling did not deny it. The blue-robed emperor often takes risks in Despair City. Furthermore, there will definitely be others who obtain this news. Having one more person would be much safer. The two rode the chariot back to the city. As for the group, they chased for 5,000 kilometers under the starry night. However, they could not find any leads and could only return in frustration. On a lonely island in the vast sea, Xiao Chen, who had escaped long ago, sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Vaguely, between reality and illusion, Xiao Chen stood before the chasm between heaven and earth. Bridge piers had already taken shape on both sides of him, looking resplendent with dragon heads carved on them. With a thought, Xiao Chen sank his spiritual sense to his dantian. The motes of heavenly laws were like liquefied electric light, forming an extremely blurry blue dragon seal. As Xiao Chen breathed, it absorbed the energy of the world. This was the heavenly seal, the predecessor of the heart of an emperor. Everyone's physique and cultivation technique were different. There were thousands of variations, and it was hard to find an identical heavenly seal. The blue-robed emperor's cultivation was to condense the heavenly laws of these motes of electric light into a solid heavenly seal. Then, it would form the heart of an emperor, truly connecting to the world. At that time, the dragon bridge between the chasm would reach the other side, and the emperor's door would descend from the sky, descending into the real world. It was easy to say, but the difficulty was indescribable in a few words. To materialize more than 10,000 points of liquefied heavenly laws would require an unknown amount of natural energy. In any case, Xiaochen felt that the Holy Spirit vein in the universe ring was barely enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. At the very least, he needed 100 Holy Spirit veins to materialize 10,000 heavenly laws. In the post-ancient era, Holy Spirit veins were extremely rare. No one would be so extravagant as to use them to cultivate. This stage was something that required time. Furthermore, this was just small perfection for the blue-robed emperor. He still had to spend time to gather the materialized heavenly laws together. Only after forming the heavenly seal could the blue-robed emperor be considered to have reached great perfection. After great perfection, the heavenly seal would form a soul. Only then would the blue-robed emperor be considered to have reached peak consummation. After that was the most crucial and dangerous step, undergoing the great tribulation of wind and fire, evolving the heavenly seal into the heart of an emperor. After that, one could become Emperor Wu, reconstruct the golden body, and ascend to the great Tao. Each stage took an unknown amount of time. Many people guarded it for their entire lives, exhausting their lifespans, yet they could not make it to the third stage. Many people put in a lot of effort to clear the 3 stages, only to get burned to death in the great tribulation of wind and fire. What was the chasm of heaven and earth? This was the chasm of heaven and earth. Crossing it meant the difference between heaven and earth. However, the time left for Xiaochen was only 5 years. 5 years. If Xiaochen did not advance to martial emperor within 5 years, he could live for only 20 years. If he continued to destroy his body during these 20 years, his physiological lifespan would decrease even further. Ao Jiao remained silent in the immortal spirit ring. After she learned that the blue dragon body nourishing art and the longevity art could not help Xiaochen, she had not said a word. Xiaochen tried to tease her a few times, but she did not say anything. Little Ao Jiao, what's wrong? Do you not have any confidence that I can advance to martial emperor within 5 years? Xiaochen said with a faint smile as he opened his eyes. Are you confident? The silent Ao Jiao suddenly asked. Naturally, he was not. Even the Qing emperor took 8 years. Even if Xiaochen reached the level of the Qing emperor, he would not be able to escape death. Xiaochen only had 5 years left. If he did not advance to martial emperor within 5 years, even if he cleared the great tribulation of wind and fire, his heavenly seal would not be able to evolve into a heart of an emperor. However, confidence was not important. The most important thing was not to give up on working hard. That was impossible. There was clearly little hope, yet Xiaochen was still very confident. How was that any different from lying to himself? As the saying goes, there will always be a way out. This is not wrong. However, if the car breaks down before it reaches the mountain, even if there is a way out, you will not be able to take it. Even if there is a path, you will not be able to walk it. Ao Jiao, you understand what I mean, right? Xiaochen recalled the words that many people in his previous life used to comfort themselves when they were in dire straits. That was right. There was always a way out. However, opportunities always came to the prepared. Regardless of whether Xiaochen was confident or not, he could not give up or stop working hard. Once he gave up, it would really be a dead end. Ao Jiao thought about it twice before she understood Xiaochen's meaning. She smiled and asked, "What do you plan to do now? Are you going to change your plans?" Xiaochen's original plan was to sell off the miscellaneous items and profound martial techniques on him before buying secret treasures containing dragon souls and cultivating the first layer of the blue dragon body nourishing art. After that, he would go to the Forbidden Land and take away the Despair Throne. After that, he would go to the Northern Sea to meet Long Fei and find a backer for Heavenly Star Island. Finally, he would return to Heavenly Star Island and meet up with Kim Taeho and Lan Xiaobai. He would do his best to develop Heavenly Star Island as the first step to reviving the Dragon's Gate. However, along the way, there had been too many surprises. Now that he knew about the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet, he definitely could not return so early. This was the last remaining mountain tablet of the Dragon's Gate. No matter what, Xiaochen had to snatch it back. I should go to Despair City first and take away the Despair Throne. Xiao Chen stood up and took out the sea chart. Then he searched for his own sea chart. Xiao Chen had left in too much of a rush last night, so he did not pay attention to where he was going. Xiao Chen had used the Freedom Wings continuously and had already arrived at the end of the Southern Sea. If Xiao Chen continued forward, he would enter the Desolate Sea. It was a boundless sea, barren and deserted with few people. Just as Xiao Chen put away the sea chart, a soft cracking sound came from his body. With a thought, he opened his mouth and spat out the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. Xiao Chen went forward to take a look. He saw the solar true flame and the smooth golden crow egg. Cracks appeared on it at a visible rate, cracking rapidly. Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised that the golden crow egg had hatched 1 month earlier. Joy appeared on his face. He could finally see the true appearance of the legendary divine bird that could turn into the sun. Quick, infuse your essence blood into it. Otherwise it will fly away. Ao Jiao exclaimed urgently after she reacted. Xiao Chen's expression changed, and a strand of blood shot out from his fingertip. It turned into a beam of red light and flew towards the golden crow egg. Ka! However, Xiao Chen was too late. Just as the blood was about to touch the golden crow egg, it shattered. A golden light the size of a square centimeter spread out. This caught Xiao Chen off guard. He was temporarily blinded, and his vision turned pitch black. Xiao Chen circulated his heavenly laws and quickly recovered his vision. Then he squinted and saw the sky. A clump of light that was not inferior to the blazing sun was flying quickly to the east. Xiao Chen vaguely sensed the golden crow in the sky. Xiao Chen could feel the fear, panic, and fear in the little fellow's heart. It looked like that drop of essence blood had entered the little fellow's body at the last moment. For a long time, Xiao Chen's solar true flame had been incubating the golden crow. The two had an invisible, unbreakable connection. All Xiao Chen had to do was wait for the golden crow to tire of flying and comfort it. When the essence blood completely merged with the golden crow's blood, the golden crow would treat Xiao Chen like a relative and would no longer be like this. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's expression changed as he looked in the direction of the golden crow's departure. Oh no! It is heading to the solar star. To Xiao Chen, that place is a hopeless situation. Unless one was a martial emperor, one would not be able to enter. One needed the strength of a sovereign martial emperor. Chapter 1061. However, to the golden crow, it was like a fish in water or a dragon in the sea. Xiao Chen's unmerged drop of essence blood would probably evaporate in the sun. How could he just watch the golden crow, which he had waited for so many years, fly away at the critical moment? Xiao Chen's face sank as he quickly chased after the golden crow on the water. The two suns competed with each other, creating mysterious phenomena. Fortunately, this was the Desolate Sea. If it were anywhere else, who knew what kind of trouble it would cause? Bang! 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 With every step Xiao Chen took in the vast sea, he kicked up countless towering waves. His body moved like a roaming dragon as he weaved through the huge waves. Strong winds blew, and the waves surged endlessly. As Xiao Chen watched the golden crow spread its wings in the sky, he felt both startled and happy. He was happy that the little golden crow was so fast even though it had just been born. He executed his movement technique to its limits, nearly tearing space apart. However, that was all he could ensure that he would not lose track of the golden crow. What shocked him was that this guy just kept flying. He was really going to be flown away by it. Fortunately, the golden crow's intelligence was not fully developed yet. It could only fly according to its senses. If it knew how to break through the barrier of the sky, it would have flown out of the starry heavens long ago. At that time, there would be more variables. At the very least, there would be no outsiders in the Desolate Sea for now. No one would compete with him. As he ran, the blazing sun rose and fell. 7 days passed just like that, but night had yet to fall. There was no other reason than the golden crow existing. The sun would never set in this desolate sea. After 7 days of intense running, Xiao Chen did not feel tired. However, if he continued running like this, he would soon leave the desolate sea. The sea map did not indicate where the desolate sea was, so Xiao Chen did not know. If he ran into an expert, he would be in trouble. Just at this moment, Xiaochen suddenly felt extreme fear in the golden crow in the sky. Xiaochen looked up and saw an arrow carrying the force of a thunderbolt shooting towards the golden crow in the sky at lightning speed. If this arrow hit, the newly born golden crow would definitely die. Oh no, Xiaochen thought to himself. He had to use 10 times his combat power again. He knew that he couldn't use a heaven-defying art like tenfold in the current state of his physical body. However, at this moment he had no choice but to use it. Xiaochen clenched his teeth and executed the myriad heaven-divine fists deities descending as he ran. The divine light tore through the sky and entered Xiaochen's body. Above the sea, Xiaochen shouted and leaped up. The emotions that he had been suppressing for the past 7 days burst out at this moment. 100 illusionary heaven dragons appeared behind Xiaochen. The dragons roared furiously and exploded with a shocking aura. The shockwaves they created caused the seawater within 50 kilometers to be lifted into the air, creating a magnificent scene. Xiaochen soared into the surging seawater. Tiny spatial cracks appeared in the void as he rose higher and higher. Xiaochen, whose speed had surpassed his limits, appeared behind the golden crow like a flash of light. He reached out and grabbed the palm-sized golden crow in his palm. Before Xiaochen could take a closer look at the golden crow, the arrow that could tear through the sky had already flown over. Xiaochen narrowed his eyes, and his left hand did its best to grab the arrow, firmly grasping it. The skin on Xiaochen's hand immediately tore, and he felt a fiery pain as a huge force assaulted him. Xiaochen shouted and stomped on the air. The strength of the blue-robed emperor burst out, driving the power of the world. No matter how great the force of the arrow was, his body remained steady in the air. Xiaochen looked in the direction where the arrow came from. At the highest point of an island 10 kilometers away, a boorish and bold man drew his bow, preparing to shoot a second arrow. Xiaochen's gaze turned cold. He turned his head back, and the arrow in his left hand shot back at an even faster speed. The boorish man was clearly startled. However, he reacted very quickly. He pushed off the ground and flew away. Boom! Xiaochen's backhand arrow struck the mountain peak under Xiaochen's feet, shattering it into countless cracks. Whoosh! The mountain shattered, and dust filled the air. A beam of light tore through the dust, quickly flying toward Xiaochen. It turned out to be that boorish man. As he retreated, he did not stop shooting. Xiaochen frowned. This person's archery skills were extremely terrifying, forcing Xiaochen to use the strength of the blue-robed emperor before he could receive the arrow. The heavenly laws in his dantian drained rapidly. Xiaochen took a step forward, and the space around him flashed, showing many scenes. Using the power of the world, Xiaochen kicked, knocking away the arrow at the critical moment. Poof, poof, poof. 9 sonic booms rang out. 9 arrows appeared in the distance, flying over from different directions and angles. Xiaochen did not know what secret technique this person used, but the arrows actually contained the power of the world. This made the arrows flying over vaguely feel like they were flying along with the void of the world. That was not all. The 9 arrows flew over from different angles, each occupying a position and forming a cage of heaven and earth. No matter how Xiaochen retreated, the world moved with him. When the 9 arrows closed in, they would always lock onto Xiaochen. Xiaochen's expression turned somewhat grave. The golden crow in his palm trembled. After flying for 7 days, the moment it relaxed, it fainted. Xiaochen placed the golden crow in his chest and pushed off with his feet, spinning his body backward. A bright moon like fire, red peach blossoms, a blazing sun, withered leaves, and many mysterious phenomena came out of Xiaochen's body. Xiaochen used the power of his heavenly laws to execute Instant of Glory again, merging it into the world. The chaotic, mysterious phenomena and the grand scene looked very real. It lacked some of the magnificence but gained a sense of completeness and nature. When the saber was drawn, a light appeared. The glory was eternal in that instant as the saber light swept out in all directions. Bang! 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 Crunching sounds rang out as the 9 deadly arrows exploded in the air. Their boundless might easily crumbled. Quickly go. After the desolate sea, it is the sea region ruled by the myriad fiend island, an immortal holy land, Ao Jiao warned from the immortal spirit ring. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and somersaulted in the air. Xiao Chen flew 10 kilometers and spun around in circles, giving off a flickering electric light. A ferocious lightning dragon howled into the distance. A boorish and bold man drew his bow on the small island. Even as Xiao Chen fled far away, becoming only a small black dot in his vision, he did not give up. As the boorish man slowly drew the bowstring, thunder roared in the world, rumbling everywhere. A vertical eye opened on the boorish man's forehead. Xiao Chen, which was originally just a small black dot, instantly magnified in his vision. Suddenly in his eyes, it was magnified endlessly. It was as if the space had shrunk by half, and the figure in his eyes was getting closer. When the boorish man saw Xiao Chen clearly, his fingers loosened, and the arrow in his hand turned into a bolt of lightning, flying for his life. After shooting this arrow, the boorish man collapsed. His vertical eye slowly closed, and sweat covered his forehead. His complexion was pale, drained of blood. Xiao Chen, who was already more than 50 kilometers away, suddenly felt his heart sink. He quickly turned around, and his mind instantly tensed up. Without any hesitation, he held his saber horizontally across his chest. Pu Si. The scabbard blocked the arrow, and Xiao Chen flew back 1 kilometer on the water, kicking up huge waves. Xiao Chen's complexion paled slightly, and cracks appeared in his internal organs. Intense pain spread throughout his body. Only after vomiting a mouthful of blood did he feel much better. Is there no end to this? When the arrow's momentum weakened, Xiao Chen flicked the scabbard and knocked it away. Then he spiraled up and threw a palm strike from 50 kilometers away. A bright moon rose up behind him. The moon was like fire, fueled by thousands of kilograms of hot-bloodedness. The Tao was filled with joy and sorrow, parting and reunions, expressing lofty sentiments and hot-bloodedness. The wine was an intoxicating red, and the blood was a beautiful flame. Thousand-year flame, lofty sentiments remained forever. The Tao was filled with joy and sorrow. Aside from that boorish man, there were 2 other people on the small island. A man and a woman. The man was definitely familiar to Xiao Chen. He was the strongest person of the killing sword Tao, Yan Shisan. This person is very powerful. He looks very young, but he easily broke Second Brother's 9 stars shattering Sunday. He even opened his heavenly eye and executed the killing arrow. Even so, he could not stop this person. The woman exuding a mature charm exclaimed as she looked into the distance at Xiao Chen, who caught the arrow. The bow-wielding man was called Mu Qingyun. Fatigue appeared on his face. He smiled bitterly and said, I have been in closed-door cultivation on Myriad Fiend Island for many years. I originally thought that no one in the same generation could defeat me. Unexpectedly, before I left the Myriad Fiend Sea, I suffered such a blow. Brother Shisan, you have been traveling the heavenly starry ocean for the past few years. Are the experts of the same generation in the heavenly starry ocean really so incredible? Mu Qingyun had used his full power, unleashed his trump card, and unleashed this arrow with absolute confidence. However, the other party still blocked it in the end. Mu Qingyun could not help but feel dispirited. He even started to doubt his own strength. Yan Shisan's stern face did not show any expression. He said calmly, How can that be? It is just that you ran into someone you should not have. This arrow injured the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen. As far as I know, this is the first time he suffered such a loss among the same generation. You should be proud of yourself. He is the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen. That woman's expression clearly turned startled. When Mu Qingyun heard this, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He knew Yan Shisan's character very well. Yan Shisan would not purposely flatter others. By saying this, Yan Shisan was praising him. Yan Shisan could be proud of himself without any falsehood. However, even after unleashing all his trump cards, he only managed to injure the other party. Given Mu Qingyun's proud character, he could not bring himself to smile at such praise. Suddenly, Yan Shisan's expression changed slightly, and he shouted, Retreat! However, by the time Yan Shisan said that, it was already too late. Night suddenly fell, and a bright moon rose into the sky. The moon was like fire, illuminating the night sky and the island under their feet. Countless figures leaped out of the full moon. Every one of them had a wild and unruly smile, filled with lofty aspirations and lofty aspirations. It was like a resonant song could be heard in the world. Singing to the moon, drinking and rejoicing, laughing at the sorrows and joys, parting and reuniting. Everyone is drunk, I am the only sober one. Others cannot see through me. Don't laugh at me for being too crazy. I am proud and arrogant all my life. 1,000-year flame, 10,000 men kill, the moon exists alone, I am wild. The thousands of figures threw palm strikes at the same time. The small island 50 kilometers away crumbled in an instant. The bow-wielding man bore the brunt of it. His internal organs ruptured, and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. If not for the inherited treasure armor he wore, he would have vanished along with the island, dying without a complete corpse. Yen Shursan and that woman suffered relatively little pressure. Furthermore, they were in their peak states. They only drifted far away with the chaotic flow of the island's crumbling. Chapter 1062. The pretty girl appeared to be in a sorry state. However, Yen Shursan appeared much more relaxed. He did not even draw his heavenly ice sword yet. The girl stabilized herself and searched for the bow-wielding man's body with a flustered expression. When she saw the other party lying in the seawater, she heaved a sigh of relief and quickly flew over. However, it was not over yet. Right after the palm strike, another azure-colored saber chi shot out, splitting the seawater in half. Then, dragon roars rang out from all directions as the saber chi headed for the bow-wielding man. When the pretty girl saw this startling saber chi, despair involuntarily appeared in her eyes. She could not catch up to the speed of this saber chi at all. When she landed beside the bow-wielding man, she would probably see his corpse split in half. At the critical moment, the stern Yen Shursan quickly drew his sword. A sword intent of massacre spread out, clashing with the dragon might, not giving way. Dang! In the time it took for a spark to fly, the sword blocked that saber chi. 18 forces, each stronger than the one before, layered over each other and entered Yen Shursan's body through the sword. Blood leaked out of Yen Shursan's lips. His body spun 10 times in the air, kicking up countless waves. Only then did Yen Shursan stop in the air. He looked into the distance and thought to himself, I was still too careless. After not seeing him for so many years, the strength of this old friend of mine has already surpassed my expectations. To think that a saber strike from 50,000 meters away could still have such might. Second brother, are you all right? The pretty girl asked anxiously when she landed beside the severely injured youth. Mu Qingyun smiled and said, I won't die. Never mind. Let's wait for Big Brother to come out of closed-door cultivation before going to Despair City. I really embarrassed myself at home this time. Seeing that Mu Qingyun could still joke, the pretty girl relaxed. She smiled and said, It's fine, it's fine. Since young Master Shursan said so, you can be proud. When Mu Qingyun saw that Yen Shursan broke that vast saber chi, he could not help feeling bitter. Mu Qingyun could not defeat the Blue Dragon King. It looked like this Yen Shursan hid his strength and was probably not a match for him either. Originally, Mu Qingyun was filled with pride, preparing to leave the 10,000 Demon Sea and show off his skills. Now, he knew how many heroes there were in the world. Someone had blocked the subduing dragon profound slash. Xiao Chun extended his divine sense and discovered that the one who had blocked it was someone he knew. The profound domain swordsman Yen Shursan, who wandered the heavenly starry ocean, actually appeared in the sea region ruled by the myriad fiend island. This was somewhat unexpected. Since it was Yen Shursan, the moment Xiao Chun drew his saber, Yen Shursan should have recognized him from his martial technique. After sensing for a while, he found several strong auras in the sea region behind him, startled over. Xiao Chun did not linger, he turned around and walked away. It was not that he had to kill the person who shot the arrow. He just wanted to teach him a lesson. Are you all right, Xiao Chun? Seeing that his face was still pale, Ao Jiao asked worriedly. Xiao Chun shook his head, but when he thought of that last arrow, he still felt a lingering fear. If he did not have a peak 4th level saint body, that arrow would have at least severely injured him. There were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the heavenly starry ocean. Sometimes this was very contradictory. Xiao Chen's strong physical body allowed him to remain undefeated among those of the same generation, not fearing any experts. Just like earlier, it could be said that this physical body saved his life. If not for this physical body, he would have died several times over. Now, it was this physical body that brought him the greatest danger on his path of cultivation. Hence, there was no need for Xiao Chen to regret cultivating his physical body like a mad demon over the past few years. There was also no need for him to regret using his tenfold combat prowess, bringing hidden dangers to his physical body. There were always pros and cons between gains and losses. After he was safe, Xiao Chen landed on the surface of the sea. Then, he casually tossed out a wooden plank from his universe ring and sat on it, drifting along with the water. Xiao Chen took out the little fellow from his embrace. The palm-sized golden crow fell into a deep sleep. The golden crow's pale yellow feathers were soft and glossy. It was petite and looked very cute. Xiao Chen could not feel any of the tyranny it had when it competed with the sun earlier. The might of a holy beast was nowhere to be seen. Xiao Chen felt somewhat suspicious. The golden crow that he had chased for 7 days and waited for 2 or 3 years could not be a scammer, right? After sizing up his surroundings, Xiao Chen tapped the golden crow's head with his right hand, trying to figure out what kind of existence it was. Pooh! The moment Xiao Chen's finger touched the golden crow's forehead, the sleeping golden crow startled awake. Then, it opened its beak and spat out a golden flame. This was the solar true flame, which had been condensed to its limit. It seemed to have surpassed the limits of fire. It was just a beam of light, a resplendent beam of light. The flame was aimed at Xiao Chen's face. If it struck him, he would really be disfigured. Xiao Chen felt slightly startled. He tilted his head slightly, and the golden flame brushed past his face. After the flame shot out for 1 kilometer, it burned the air. When Xiao Chen turned his head to take a look, he was greatly startled. The place where the flame burned was pitch black. When he blinked, it looked like space had been burned through. The flame that the golden crow, which had just been born, spat out already possessed such might. No matter how many martial sages there were, they would be burned to ashes. Even Grandmaster-level martial sages would not be able to withstand this flame. However, it would still be somewhat difficult to injure the blue-robed emperor. However, this was just a newly born golden crow. It still had a vast and boundless room for growth. Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. After the little fellow spat out the flame on his palm, it glared at him with intelligent eyes, appearing very proud. That drop of essence blood had already completely merged into the little golden crow's body. Xiao Chen should have a rather close relationship with it now. Otherwise, the golden crow would have flown away the moment it woke up. However, when he looked at the little fellow's expression, it seemed like it looked down on him, making him feel depressed. Little golden crow, spit out another flame. Let me see. Xiao Chen wanted to see exactly how great the golden crow's potential was. However, the golden crow turned its head away, ignoring him completely. It looked like Xiao Chen had no choice but to reveal some of his true abilities. What a cute little bird. Is this really a holy beast? Just at this moment, Ao Jiao came out of the immortal spirit ring and snatched the little golden crow away. Then, she started playing with it with her fingers. Xiao Chen was just about to cry out in danger. Who knew, the golden crow did not flare up in Ao Jiao's hands. Instead, it became extremely docile. The golden crow closed its eyes, appearing to be enjoying itself. This made Ao Jiao very happy. This was clearly different from when Xiao Chen played with it. Little fellow, let big sister see what abilities you have, Ao Jiao said happily. The golden crow cried out and spread its wings, circling in the air. Suddenly, its feathers gave off a bright light, dazzling everyone's eyes, competing with the sun's brilliance. Boom! The golden crow opened its beak and spat out a flame. This flame was clearly much stronger than the earlier one. The surface of the flame flickered with a golden spiritual light. When it entered the seawater, pitch black holes 100 meters long silently appeared on the surface of the sea. The flame's temperature was too high. There was not even any water vapor. The seawater directly vaporized and burned into nothing. The little golden crow circled around and withdrew its light. Then, it landed back in Ao Jiao's hand. Excellent! Ao Jiao praised sincerely. The solar true flame of such quality was truly horrifying. Crick, crick. The little fellow seemed to understand Ao Jiao's praise. It cried out happily and flapped its little wings on Ao Jiao's palm, looking very cocky. Xiao Chen smiled helplessly. Whose pet is this? I spent a lot of effort to hatch this golden crow egg with my solar true flame. Furthermore, I even infused my essence blood into it. Why is it so intimate with Ao Jiao now? Don't be jealous. Little Yellow Feather is a boy. It is normal for it to be closer to me. Ao Jiao giggled as she stroked the golden crow. How do you know it is a boy? Xiao Chen exclaimed in shock. Suddenly, he reacted and asked, Wait, what did you call it earlier? Little Yellow Feather. Don't you think this name is very appropriate? Ao Jiao smiled and said, Little Yellow Feather, Little Yellow Feather. Look, it likes this name. The golden crow, a bona fide holy beast, was like the blue dragon, a mythical existence of the immortal epic. Unexpectedly, it was called such a name. Xiao Chen was speechless. However, when he thought about the name Ao Jiao gave by, he felt somewhat at ease. However, no matter how he listened to it, the name Little Yellow Feather sounded like a name given to a cat or dog. What's wrong? You don't like the name I gave it? Ao Jiao asked with a stern expression. When the golden crow in Ao Jiao's palm saw Ao Jiao's stern expression, it also glared at Xiao Chen angrily. Xiao Chen smiled helplessly and said against his will, It doesn't matter. Little Yellow Feather, just call it Little Yellow Feather. Ao Jiao said, That's right. It said that it is hungry. Give it something to eat, then. What does it want to eat? Xiao Chen asked. Astral cores. Regular spirit pills can only be fed to spirit beasts. Holy beasts need astral cores from astral beasts. Ao Jiao was very familiar with this. Xiao Chen still had quite a few astral cores on hand. Without hesitating, he tossed out an inferior-grade astral core. Kasu. Little Yellow Feather swallowed an inferior-grade astral core. It seemed like it did not even need to chew before digesting it. Xiao Chen tossed out 10 inferior-grade astral cores in a row. However, Little Yellow Feather did not seem satisfied at all. Xiao Chen tossed out a total of 100 astral cores. Only then did Little Yellow Feather fly back to Ao Jiao's shoulder in satisfaction. Then, it closed its eyes and yawned in a very human-like manner, falling asleep. Xiao Chen's face twitched slightly. One inferior-grade astral core was worth 1,000 black astral coins. 100 inferior-grade astral cores would be 100,000 black astral coins. Furthermore, this was just the amount Little Yellow Feather could eat in one meal. How could Xiao Chen afford to feed it like this? He would go bankrupt. Ao Jiao could tell that Xiao Chen was worried. She smiled and said, It's fine. As long as it does not fight, it will not eat so much. Place it in the Holy Beast Medallion, then. That Holy Beast Medallion is a precious secret treasure specially made for holy beasts during the ancient era. The space in it can allow holy beasts to grow faster. When Xiao Chen heard this, he relaxed slightly. If Xiao Chen had to spend 100,000 black astral coins for each meal every day, that would be very troublesome. The 10,000 beast images in the Holy Beast Medallion were no longer there. The 10,000 beast cauldron in Xiao Chen's hand was only an imitation of an emperor-grade secret treasure. At this cultivation realm, Xiao Chen no longer cared about it. Furthermore, he did not have the Jiang clan's special cultivation technique. Thus, he made a move on it back at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Without the 10,000 beast images, Xiao Chen could use them to raise Little Yellow Feather alone. This bona fide holy beast would have a much better future than those images. Chapter 1063. After putting Little Yellow Feather into the Holy Beast Medallion, Xiao Chen thought for a while before handing the Holy Beast Medallion to Ao Jiao. Ao Jiao remained in the Immortal Spirit Ring, tending to the flowers and plants. With this little fellow accompanying her, it would be more lively. Ao Jiao smiled gently and received the Holy Beast Medallion. Then she returned to the Immortal Spirit Ring, her face filled with joy. After looking around, Xiaochen sat down cross-legged and started to circulate his energy to treat his injuries. That mysterious fiend race cultivator's final arrow tore through space and ruptured Xiaochen's internal organs, which was not a good feeling. Floating on the vast sea, Xiaochen sat on a wooden plank and let the water flow. Xiaochen's injuries were not severe. After recuperating for half a day, he recovered completely. However, since Xiaochen had used the myriad heaven divine fists deities descending earlier, he did not dare to be careless this time. He took out a king-grade essence nourishing pill and recuperated for 2 days before opening his eyes. A brilliant light flashed in Xiaochen's eyes as he muttered to himself, "It is time to go to Despair City." The note that Long Fei sent during the king conferral ceremony mentioned the news of the Despair Throne. Despair City was a famous underwater forbidden land in the Southern Sea. The construction of the city could be traced back to the Immortal epic. This was an ancient city that had experienced the vicissitudes of time. The city had fallen into ruin long ago, no longer as prosperous as it had been in the past. Even his original name had been gradually forgotten by people. Due to the perpetual aura of despair that lingered in the city, it came to be known as Despair City. If one did not have a firm will, the intense despair would make one abandon the world and do something unimaginable like committing suicide. However, for experts who wanted to temper their wills, this place was an excellent holy land. When Long Fei first heard news about Despair City, he had determined that it was because of the Despair Throne that the city had become like this. However, Long Fei did not know where the Despair Throne was, so he only gave this clue to Xiaochen. Aside from the aura of despair, the city also had deep-sea profound beasts, which only existed in the sea. Profound beasts were said to have evolved from immortal beasts of the Immortal epic. Even the lowest-ranked inferior-grade profound beasts were as strong as Grandmaster-level martial sages. Medial-grade profound beasts were as strong as great Grandmaster-level martial sages. Superior-grade profound beasts were existences that even the blue-robed emperor feared. As for the sage-grade profound beasts, they were as strong as Emperor Wu. They were absolute overlord-level profound beasts. Profound beasts must have profound cores within their bodies. Different types of profound cores could increase the corresponding martial artist's power. Superior-grade profound cores could even increase the strength of quasi-emperors. They were extremely profound and unfathomable. As for the saint-grade profound core, there was no need to even think about it. That kind of existence already possessed extremely high intelligence and stood at the top of the food chain. If one encountered it, one should avoid it as far as possible. Some profound kings had had many more than that. Wu even had feared profound beasts. Some king. The bones were engraved with mysterious martial skills or powerful magical powers. Hence, it would not be too surprising to run into immortal cultivators of the Penglai Sea in Despair City. They were immortal cultivators who came to try their luck and search for magic skills. Furthermore, Despair City had a long history. There were remnants everywhere. If one happened to see an ancient mural, they might be able to break through their bottleneck and advance further. As the holy land of adventure in the Southern Sea, Despair City lived up to its name. Xiaochen had found out about this public information on his own. As for what kind of place Despair City was, he had to go and see for himself. "Ao Jiao, have you been to Despair City?" Xiaochen asked. Back then, the Thunder King should have been to the heavenly starry ocean. Ao Jiao came out of the immortal spirit ring and revealed an expression of reminiscence. After a while, she said, "Despair City, what a distant name." The Thunder King went there in a hurry once before. However, he did not stay in Despair City for long before he entered the heart of the ocean. Now, several thousand years have passed. I don't even know what it is like. The heart of the ocean. Hearing these words again, Xiaochen could not help feeling curious. Ao Jiao noticed Xiaochen's doubts. She smiled and said, "The heart of the ocean, the Mirage Immortal Palace, the Black Sea Immortal Burial Ground, and the distant Sea Dragon Grave are the 4 great forbidden lands of the oceanic world. Even Emperor Wu has to be careful in these places. There are 4 similar forbidden lands in the Kunlun continent as well. The 8 great forbidden lands contain countless mysteries. There are all sorts of divine medicines and forbidden treasures. They even contain the secret of the immortal epic's destruction. The heart of the ocean is one of the 8 great forbidden lands. It is the most mysterious forbidden land. All the places in the sea that are connected to it are holy lands of adventure. Xiao Chen asked doubtfully, "What do you mean by that?" Ao Jiao smiled and said, "Let's not talk about the entrances to the heart of the ocean in the other sea regions. Just the treasure mountain that you went to and the despair city that you are about to go to are all connected to the heart of the ocean, which is why they are holy lands of adventure. Have you ever wondered why the profound beasts in Despair City can never be completely killed? Profound beasts do not have a strong reproductive ability. Most of the profound beasts come out from the entrance to the heart of the ocean." Xiao Chen suddenly understood. He asked, "What is the Thunder King going to the heart of the ocean for?" Ao Jiao's thoughts seemed to return to several thousand years ago. She said, "To find the answer, not to ask the heavens, not to believe in gods. Only to ask oneself, is there really a peak in the world? After Prime, is there a martial god?" Martial god again. Ying Zongtian asked the same question. The Thunder King asked the same question back then. The ancient evil king, the master of the 7 thrones, asked the same question as well. Is there really a peak in the world? Ao Jiao chuckled and said, "Hee hee. Don't overthink it. All you need to do now is find the despair throne." Flap. Little yellow feather flew out of the holy beast medallion at Ao Jiao's waist. After not seeing it for 3 days, the color of its feathers had deepened, and it seemed to have grown bigger as well. The most obvious change was in its eyes, which now looked more intelligent and filled with light. After digesting more than 100 astral cores, it should have some effect, Xiao Chen thought to himself. Little yellow feather says that it is hungry again and wants you to prepare food for it. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. This fellow was rather ostentatious. After feeding it 10 inferior-grade astral cores, the little fellow cried out in satisfaction. Then, it flew around the 2 happily. Just looking at the current little yellow feather, no one would imagine that it was the legendary holy beast, the golden crow. 10 days later, Xiao Chen successfully arrived at the sea region near Despair City. Along the way, he heard some news. The Lunar Palace's holy daughter, Yu Bingyun, revealed Xiao Chen's identity. If he did not advance to martial emperor in 5 years, he would have only 20 years left to live. This news immediately shook the entire heavenly starry ocean. At first, Xiao Chen felt somewhat confused. After asking around, he found out. Back then, a few outstanding talents had forced Yu Bingyun to issue a notice, getting all the immortal holy lands and major factions of the heavenly starry ocean to issue a bounty for Mo Yun. Only then did Yu Bingyun expose Xiao Chen's identity, sparing him a lot of trouble and preventing him from being hunted down wherever he went. After learning the ins and outs, Xiao Chen smiled bitterly. When many people heard this news, they would probably be grinning from ear to ear. However, it did not matter. It was still the same old saying, between gains and losses, there were pros and cons, whoosh. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he calmly dived into the sea. After descending for about 10 kilometers, he felt a faint sense of despair. Naturally, given Xiao Chen's mental state, he could not be influenced by this. He followed the guidance of the sense of despair and continued moving forward. Soon, the sea in front suddenly emptied. When Xiao Chen opened his mouth, he breathed in fresh air. When he looked down, a vast, ancient city appeared before his eyes. An invisible barrier spread out from the city, isolating it from the seawater. Compared to the desolation above the sea, the outskirts of Despair City were extremely bustling. There was a bustling market outside the city gates. Merchants walked around, and cultivators set up stalls to sell their goods. There were taverns, pharmacies, inns, and shops everywhere. After Xiao Chen thought for a while, he landed in the town. There were many cultivators like him who risked their lives to seek treasures. After Xiao Chen landed, countless attentive cultivators immediately walked over with smiles on their faces. "Ah, this young master, with one look, I can tell that this is your first time in Despair City. I have been in Despair City for more than 10 years and am well informed. If you want to purchase the medicinal pills corresponding to the map, I have information on all sorts of profound beasts." If you feel that you are too weak to go alone, I can find a few companions for you to adventure with. As Xiao Chen stood firmly, a martial monarch came over to pester him as well. That martial monarch gave a long speech. It was unknown how many times he had repeated this. As the saying went, one relied on one's surroundings to survive. A martial monarch was like an ant before a grandmaster-level martial sage. Normally, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. It was impossible for them to befriend each other. However, at this moment, this person relied on his familiarity with Despair City to strike up a conversation with Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen sized up this person. This person was dressed in gray robes and looked to be in his 40s. His potential had already been dug out, and he would remain a martial monarch for the rest of his life. Xiao Chen could see the shrewdness of a merchant in this person's eyes. The flattering smile on his face had already become a habit. This person's identity could not be fake. Xiao Chen said, "You are only a martial monarch. You cannot even enter Despair City. How do you know the information inside?" The gray-robed cultivator smiled and replied, "My information comes from the taverns. Furthermore, I have been here for a long time, so I have some special methods. For example, the map of Despair City that I have is not something that just anyone can obtain." Based on the gray-robed cultivator's words, the organization behind him should have a significant power near Despair City. Where there were people, there would be chaos. Xiao Chen was not willing to waste time on this. He said calmly, "Give me the most detailed map of Despair City, and you may leave. Since you are alone, do you not need to find other Grandmaster-level martial sages to accompany you?" the gray-robed cultivator asked. Xiao Chen's gaze sank and he said coldly, "Did you not understand what I said? What kind of joke was this?" This was not Xiao Chen's first day out adventuring. How could he casually form a companion with a stranger in such a place? Furthermore, he did not need a companion at all. The gray-robed cultivator's heart skipped a beat. He no longer had any other thoughts. He said timidly, yes, the map is for you. 1,000 black astral coins. Young master, don't find it expensive. This map contains the entire Despair City. Where there are remnants, where there are profound beasts, and what rank they are. It is all very clear. Furthermore, the price is set by the clan that sells the map. Chapter 1064. You get what you pay for. If you want something a little worse, I have it here. Xiao Chen received the map and took a look. Seeing that it was not wrong, he happily handed over 1,000 black astral coins. Just at this moment, a startled cry rang out. Above Despair City, there were 8 majestic horses. Its fur was like a blazing flame, pulling a golden war chariot. It descended, heading straight for Despair City. Young Treasure Master Yi Ling's war chariot. What's going on recently? Why are there always outstanding talents coming to Despair City? I heard that the Holy Son of the 5 Poison Sect is also preparing to rush over from the Eastern Sea region. The 4 titles of the Heavenly Province Academy and Susu from the Yin-Yang Utopia are also here. Could it be that some great treasure is about to appear in Despair City? A lot of soft exclamations came from the town. A thought occurred to Xiao Chen. He asked the gray-robed cultivator beside him, "Have there been any changes in Despair City recently? Do you have any news?" The gray-robed cultivator smiled profusely and said, "I know a little, not much." When he saw the astral coins that Xiao Chen handed over, he smiled in satisfaction. Rumor has it that a few great fiends that have lived for thousands of years are nearing the end of their lifespans. Together with some major characters, they are preparing to enter the heart of the ocean to see if they can find an opportunity to change their fate. When he said that his lifespan was nearing its end, he should be referring to his natural lifespan. He wanted to find a divine medicine to extend his lifespan. Xiao Chen pondered for a moment. His natural lifespan was still very long, but the problem lay in his physiological lifespan. This kind of divine medicine was useless to him. He had a longevity fruit with him. After consuming it, there was almost no effect on his body. These geniuses are just trying their luck by following behind the big shots. Without a big shot to scout the path in the heart of the ocean, they wouldn't even dare to go to a corner. The gray-robed cultivator continued, "However, the major characters have not arrived yet. These outstanding talents can only search Despair City casually and see if they can find anything. After all, there are many good things in Despair City. After obtaining the information he wanted, Xiao Chen pondered for a moment before walking into Despair City. After the gray-robed cultivator turned around, the flattering expression on his face vanished, replaced with an expression of pity. The person in front of him was generous, so he must have an extraordinary background. Unfortunately, he was too cautious and was not a newbie who had just come out for experiential training. If he had agreed to enter with someone else, he would have had more opportunities. Unfortunately, the fat sheep had flown away just like that. As he walked, Xiao Chen looked at the map. Suddenly, despair turned into howls ringing in his ears, causing him to hallucinate. Despair, what was despair? There was no way to retreat, no way to advance, besieged on all sides, all hope shattered. It was just like Xiao Chen now. Advancing to martial emperor in 5 years was hopeless, his path shattered. He had a handsome face, his white robes fluttering. He had a saber, and he could see. His face was delicate and pretty, and his white robes fluttered. A treasured saber hung at his waist, and his strong aura stirred up the wind and clouds. He would that Chenzus, but his. Only he had Chen eyes. Chenri. Pui. Ti. Xiao Chen. Xiao the the Chen. At. Thousands of strands of saber chi shot out from the white-clad youth's body, riddling his body with thousands of holes. After laughing loudly, he jumped into the chasm, committing suicide. I hate the heavens for being unfair, cutting off my path of life, cutting off my hope. Before he died, the white-clad youth's despair and hatred reached a peak, lingering for a long time. Despair was truly painful. Xiao Chen calmly watched everything in the illusion. Then he squinted and easily struggled free. When he looked up, he discovered that he had arrived at the city gates without realizing it. A strong wind blew continuously from the city gates, bringing with it the howls of despair. This was the reason for the earlier illusion. How scary! I'm not going to Despair City anymore. Not far away, several superior-grade martial sages, who were preparing to hunt profound beasts, struggled free from the illusion. These superior-grade martial sages paled, and their bodies trembled as they retreated continuously. There were also a few who had not struggled free from the illusion. They held their heads in pain and rolled on the ground. Their companions quickly dragged them away. As they looked at the pitch-black city gates, their eyes filled with horror. Bunch of trash. If you are not capable, then don't try to enter Despair City. Make way for this young master. Don't. The sound of hooves rang out. Xiao Chen turned his head to look and saw a group of cultivators riding tall horses, shouting as they charged at the city gates. Aside from the youth leading the group, the other cultivators were all older. Unexpectedly, they were all great grandmaster-level martial sages. It's the 5 poison sex people. Quickly go! Quickly go! The people lingering at the city gates immediately moved to the sides, not daring to block the way. After the Immortal Holy Lands, the 5 poison sect had the worst reputation. They were tyrannical in their way of doing things and specialized in using poison. Ordinary people did not dare to offend them. Only an Immortal Holy Land could send out so many great Grandmaster-level martial sages. Not wanting to cause trouble, Xiao Chen moved to the side. However, when he turned his head back to size up this group of people, he wasted some time and slowed down. Pa! Rage flashed on the face of the youth leading the group. Then he lashed his horsewhip at Xiao Chen. Stop wasting time. You are seeking death. The force behind this whip was extremely great. The sound of the horsewhip tearing through the air was ear-splitting like thunder. The air buzzed and trembled continuously. The youth who lashed out was a Grandmaster-level martial sage, not much weaker than Hai Tian, Gong Sun Yen, and the others. He probably held a high position in the 5 poison sect. Xiao Chen leaned to the side and grabbed the horsewhip. Then he casually pulled it back. That youth flew off the horseback. Before he could react, Xiao Chen flung him into the city walls. Without even looking at this group of people, Xiao Chen's figure flashed, preparing to enter Despair City. Trying to leave? Stop him. The youth who crashed into the city walls grunted in pain as he hurriedly gave out orders. Whoosh! Sonic booms rang out. Xiao Chen had returned, passing through the two great Grandmaster-level martial sages blocking him. Then he turned around and kicked the youth in midair. Kasi. The sound of bones breaking rang out, and that person howled in pain. Then he flew back again, unable to resist at all before Xiao Chen. When the other great Grandmaster-level martial sages saw the situation, they quickly retreated and rushed over to the youth. Xiao Chen landed and turned around to look at the city gates, deep in thought. Despair. This phrase really suited him now. Heaven never bars one's way. He did not know if he could find a way out of this desperate situation in Despair City. Xiao Chen simply showed off his strength. The group of Immortal Holy Land's great Grandmaster-level martial sages looked at Xiao Chen's back, not daring to act rashly. These great Grandmaster-level martial sages had very good eyesight. Naturally, they did not think that Xiao Chen was just an ordinary great Grandmaster-level martial sage. Do you dare report your name? Our 5 Poison sect will definitely pay you a visit in the future, one of the great Grandmaster-level martial sages said sullenly, rage burning in his eyes. Xiao Chen. After spitting out these 2 words, Xiao Chen walked calmly into Despair City. Xiao Chen. The Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chen. The moment these 2 simple words came out, the arrogant aura of the 5 Poison sect inner sect elder who asked the question immediately diminished significantly. Everyone knew that Xiao Chen had already reached the level of the blue-robed emperor. Even if this group of people worked together, they would not be a match for him. As for accumulations, the Bushin Palace's accumulations were much stronger than the 5 Poison sects. This was especially so when Xiao Chen had the Prime, the Thunder King, behind him. Without sufficient benefits, even if the 5 Poison sect's Emperor Wu came, the 5 Poison sect would not dare to do anything to Xiao Chen. How could the 5 Poison sect's martial emperor experts care about this trivial matter? You bunch of trash. Didn't my brother tell you to protect me? The youth lying on the ground cursed as he watched Xiao Chen leave. A few of the elders revealed awkward expressions and whispered, "Second young master, that person is the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chen. Even if we work together, we are no match for him. Why seek trouble for ourselves?" Yes, and he only has 20 years left to live. If he's unlucky, he might die even faster. Second young master doesn't have to be angry with him. After a long time, the young man slowly calmed down. Outside the city gates, when the cultivators saw the miserable and humiliated young man, they all revealed delighted expressions. Only the Azure Dragon King could deal with the tyrannical 5 Poison sect, which usually did things in a tyrannical manner. Even the sacred sons of the other immortal sacred grounds were fearful, but they did not dare to be as unruly as the Blue Dragon King. With a single kick, the other party lost his temper. After reporting his name, he didn't dare to say another word. This was true tyranny. Unfortunately, such a person was destined to die young. It was simply impossible for him to advance to martial emperor within 5 years. After entering the city, Xiao Chen focused on guarding his heart. The despair lingering in the air could not affect him at all. In reality, if Xiao Chen had not wanted to take a look at the city gates, the illusion of despair would not have appeared before him. Most of the buildings in the city were dilapidated. Few were intact. With a glance, one could see countless tall buildings and broken walls. The environment was extremely complicated. The aura of despair spread everywhere. Every brick and tile seemed to carry a natural characteristic of despair. This gave Xiao Chen a lot of trouble in finding the despair throne. He needed to find the source of despair. However, the aura of despair in the city was almost the same everywhere. There was no obvious difference. In the past few thousand years, Xiao Chen was definitely not the only one who wanted the source of Despair City. However, the name of despair still remained. This meant that all those people had failed. Finding a throne in this vast city was not a simple matter. Xiao Chen took out a map of Despair City and carefully looked at it. Although the city was dilapidated, there were several remnants that were still perfectly preserved. The Sword Mound, the Drill Ground, the City Lord's residence, the Sage Plaza, Xiao Chen moved his finger along the markings on the map, counting them carefully. There were truly a lot of famous ancient remnants. After thinking for a while, he stretched out his hand, and the cycle banner flew out of the universe ring. The 4 astral pearls, massacre, death, ruin, and grief, flew out. Life bestowal spell. Xiao Chen formed hand seals and shouted. With the life bestowal spell, the 4 astral pearls turned into 4 little birds of different colors and flew out. The 7 thrones should be able to sense each other. These 4 little birds did not need to have a destination when they flew out. They could just fly around randomly. If they were lucky, they might run into one. Roar! Right after the little birds flew, a profound beast that looked like a lion but had wings and a snake-like tail appeared in Xiao Chen's vision. Chapter 1065. Inferior Grade Profound Beast, Snake Lion. Based on the information on the map, Xiao Chen immediately identified the incoming creature and felt somewhat suspicious. Xiao Chen was in a safe zone. A profound beast like the snake lion that lived in groups should not appear here alone. Without much time to think, the snake lion with a ferocious look in its eyes spread its wings and flew at Xiao Chen at lightning speed. Pu Si. It arrived quickly and died quickly as well. Xiao Chen casually kicked this inferior grade profound beast, shattering its bones and splattering blood everywhere. If other cultivators saw this scene, their eyeballs would pop out of their sockets. Normally, 2 Grandmaster-level martial sages would be needed to deal with an inferior-grade profound beast. With one kick, Xiao Chen exploded it. What a horrifying scene! A suction came from Xiao Chen's palm, and a dark-colored pearl flew into his hand amid the scarlet light. This is a profound core? Xiao Chen sized it up and discovered that the energy it contained was indeed pure. If a Grandmaster-level martial sage directly consumed it and refined it, it would have boundless uses. However, as the blue-robed emperor, Xiao Chen did not care for this inferior-grade profound core at all. Even a superior-grade profound core that an ordinary blue-robed emperor could refine would not be of much use to him. The energy in such a profound core was pure enough. However, there were too many impurities. Expelling the impurities from the body would be problematic. Xiao Chen wondered if Little Yellow Feather would like this profound core. Given the Golden Crow's ability to swallow, it could ignore the impurities completely. If Xiao Chen liked it, he could help it find some snacks to eat to relieve some of his pressure. Just a casual meal cost more than 100,000 black astral coins. No one would be able to accept that. When the little golden crow heard that there was food to eat, it rejoiced and flew out of the immortal spirit ring. It looked pitifully at Xiao Chen, as obedient as it could be. The little golden crow swallowed the profound core in one gulp. From its human-like eyes, it first felt great. Then, it looked like it ate feces, feeling extremely disgusted. Pu Si. The little golden crow spat out a clump of black stuff like it was spitting saliva. When Xiao Chen saw it, he immediately smiled. What it spat out was all impurities. The essence was perfectly absorbed. Not bad, not bad. I'll go look for snacks for you. Hong, the little guy opened its mouth and spat out a stream of flames toward Xiao Chen, showing its great strength. Xiao Chen smiled happily and dodged it easily. Let's see if you still dare to be cocky. In the future, I'll let you eat shit every day. No, it's eating a profound pill. Little Yellow Feather continuously spat out flames at Xiao Chen. However, Xiao Chen easily dodged them. Flustered and exasperated, Little Yellow Feather could only fly back into the immortal spirit ring. Xiao Chen, Little Yellow Feather said that you bullied it. What's wrong? Ao Jiao asked in confusion as she consoled the golden crow from the immortal spirit ring. It's nothing. Don't listen to this little guy's nonsense. I'm working hard to find snacks for him. It said you gave it poop, Xiao Chen smiled awkwardly. How is that possible? Do you think the Blue Dragon King is such a narrow-minded person? Then Little Yellow Feather is lying? Definitely. After you teach it a lesson, I'll find some poop for it first. That's not right. It's a profound pill. A profound pill containing immortal qi. Xiao Chen accidentally let the cat out of the bag, so he quickly stopped himself and chased after the snake lion. The desolate ancient city was in ruins. The wind rustled endlessly, and an aura of despair pervaded the place. A white figure leaped between the rubble, going further and further away. The Blue Dragon King had a smile on his face as he bickered with Ao Jiao. There was no sign of despair on his face. Xiao Chen landed firmly and silently on a broken wall. When he saw the scene in front, he revealed an expression of understanding. He now somewhat understood why the snake lion ran out of its territory. A wolf-shaped profound beast covered in pitch-black fur stood on a flat, empty ground, slowly chewing on the corpses of a few snake lions. The black profound wolf was a king-grade inferior-grade profound beast. Most medial-grade profound beasts were no match for it. The ferocious snake lions were like lambs before the black profound wolf, unable to resist at all. Since it was a king-grade inferior-grade profound beast, the immortal beast bloodline it contained would definitely be much purer. The value of its profound core would increase tenfold. My luck is pretty good. Not long after, I ran into a king-grade profound beast. With a smile, Xiao Chen squatted down and sat on the broken wall. Then he took out the bright moon-folding fan and watched the black profound wolf eat with a relaxed expression. As Xiao Chen waited, he tried to sense the astral pearls that he had turned into a small bird flying around. However, he did not find anything, so he withdrew his spiritual sense. The black profound wolf, which was happily eating, did not notice a pair of eyes not far away leisurely waiting for it to finish eating. Finished eating? Before you die, you should be satisfied with a full meal. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Then he stood up and announced the black profound wolf's death sentence. Who knew? Something strange happened at this moment. A flying sword descended from the sky, quickly heading for the black profound wolf. It was like a star falling, kicking up a strong wind. Sand and pebbles flew, and dust filled the air. A strong aura spread out, making it difficult to open one's eyes. Xiao Chen squinted slightly. A flying sword. This was a bona fide flying sword, a magic treasure of immortal cultivators. Flying swords were the most commonly used magic treasures of immortal cultivators. There were strong ones and weak ones. The one that descended was clearly not weak. Otherwise, it would not have such a huge commotion. This person would not have dared to risk coming to Despair City. Xiao Chen had often heard that immortal cultivators searching for magic skills in Despair City. He was somewhat surprised to run into one. Could it be that this black profound wolf was extraordinary? Its skeleton contained the markings of a great Dao magic skill? Thinking of this, Xiao Chen's figure flashed backward, hiding. Xiao Chen had been withdrawing his aura. Otherwise, the black profound wolf would not have been so close to him without discovering him. If Xiao Chen wanted to hide, it would be very hard for the immortal cultivators to find him. As an inferior-grade king profound beast, the black profound wolf already possessed the strength of a great grandmaster-level martial sage. The person who came should not be able to kill it so easily. Xiao Chen decided to observe first. Dang! The black profound wolf noticed the strange movement. A ferocious light flashed in its eyes as it roared ferociously. Then, the black profound wolf stretched out its palm and smacked the flying sword back, giving off a metallic clang. At this moment, Xiao Chen, who was in the dark, clearly saw the person who arrived. It was a young immortal cultivator who looked to be in his 30s wearing blue Taoist robes. When Xiao Chen saw this person's face, he found it somewhat familiar. After thinking for a while, he was stunned. It is actually him. After the flying sword was smacked back, the blue-robed cultivator clearly suffered some minor injuries. However, immortal cultivators were best at manipulating magic treasures. In a situation where magical powers were hard to find. In a situation where magic skills were hard to find, the combat prowess of immortal cultivators mostly depended on their magic treasures. Indeed, when the blue-robed cultivator saw the flying sword smacked back, he formed hand seals with both hands, and a flaming metal net flew towards the black profound wolf. The flaming metal net grew larger, covering an extremely large area. Seeing that it would not be easy for the black profound wolf to escape, it swung its claws, flickering with a sharp, cold light. Just as the flaming metal net was about to descend, the black profound wolf moved its claws, trying to tear it apart. Who knew? The instant the flaming metal net descended, It suddenly shrank and firmly bound the black profound wolf. As the flames continued to burn, the black profound wolf howled miserably as it struggled with all its might. The flaming metal net looked like it would break at any moment. The blue-robed cultivator did not dare to be careless. He moved his fingers, and a few more flying swords appeared. This time, the black profound wolf could not dodge. The flying swords pierced it and pinned it to the ground. Controlling several magic treasures at the same time, the blue-robed cultivator appeared to be at ease, not flustered at all. He did not rush, waiting for the black profound wolf to bleed dry before putting away the flaming metal net. However, the 7 flying swords hovered in the air, remaining vigilant and cautious. When the blue-robed cultivator landed on the ground, he kicked the black profound wolf and cursed, "This beast is really strong. It can even easily smack my life flying sword back. Fortunately, I recently refined this golden flaming net. Otherwise, I would not be able to subdue this beast." After saying that, the blue-robed cultivator squatted down and formed hand seals with both hands. Light flickered as he gently tapped the black profound wolf's back. Immediately, a strange scene appeared on the black profound wolf's back. Its fur turned transparent and shiny, and flowing white lines appeared on its bones. The blue-robed cultivator rejoiced at first. However, when he saw that it was only white lines, he immediately felt disappointed. Damn, it's another ordinary magic technique. Magic skills are too hard to find. I cannot find a major magic skill. Even a minor magic skill is hard to find. I do have 2 minor magic skills that can be evolved into major magic skills. This fellow Taoist, do you want them? At some point in time, Xiao Qin had already appeared. He happened to be standing outside the line of the 7 flying swords. When the blue-robed cultivator heard the voice, he was startled and quickly retreated. When he saw Xiao Qin's face, his pupils constricted. The blue-robed cultivator pointed, and the 7 swords shot toward Xiao Qin like dragons piercing through the sun. Then he turned and fled. The 7 flying swords formed a line, displaying extraordinary might. Xiao Qin did not dare to be careless. He sent out the beautiful mountain and river painting from his right palm. Xiao Qin first blocked the fleeing blue-robed cultivator. Then, he opened the folding fan in his hand and dealt with the 7 flying swords with all his might. 1,000 frost battles snow, jagged bones. Snow flew everywhere, and a cold wind blew. The frost for 500 kilometers around was even colder than the wind and snow. As the folding fan flew, Xiao Qin struck down the 7 flying swords. With his full power, the 7 flying swords were like toys to Xiao Qin. Of course, if it were a great grandmaster-level martial sage, even an outstanding talent, they would not be as relaxed as Xiao Qin. The natal flying sword of a nascent soul cultivator was no joke. On the other side, the beautiful landscape painting and the small world of mountains and rivers had completely suppressed the blue-robed cultivator who had no natal dharma treasure. No matter what kind of magic treasures he used, he found it hard to contend against this immortal equipment that was missing a corner. If he still had his intrinsic flying sword, he might be able to pierce through the painting. But now, he was completely helpless. Just as he was about to be sucked into the painting, fear flashed across the eyes of the blue-robed cultivator. He knew better than anyone how terrifying it was to enter the world within the painting. "I surrender. Whatever you want to know, I will tell you." The blue-robed cultivator shouted. Xiao Qin stretched out his hand and beckoned, and the beautiful mountain and river painting escaped into his palm. This blue-robed cultivator was none other than Xiao Qin, who had been dealing with the Eternal Heavenly Sword School's matters in Hunluo Province. The cultivator he encountered had yet to enter the nascent soul realm. Chapter 1066. After so many years, when they met again in Despair City, the other party had already become a nascent soul cultivator. By relying on the might of his magic treasure, he could even kill profound beasts equal to great grandmaster-level martial sages. If not for Xiao Qin improving faster than him, it would be hard to say how things would have turned out. "It looks like you still remember me and know that I have something to ask you," Xiao Qin said indifferently. The blue-robed cultivator smiled bitterly and said, "How can I not remember? I have been in the Eternal Heavenly Sword School all these years." The Blue Dragon King's name resounds like thunder in my ears. Tell me your name first. Feng Wuqing. As the blue-robed cultivator answered, he carefully looked at the 7 life flying swords that the small carriage struck down. I know a little about immortal cultivation. I know the importance of a life flying sword to a cultivator. If you want your flying swords back, you have to answer my questions honestly. Feng Wuqing knew that the blue-robed cultivator was telling the truth. Otherwise, he would not have been able to use the beautiful mountain and river painting. He said helplessly, "Up to you. In any case, they are in your hands. It is impossible for me to run away." Very well. You said that you have been in the Eternal Heavenly Sword School. What have you been doing? Some hesitation appeared in Feng Wuqing's eyes. When he looked up and saw Xiao Chen's cold expression, his heart trembled for some reason. He said, "Nothing much. I just helped with the preparations for refining the True Dragon Life Replenishing Pill." "Why are you back now? Did you successfully refine the True Dragon Life Replenishing Pill?" Feng Wuqing smiled and said, "How can that be? With my alchemy skills, I can only make some preparations. Only my master can refine a medicinal pill that surpasses king grade. Now that I have nothing else to do, naturally, there is no need for me to remain there. But let me ask you another question. Who is the True Dragon Life Replenishing Pill for?" Feng Wuqing shook his head and said, "I don't know. I was only in charge of filtering and refining the True Dragon remains. I was like an odd job worker." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Odd job worker? Your master is really incredible. Just a casual odd job worker is already a nascent soul cultivator. He can even kill a black profound wolf by relying on the might of his magic treasure. This teacher of mine is really something. At least, if you go to the Eternal Sky sect now, you won't even know how you died. If you think I'm exaggerating, a few of his prized disciples are also in Despair City. If you run into them, you'll know the truth." Feng Wuqing faintly smiled as he spoke, seemingly intending to provoke a conflict between Xiao Chen and his senior brothers. "I will find out for myself whether it is true or not. You just have to figure out your own situation first. Let me ask you again. How much longer do you need to refine the True Dragon Life Replenishing Pill?" Xiao Chen asked coldly. "At the very least, 2 years. For such a heaven-defying pill that can change one's fate, just the collection of the True Dragon's remains took 100 years. Refining it is even more troublesome. Whether or not it will succeed is another matter altogether. Can the True Dragon Life Replenishing Pill extend physiological lifespan? Of course not. If extending one's natural lifespan is defying the heavens and changing one's fate, then extending one's physiological lifespan is cutting the heavens and seizing fate. They can't be mentioned in the same breath. Don't think too much about it." It looked like this Feng Wuqing also knew that Xiao Chen only had 20 years left to live. His tone sounded like he rejoiced in Xiao Chen's misfortune. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with Feng Wuqing. He waved his hand and said, "Take your flying sword and go." "You're letting me go just like that?" Feng Wuqing found this inconceivable. Xiao Chen smiled coldly and said, "What's wrong? You don't want to leave? Or do you want to force me to make you use your trump card before I'm satisfied?" Feng Wuqing felt slightly stunned. Then he smiled and said, "It is good to deal with smart people. Actually, the Eternal Heavenly Sword School does not have any secrets. It is just that my master owes the Eternal Heavenly Sword School's founder a favor. Helping him refine the True Dragon Life Replenishing Pill can be considered repaying this favor. However, you'd best not think of causing trouble. I'm not exaggerating my master's strength at all. Killing the current you would be easy." After Feng Wuqing said that, he put away his life-flying sword and immediately left. Whether it was true or false, Feng Wuqing could not come to a conclusion. Feng Wuqing had a trump card to protect his life that he could not bear to use. So, Xiao Chen could not force the other party too much. If he forced the other party into a corner and used his trump card, it would be like drawing water with a sieve. At the very least, Xiao Chen now knew some useful information. The founder of the Eternal Heavenly Sword School was indeed not dead. He was still struggling at death's door, waiting for the True Dragon Life Replenishing Pill to extend his lifespan. As long as the other party was not dead, it would be fine. The clues to the mysterious death of the Thunder King would not disappear. Xiaochen, this matter happened several thousand years ago. It is best not to bother about it, Ao Jiao, who was in the Immortal Spirit Ring, advised. Clearly, Ao Jiao was worried that the master that Feng Wuqing mentioned would send Xiaochen to his death. Xiaochen smiled and said, "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing." Feng Wuqing's master might not be easy to deal with, but he is Emperor Wu, who relied on the life-replenishing pill to survive. I might have a chance in 2 years. Xiaochen. Ao Jiao continued to try to persuade him. Xiaochen interrupted, "There's no need to say anything. You know my character. Once I have decided on something, I will not change my mind. Without the broken sword that the Thunder King left behind, I would have died at Seven-Horn Mountain back then. Along the way, I know that I cannot repay you for how you helped me. However, no matter what, I have to do something. The Thunder King died for no reason. No matter what, I will not remain indifferent." Ao Jiao knew Xiaochen's temper. She only sighed in her heart and did not say anything more. Seeing that Ao Jiao did not say anything, Xiaochen consoled her, "You know that I am not a rash person. I will not do anything rash. Right now, it is better to continue looking for snacks for little yellow feather." When Ao Jiao heard that, she giggled. After knowing the ins and outs of snacks, she laughed for a long time. Feng Wuqing's appearance was just a small interlude. It did not affect what Xiaochen wanted to do. The 4 astral pearls turned into birds flying around the city randomly. However, they actually moved in a regular pattern, not repeating the places they searched. If this continued, Xiaochen would find the source of Despair City sooner or later. It was just a matter of time. If Xiaochen was lucky, he could find it in 1 day. If he was unlucky, he might even find it in a year or so. Xiaochen was not in a rush. He casually strolled around the city like he was taking a stroll. There were traces of history everywhere in the ancient city, enough for one to ponder for a long time. Occasionally, he killed some profound beasts. Xiaochen felt extremely relaxed. While Xiaochen was in such a relaxed state, the other cultivators in Despair City clearly felt the undercurrents in the city intensifying by the day. The 6 immortal holy lands, the treasure master's inheritor, the genius immortal cultivators of the Penglai Sea, and some famous loose cultivators like the blue-robed emperor appeared in Despair City one after another. Even a fool could guess that something big was going to happen in Despair City. Intense battles occasionally broke out between the various holy signs, who either did not accept each other or had grudges with each other long ago. Naturally, it was hard to avoid fighting when they ran into each other. However, the 2 sides stopped fighting when the time was right. They did not show any signs of fighting to the death. The loose cultivators at the level of the blue-robed emperor all endured silently, waiting patiently. To these loose cultivators, there were not many treasures that caught their eye in Despair City. Superior-grade profound beasts were not easy to deal with either. They just calmly waited for the major characters to appear. The heart of the ocean. Only the natural treasures in the heart of the ocean could attract their attention. It was rare for major characters to work together to enter the heart of the ocean when their lifespans were nearing the end. This opportunity could not be missed. Even though these people knew that the heart of the ocean was dangerous, they had to take the risk. 8 handsome horses pulled the golden war chariot, flying slowly in the sky of Despair City. The person driving the chariot was an old man, an expert of the treasure master's residence. He was a great perfection blue-robed emperor. Auntie Bai sat calmly in the back. However, she did not relax her perception for even a moment. An ancient, stern, golden statue filled with killing chi stood at each of the 4 corners of the war chariot. The young treasure master, Yi Ling, and Yu Bingyun stood on the war chariot, sizing up the environment of Despair City as they chatted softly. This is really unexpected. Unexpectedly, Despair City attracted all the demonic geniuses of the heavenly starry ocean, Yi Ling said softly. Yu Bingyun said calmly, "There is still 1 more year before the 4 Seas Hero Gathering. This is a rare fortuitous encounter. Unless one is in closed-door cultivation, it would be hard not to be attracted." That's true. Aside from some remnants, the greatest mystery of Despair City is the location of the source of despair. Miss Bingyun, what do you think? Yu Bingyun smiled and replied, "What opinion can I have? Several seniors have searched for it for thousands of years without finding it. For this treasure to be able to cover the entire city with the aura of despair, it must be of great value. If we can obtain it, we might be able to grasp the state of despair immediately. After studying it for a few years, it would not be difficult to comprehend the will of despair," Yi Ling said with some anticipation. Despair, massacre, and ruin, these were all high-level wills that were extremely hard to comprehend. Anyone who could obtain them with external help would be able to quickly increase their strength. Yu Bingyun could not deny this. However, no matter how much she said, it would be pointless. "There seems to be people fighting in front," Yi Ling suddenly said. In the abandoned plaza, there were collapsed statues everywhere. A man in red clothes and a man who looked like a scholar were fighting intensely. Behind the two stood a group of people, all of them extremely strong. Furthermore, they all had the blue-robed emperor holding the line. However, the people behind the scholarly-looking man all had righteous expressions, extraordinary elegance, and refined auras. The group of people behind the red-clad man all looked unapproachable. They did not hide their tyranny or viciousness at all. One could even vaguely see all sorts of venomous creatures swimming around their feet. The youth that Xiao Chen taught a lesson at the city gates stood in the middle with an excited expression. He shouted, "Elder brother, teach this fellow a lesson. Let this group of bookworms know the power of our five-poison sect." On the golden war chariot, Yi Ling smiled softly and said, "The scholars of the Heavenly Province Academy are not bookworms. Tang Sun's younger brother is still as foolish as ever. The five-poison sect and the Heavenly Province Academy were the Holy Lands. One was righteous and the other evil. The two sides had always been at odds with each other. When they met, a fight would definitely be unavoidable." A dragon roar rang out, and 4 flood dragons pulling a dragon-shaped war chariot slowly appeared in the air. The young palace masters of the 4 divine dragon palaces gathered in the war chariot. The Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master, Ling Xiaofan, stood out from the crowd, attracting a lot of attention. Yi Ling's expression changed slightly. This fellow actually came as well. Chapter 1067. Suddenly, the light in the plaza turned incredibly dazzling. It was a flock of sunbirds carrying the Zodiac Hall's Chu Yang and Fu Hongyao's group to this place. A flower boat filled with scantily clad young women flew over from afar, accompanied by cheerful laughter. On the bow of the ship, there was a beautiful and charming woman. She was an absolute beauty that could subdue the entire world, and she stood there quietly. Her clothes did not reveal a single strand of her skin. However, her exquisite figure and voluptuous figure were paired with her stunning appearance. She looked more alluring than any of the women on the flower boat. This was the Yin-Yang Paradise's holy daughter, Tong Susu. The moment she appeared, 80% of the surrounding men could not help looking over. Tong Susu smiled. Immediately, several cultivators with weak mental fortitude felt like their souls were about to leave their bodies. However, the next group of people that arrived immediately attracted everyone's attention. The demonic geniuses of the Myriad Fiend Island stood on a statue not far away, watching the two fight with interest. Mu Qingyun and Yan Shisan were among them. However, the most eye-catching was a handsome man in beast skin. The Myriad Fiend Island's Di Xinhan with the heavenly spiritual body came out of closed-door cultivation. The heavenly spiritual body was a legendary physique, much stronger than the Thunder Flame war body. When the two in the plaza saw that more people gathered, they stopped after exchanging one move. The red-clad man stood proudly and looked at Di Xinhan. "You actually came out of closed-door cultivation as well? Di Xinhan, you should know when the Myriad Fiend Island's great fiend will arrive, right?" The five poison sect's holy scion asked the question that everyone wanted to know the most. Di Xinhan smiled and said, "Don't ask me. This group of seniors left Myriad Fiend Island half a year ago. Myriad Fiend Island does not have the authority to restrict them." Di Xinhan was the Myriad Law Fiend Master's descendant, yet he did not know that a great Fiend Island would arrive on time. This was unexpected. Whoosh! Just at this moment, everyone's expressions changed. The aura of despair in the surroundings howled like a strong wind, surging in a certain direction at the same time. Someone found the source of despair. The endless aura of despair turned into a hurricane sweeping towards the west of the city. Everyone in the square could clearly feel the despair receding bit by bit until it completely disappeared. On the golden war chariot, joy appeared in Yi Ling's eyes. He said, "It looks like someone really found the source of despair. Based on the direction, it is actually in the sword grave. I wonder who found it." The sword mound was a famous ruin in Despair City. It was an ancient treasure land with more than 10,000 swords stuck in it. There were famous swords, broken swords, treasured swords, and even heavenly weapons. But no matter what, a person could only draw once in the sword tomb, and they would have to face the joint chi of other swords. Tens of thousands of swords vibrated at the same time. The combined sword chi could even injure the blue-robed emperor. It was extremely dangerous. Moreover, after going there once, the sword tomb would remember your aura. Next time, before you could draw your sword, you would be attacked by the sword tomb as long as you got close. In Despair City, there were a few swordsmen who came to seek their luck. If they were lucky, they could draw a treasure sword. Then, it would be worth it to suffer an attack from the blue-robed emperor. However, no matter what the quality of the swords in the sword mound was, most of them were unlucky. They suffered an attack from the blue-robed emperor and even drew a broken sword. Hence, although the sword mound was famous, not many people visited it. The source of despair was hidden in such a well-known place. This was indeed somewhat surprising. Yu Bingyun entered deep thought. She knew that Xiao Chen was in Despair City. When she found the source of despair, the first person she thought of was Xiao Chen. She exchanged glances with Yi Ling. Clearly, they both had similar guesses. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Many figures appeared. The various immortal holy lands and the other outstanding talents all rushed to the sword mound without saying a word. The great fiends and major characters had not arrived yet. What else attracted the most attention in Despair City? Naturally, it had to be the source of despair. This was a treasure that countless people could not find for thousands of years. Now, it was about to see the light of day again. How could they not be tempted? Come, let's go and take a look as well. Yi Ling's golden war chariot was a little late, but it was not slow, following closely behind the group. The two guessed that the one who found the source of despair was Xiao Chen. However, they guessed wrong. Inside a dilapidated palace hall, Xiao Chen looked at the mural on the wall with interest. The mural was very beautiful, depicting a grand banquet of immortals. The location of the banquet should be in Despair City. There were many people in the mural. Xiao Chen observed carefully. Apart from many cultivators in Taoist robes, there were also many bald monks and Confucian scholars. The Buddhists, Taoists, and Confucians all chatted merrily, drinking tea and discussing the Tao. While their words and actions appeared casual, they were actually fighting in secret. The most complete mural showed a monk with a golden lotus under his feet. As he spoke, the holy sound of the Buddhist sect turned into multicolored heavenly flowers. As he spoke, golden flowers bloomed everywhere. The man with the appearance of a Confucian scholar gently fanned himself with his folding fan. His eyes glowed with a divine charm, looking bright and spirited. As the man fanned himself, he spoke the words of the Confucian scholars, speaking in an orderly manner. This clashed with the golden flowers formed by the monk's Buddhist voice. The golden flowers moved up and down with his words, creating a wondrous scene. The cultivator in Taoist robes walked in the middle with a smile on his face. He did not speak, nor did he speak of the Dharma. However, he vaguely gave off a feeling that the great Tao was silent and the great Tao was silent. The Tao was him and he was the tyranny of the Tao. That was right. The feeling that this person gave Xiao Chen when he spoke was one word: tyrannical. It looked like the immortal epoch was an interesting age. The Buddhists, Taoists, and Confucians coexisted. The sages competed with each other. That would have been an extraordinarily bustling age. Now that the immortal Tao had collapsed, reincarnation no longer existed. Immortals no longer existed, and martial luck flourished. During the martial epoch, the later generations of the Buddhists continued to pass on their inheritance. However, the Qing emperor destroyed them 10,000 years ago. The Confucian sects had always existed. Now, the innate academy was the orthodox Confucian sect. The martial techniques and cultivation techniques in the sect were all derived from the Confucian immortal arts. However, the prestige of the Confucian sects was no longer as strong as before. They could now split the world into three. Furthermore, the inheritances of the sect were all obtained by the later generations and were not complete. If one day, when Xiaochen was free, he could go to the various ancient remnants and explore the secrets of the immortal epic. That would be a joyous thing. After looking at the murals, Xiaochen sighed in his heart. The immortal epic would definitely be an even more majestic age. The world would not be limited to the Kunlun realm. Also, no one would ask if there was a martial god after Prime, which was a rather sorrowful question. All the cultivation realms and magic skill inheritances were complete. Xiaochen frowned. He clearly felt the fluctuations of the aura of despair in the air. He looked to the west of the city and muttered to himself, "Someone actually found the source of despair first." Xiaochen took out the map and compared it with his finger. Then he pointed to the sword mound in the west of the city. It was actually in the sword mound. However, when he thought about it, it was highly possible. There were many swords in the sword mound. The sword refined by the despair throne was hidden among them. Furthermore, there was a large formation laid down below. There were swords of varying quality, so it would be very difficult for others to find it. This time, for some unknown reason, the sword was found. If Xiaochen guessed right, it was very likely that it was a coincidence. Someone accidentally came into contact with that treasured sword with hidden mysteries. A chance of 1 in 10,000. This probability was pitifully small. No wonder no one had found the source of despair after so many years. With a thought, Xiaochen summoned 4 small birds made of astral pearls. They turned into beams of light and quickly flew over. Then he unfurled the cycle banner. A shield of light appeared and collected the astral pearls. Now that someone had found the source of despair, the astral pearls of massacre, death, ruin, and grief were naturally useless. Although Xiaochen was somewhat surprised that someone beat him to it, it did not matter. Before the great fiends arrived, the major characters were not around. With Emperor Wu not making a move, Xiaochen was confident of snatching the source of despair. After leaving Despair City, Xiaochen stood on the sea and put on the Neptune crown. Within the domain, the small perfection blue-robed emperor would die one after another. They would not even have a chance to flee. No matter how many there were, Xiaochen did not fear the great perfection blue-robed emperor. If anyone wanted to fight him, they would have to consider the consequences. With the domain of the Neptune crown, the huge gap between Xiaochen and the great perfection blue-robed emperor narrowed significantly. In a clash, even if Xiaochen could not defeat the great perfection blue-robed emperor, he would be able to severely injure the other party and make them pay a painful price. Only the peak consummation blue-robed emperor would be somewhat problematic. However, as long as there were not 4 or 5 of them at once, Xiaochen could leave easily. The despair throne belonged to Xiaochen. No one could stop him. A domineering look flashed in Xiaochen's eyes as he put on the Neptune crown. Then, he pushed off the ground and headed for the sword mound. Xiaochen moved like a dragon, scattering the wind and clouds. At this moment, the aura of despair gathered in the sword mound had already materialized, turning into a black hurricane that howled in the air. When all the outstanding talents arrived and saw the black hurricane, they all took a deep breath. If they got hit by this hurricane, it would be very uncomfortable. They might even fall into an illusion, unable to extricate themselves. 3 cultivators wearing Taoist robes stood on the barren land filled with swords. When they saw the arriving outstanding talents, they smiled bitterly. How long had it been? They had just coincidentally found the treasure sword containing the source of despair and blocked a few waves of attacks from the group of swords. Yet they were surrounded by such a large group of people. Furthermore, all of them had frighteningly powerful backgrounds. They were not easy to deal with. I was wondering who it was. So, it is the people of the Penglai Sea. After finding this source of despair, why are you still not moving? Do you think that you can take away such a treasure? The red-clad holy son of the five poison sect said rudely. The cultivators on both sides showed rage on their faces. Only the calm-looking white-robed cultivator in the middle said calmly, "Five poison sect?" If I remember correctly, before the five poison sect's sect master advanced to sovereign martial emperor, his poison entered his body, seeping deep into his blood and marrow. If not for my master's help, he would have died long ago. The red-clad young master's expression froze. He exclaimed in shock, "Your master is Immortal Venerate Yunqin?" The white-robed cultivator smiled and said, "That is my master. I am his third disciple, Gongshanyu." Chapter 1068. Immortal Venerate Yunqin was famous throughout the entire heavenly starry ocean. He had deep friendships with the masters of the various holy lands. In addition to his magical treasures, his alchemy skills that had reached the pinnacle of perfection made it difficult for others to become enemies with him. Immortal Venerate was not a cultivation rank. It was just a title, referring to those cultivators who had cultivated their immortal arts to the point where they could no longer cultivate them. Such an Immortal Venerate was very powerful. If the immortal epic existed, he could succeed in his tribulation at any time and ascend to immortality. There were only 3 immortal supremacies in the entire Penglai Sea. Even if the immortal Tao did not exist and there were no tribulations to read, with their magic skills and many magic treasures, Immortal Venerates could compete with sovereign martial emperors. He was the disciple of Immortal Venerable Yunqin. This made things a bit difficult. "What? Are you trying to scare us away by using Venerable Yunqin's name?" The one who spoke was Chu Yang, the palace master of the Zodiac Hall. As one of the 3 primes of the heavenly starry ocean, in terms of strength and status, Immortal Venerate Yunqin was much inferior. Gongshanyu smiled and said, "Naturally, I do not dare to. I, Gongshanyu, am not someone who does not understand the situation. The reason why I'm using my master's name is because I want to discuss something with all of you. Beneath my feet is a treasured sword refined from the source of despair. If anyone is able to pull this sword out, they will be able to obtain it. The sword belongs to that person. If he can't pull it out, then this sword will be taken by us junior brothers. How about it? Of course, for the sake of fairness, the seniors of the various sects cannot interfere." Many outstanding talents whispered to each other and discussed with their seniors. It had to be said that Gongshanyu's suggestion was perfect. There was only one treasure sword. Even if Gongshanyu did not fight for it, the other outstanding talents would not accept it. They would definitely bring the experts of their sects and start a chaotic battle. Although the source of despair was precious, there was no need to pay such a huge price for it. The harvest from the heart of the ocean was the biggest goal of this trip. Although Gongshanyu's suggestion clearly favored Xiaoqian, it would definitely not be easy to pull out the despair sword. However, the Heavens Prides were all arrogant people. They all felt that they might be able to pull out the sword. "Senior brother, will they agree to your suggestion?" Above the sword mound, Gongshanyu's 2 junior brothers asked softly. Gongshanyu revealed a smile, feeling very confident. He said indifferently, "You don't agree? Hee, if you don't agree, where will you put your face? Wouldn't you be afraid of me, a cultivator? Our 5 poison sect agrees with your suggestion." The red-clothed young master from the 5 poison sect discussed with the 2 old men in the sect for a moment before making the first decision. The scholar from the Heavenly Province Academy wasn't willing to fall behind and he spoke out. "The Heavenly Province Academy has no objections either." Once someone agreed, the others would have to agree even if they didn't want to. Gongshanyu's skill could be seen from the minute details. As for the rogue cultivators who had rushed over, they could only look on with envy. They did not dare to express their dissatisfaction in such a situation. If he really stood out, the other holy lands would join forces to suppress him. The gains would not make up for the losses. He could only watch the show from the sidelines. "Who wants to go first?" Gongshanyu stood in the middle of the black hurricane above the sword mound. He smiled faintly as he spoke. No one moved for a long time after Gongshanyu spoke. Everyone knew that this treasure sword that contained the source of despair was definitely not simple. No one was stupid. Gongshan, you would not make such a suggestion and let someone else take away the despair sword for free. They wanted to be the first to snatch the sword, but they were afraid of taking the risk and the negative consequences. The outstanding talents felt very conflicted. I'll go. After a while of silence, the red-clothed young master from the Five Poison sect soared into the air with an untamed look in his eyes. The black hurricane howled, and the horrifying state of despair made everyone feel unbearable pain. The red-clothed young master narrowed his eyes and resisted the invasion of the state of despair. His figure flashed, and he moved through the hurricane, arriving before Gongshan Yu and the others. Despite being in the center of the hurricane, this place was very calm. Not even the sound of wind could be heard. Please. Gongshan Yu and his two junior brothers retreated far away. They only stopped when they were out of the entire sword mound. The red-clothed young master looked down and fixed his gaze on a black sword flickering with a faint light. He stepped on the air and slowly arrived before the sword. Everyone turned to look at Lin Fan, looking forward to what would happen next. They could not let this fellow take advantage of them. Otherwise, they would suffer a great loss. That was what most people thought. Risk and opportunity coexisted. The first person to appear would definitely face the greatest risk. However, the opportunity was also the greatest. The red-clothed young master kept his cool and descended. Then, he walked through the group of swords and arrived before the sword. This young master will be taking this sword. The red-clothed young master shouted and stretched out his hand to grasp the sword hilt. Then, he circulated all the law energy in his body and pulled it up. With this movement, the tens of thousands of swords in the sword mound buzzed at the same time. Every sword gave off a black sword chi. The black sword chi gushed out, forming thousands upon thousands of them. They gathered in the air like countless tributaries merging into a great river. In that instant, the aura surged 100 times, 1,000 times. The sword tore through space and charged forward. It was like a meteor or lightning, unbelievably fast. However, it was not over yet. The 10-odd black tornadoes in the sky above the sword mound seemed to be sentient as they attacked at the same time. Even if the red-clothed young master could block the ferocious sword chi, the 10-odd tornadoes of despair, which were nearly solid, would catch him in a pincer attack. Even if he did not die, he would be half dead. The red-clothed young master revealed a complicated expression. He had not expected to meet with such a choice the moment he touched the sword hilt and before he had even used any strength. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the red-clothed young master made his decision. He let go and dodged the sword chi. His figure flashed, and he found an opening to escape from the surrounding tornadoes. Bang! Who could have expected the 18 tornadoes to merge into one and produce a horrifying black shock wave? The red-clothed young master could not dodge in time and was struck by the shock wave. The red-clothed young master vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. He fell into an illusion of despair, his face filled with horror. The experts of the Five Poison sect quickly stood up and woke the red-clothed young master from the illusion. Challenge failed. Gongshan Yu revealed an expression of having expected this. His lips curled up in a faint smile. Even with his soul transformation realm cultivation, he could not draw the sword by himself. He did not believe that any of these outstanding talents could do it. Even a small perfection existence like the blue-robed emperor would have to think twice before forcefully drawing the sword when facing this chain of attacks. The difficulty of drawing the sword was very high. The outstanding talents remained silent as they considered this. Even if they had to pay the price of being severely injured to draw the sword, was it worth it for the source of despair? If they were injured, it would be troublesome in the heart of the ocean later. Let me try. The elegant scholar from the Heavenly Province Academy stepped forward and said, the Five Poison sect was famous for their poison attacks. Their combat prowess might be very high, and it would not be difficult for them to challenge those of a higher cultivation. However, in the current situation, they still had to rely on their fundamentals. Unorthodox methods would not be of much use. The elegant scholar felt that his fundamentals were much stronger than the red-clothed young master's, so he should have a chance. By paying an extremely small price, he could successfully snatch the sword. As long as he could scatter the sword of despair, he would still have some energy left. With his movement technique, he would be able to draw the sword and escape. His movement technique was graceful, and he easily avoided the hurricane that was coming from all directions, landing beside the sword of despair. When the elegant scholar grasped the sword of despair, a similar scene occurred once more. The scholarly man folded his folding fan. The righteous qi in his body was like a vast river, boundless and boundless. The righteous qi flowed along the folding fan and turned into a beam of light that clashed with the despairing sword qi. Boom! The two clashed, resulting in a loud explosion that exceeded the elegant scholar's expectations. With 50% of his strength, he only managed to scatter most of the sword of despair. The remaining sword of despair continued to fly in his direction. The elegant scholar frowned and decisively let go of the sword of despair. He soared into the sky like an eagle, circling 3 times before soaring a few thousand meters into the sky. Then he dove down and landed outside the sword tomb. He dodged the shockwave created by the hurricane. Although he failed the challenge, he was not injured at all. When the hurricane of despair scattered, a few more people came over to try and snatch the sword of despair. However, when the sword of despair and the hurricane attacked at the same time, they found it hard to block. If they clashed head-on, they would only suffer significant injuries. It was not worth it. Big brother, go and give it a try. With your strength, you can definitely obtain it easily, the Myriad Fiend Islands Mu Qingyun encouraged. Di Xinhan shook his head and said, I cannot expose my trump card here. It is not worth it. The Lunar Palace's holy daughter stood on the golden war chariot and looked around, looking like she was searching for someone. However, after looking around a few times, she did not see the person she was looking for. She could not help revealing a doubtful expression. The young treasure master, Yi Ling, knew that the holy daughter was looking for someone. When he looked around, he also had a strange expression. How come I do not see that person at such an important occasion? Does he not care about this sword? Yi Ling did not care about this for now. He collected his thoughts and shook his head. Most importantly, he chose to give up. The remaining strong people who had not made a move yet, Chu Yang, Ling Xiaofan and Tong Susu, all considered for a while and chose to give up. Their reason was the same as Di Xinhan's. They did not want to expose their trump cards here. Gong Shanyu smiled faintly and said in a clear voice, Everyone here comes from extraordinary backgrounds. I believe you are all people who keep your word. If no one is willing to try, then I can only accept this sword with my 2 junior brothers. Seeing Gong Shanyu's cocky expression, the outstanding talents present all felt upset, feeling extremely depressed. After being made a fool of in front of everyone, no one would feel good in their heart. No one said anything, no one came to try. Gong Shanyu smiled and said, Since there is no one else, then I will thank the holy science for helping me achieve my goals. I will reluctantly accept this sword. Just as Gong Shanyu and the other 2 were about to make a move, a discordant voice rang out. Since you are reluctant, then I think it is best if you do not accept it. The sudden voice surprised everyone. Who was so bold as to not give face to Immortal Venerate Yunqin? Most of the people in the heavenly starry ocean who had the confidence to say such words were already here. Who was this person? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a person in white robes. The blood on his robes had not dried yet. It seemed like he had just experienced a battle and rushed over before he could rest. This person had a delicate face and a blue headscarf on his forehead. As he walked over, he had a cold and emotionless expression. Aside from deep and cold eyes, there was no other emotion. Chapter 1069. Xiao Chen, Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen. Any cultivator of any strength in the heavenly starry ocean had probably seen this attire and this face before. In the Cloud Sea domain, Xiao Chen instantly killed the 8 blue-robed emperors. After that, he killed 2 of the Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's blue-robed emperors. To dare to take the Holy Daughter's pulse and carry her away in public, only the Kunlun continent's Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chen, could do such a thing. Who wouldn't know the name of the Blue Dragon King? Unfortunately, this type of person only had 20 years to live. He was destined to die young, unable to reach the Great Tao. He would only be like a meteor, shining for a moment before quickly falling. But now, no one dared to look down on him, and no one was willing to look for trouble. Xiaoqin, Blue Dragon King Xiaoqin, I've heard of you. However, no matter how famous you are, you still have to follow the most basic rules. Now, according to the rules, this sword already belongs to me, Gong Shanyu. Gong Shanyu frowned slightly. He was really unlucky to have Qing Yaojin appear out of nowhere. However, after much effort, he finally managed to snatch the Sword of Despair from the hands of so many geniuses. Now that he was just one step away, he would not give up no matter what. Xiaoqin ignored him and glanced at the sword mound. Fortunately, the Sword of Despair was still there and hadn't been taken away. On the way, Xiaoqin rushed over, but he just happened to run into a high-rank profound beast. With the strength of the blue-robed emperor and his cunning character, it took Xiaoqin quite some time. He thought that by the time he arrived, the Sword of Despair would have already been snatched away by the time he arrived. Xiaoqin, don't you even follow the most basic rules? When Gong Shanyu saw that Xiaoqin ignored him, he showed an unhappy expression. Rules? You call that a rule? Xiaoqin smiled faintly. Nothing could be accomplished without rules. However, not everyone could set rules, and not everyone had to follow them. At the very least, Xiaoqin did not need to follow the rules set by Gong Shanyu. Xiaoqin soared into the air and flew towards the sword grave. Gong Shanyu shouted, "Stop him!" The two junior brothers immediately made their move. With a flick of their sleeves, a large number of magical treasures with the power to split mountains and split seas swept toward Xiaoqin. There were flying swords that flickered with cold light, huge seals that were engraved with mountains and rivers, and iron nets that were covered with flames. Xiaoqin did not even look at them. The beautiful mountain and river painting flew out from his palm. The mountains, rivers, and rivers gathered into a painting that blocked all the magic treasures. His figure flickered as he pounced towards the Sword of Despair in the Sword Catacomb. Seeing how reckless Xiaoqin was, he flew toward the Sword Catacomb. Quite a few people couldn't help but have some thoughts. This Despair Sword wasn't that easy to obtain. If Xiaoqin forcefully snatched the sword and got injured, there was a good chance that he would be killed here. The black hurricane of despair howled above the sword tomb, sweeping in all directions. Bang! Xiaoqin stretched out his hand and punched the incoming hurricane. There was a loud sound, and this solid hurricane of despair shattered under his punch. Such a scene shocked several people. The outstanding talents who tried to snatch the sword earlier did not dare to face this hurricane head-on. They all used their movement techniques to dodge it. However, Xiaoqin was extremely tyrannical. He did not have any intention of dodging. He just punched and shattered the hurricane of despair. Xiaoqin forcefully endured the strong shock wave that came from the state of despair the instant the hurricane shattered. It was like nothing had happened to him. Xiaoqin strolled around the sword tomb. He punched again and again, shattering all the incoming black hurricanes. Just how strong is his mental state? It was not just the outstanding talents of the same generation, but even the older generation cultivators all showed changes in their expressions. They all had the ability to shatter the hurricane of despair, so it was not much. However, what was hard to resist was the state of despair that appeared the instant the hurricane shattered. If they were not careful, they would fall into an illusion, unable to extricate themselves. Earlier, the shock wave from the 5 poison sect's scarlet-clad young master had trapped him in an illusion. Without external help, he would not have been able to escape. However, Xiaoqin had forcefully endured the despairing shock waves of the 10-odd tornadoes, shattering like nothing had happened to him. He landed and stretched out his hand, grasping his sword. The 10,000 swords hummed together and merged into one. Then, they flew like a meteor chasing the moon, piercing towards Xiaoqin's back. The black hurricanes that were scattered earlier gathered together the instant Xiaoqin grasped the sword hilt. They turned into a ferocious beast and opened their jaws, launching themselves at Xiaoqin. It was like they had discussed this beforehand. Just at this instant, a bright light burst out from the chest of the Zodiac Hall's Chu Yang. It looked like he was half the sun, radiating a bright golden light. Every strand of golden light was like a blazing flame. The dark space of Despair City immediately turned bright. Leng Xiaofan's face sank. He slapped the war chariot, and the 4 deep-sea flood dragons pulling the war chariot roared ferociously. Then, they charged at Xiao Chen with boundless dragon might. The 5 poison sect's scarlet-clad young masters smiled coldly and attacked at the same time. A huge snake made of black venomous fog slithered toward Xiao Chen. There were also some loose cultivators who wished to stir up trouble, taking advantage of the chaos to make a move. In that instant Xiao Chen grasped the sword hilt, an overwhelming barrage of attacks rained down like a torrential storm, hail, and snow. As long as Xiao Chen dared to continue drawing his sword, even the Blue Dragon King would lose half his life under the suppression of so many attacks. On the golden war chariot, Yu Bingyun suddenly stood up. Some changes appeared on her calm face, and the crescent moon mark on her forehead glowed with light. A strong energy slowly gathered. Yi Ling, who was standing at the side, felt slightly surprised. He said, "Miss Bingyun, there is no need to worry. I believe he will retreat in the face of difficulty and know when to give up." In such a dangerous situation, just when everyone thought that Xiao Chen would give up on drawing his sword, the white-clad man holding the despair sword looked back. The white-robed man holding the despair sword glanced back, and 2 rays of light, one gold and one white, flew out from his eyes. The origins of the solar true flame and the lunar true flame chased each other. This was the first time Xiao Chen used the truly perfect Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram in actual combat. Boom! The 2 opposing attributes of Yin and Yang merged perfectly with the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram, forming a boundlessly charming golden diagram. It fixed the space in place, like a wall, separating the world into 2 worlds. When all the attacks struck the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram, they were reflected back with multiple times the force. The one who attacked the heaviest was the most unlucky. Many of them ended up severely injured by their own attacks. Some even fainted. The surroundings turned chaotic. All sorts of horrifying shock waves surged out in all directions. Miserable cries rang out continuously. The instant the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram vanished, Xiao Chen shouted and drew the despair sword. Bang! 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 Instantly, the sound of thousands of swords shattering rang out at the same time in the sword mound. The many swords all shattered into pieces. The fragments carried a strong force as they spun in all directions. The energy contained in each shard was no less than the full power strike of a great Grandmaster-level martial sage. What was even more horrifying was the remnant aura of despair in the shards. Scatter! The various outstanding talents surrounding the sword mound and the hundreds of loose cultivators all revealed horrified expressions as they scattered in a fluster. The scene, which was already chaotic enough, suddenly became even more unbearable. Many disciples of the same sect were separated from each other. The center of the storm was always peaceful. The instigator of all this, Xiao Chen, also had a calm expression. When Xiao Chen looked around, he did not see a single person within 5 kilometers. Xiao Chen's gaze fell on the despair sword. Then, he sized up the sword in his hand with interest and touched the blade with his right hand. When Xiao Chen felt the despair aura lingering on his fingertip, he clicked his tongue in praise. He did not seem to fear this despair aura that terrified everyone. After the storm subsided, the group of outstanding talents and loose cultivators were in sorry states. Nearly no one had managed to escape from the earlier chaos. Even Yi Ling and Yu Bingyun, who were on the golden war chariot, had been flustered for a while. The sword shards tore their clothes significantly. As for the cultivators who sneak attacked Xiao Chen earlier, they were even more unlucky. The rebound from the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram had already injured them significantly. In the subsequent wave of sword shards, a few small perfection blue-robed emperor cultivators could not dodge in time and ended up dying. Xiao Chen. When Chu Yang and the others saw that Xiao Chen was not injured at all and was still in the mood to admire the sword, all of them felt rage burn in their hearts. Feeling many hostile gazes, Xiao Chen smiled faintly and put away the despair sword. Then, he said indifferently, "Many thanks for everyone's help. This Xiao will take his leave first." Xiao Chen noticed that there were many great perfection blue-robed emperors present. Each of the 6 immortal holy lands had a great perfection blue-robed emperor. Among the loose cultivators, Most of them were small perfection blue-robed emperors. There were only one or two great perfection blue-robed emperors. Not only did the great perfection blue-robed emperor already condense his heavenly seal, but he also cultivated a unique soul, making his heavenly seal no longer just a form. Right now, the great perfection blue-robed emperor was 2 grades higher than Xiaochen. His dragon-shaped heavenly seal and its outline were all stars. If not for his heavenly sage laws reaching 10,000, even the small perfection blue-robed emperor would find it difficult to deal with him. In his current state, Xiaochen was confident of dealing with 1 great perfection blue-robed emperor. However, 2 would be problematic. Xiaochen could not use Neptune's crown in Despair City, he had to be above the sea. There were many great perfection blue-robed emperors here. Now that Xiaochen obtained what he wanted, his trip to Despair City came to a perfect end. Fortunately, he did not see any peak consummation blue-robed emperors. Such existences were probably preparing to undergo their great tribulation of wind and fire and rarely appeared for no reason. Xiaochen smiled faintly and turned to leave. Damn it! How can I just let you leave after taking my things? Naturally, the most depressed person here was Immortal Venerate Cloud Dust's 3rd disciple, Gong Shanyu. At the last moment, someone snatched away his treasure. How could Gong Shanyu swallow this frustration? Magic skill, falling stars. Gong Shanyu paled as he quickly formed hand seals with his hands. All sorts of mysterious powers turned into beams of light shooting into the sky as Gong Shanyu formed hand seals. The moment Xiaochen turned around, he quickly executed the magic skill that he had prepared for a long time. Under the influence of the magic skill, a star actually fell from the distant sky. Starlight descended, piercing through the seawater and landing on Despair City, landing on Xiaochen's body. When Xiaochen looked up, the seawater 10 kilometers around him seemed to turn transparent. He could see the starry heavens beyond the sky, forming a wondrous scene. Chapter 1070. The surface area of this star was not even the size of a speck of dust in the universe, but it was still the size of a small mountain. The world often used the term meteor to describe a cultivator's speed. Now that a real meteor had descended, everyone realized that it was much faster than they had imagined. So this is an immortal technique? Unimaginable, truly unimaginable. Many of the blue-robed emperor present smacked their lips, unable to understand what was going on. Hurry up and scatter. This star isn't big, but it has fallen from the starry sky. Even if we aren't the target, the shockwaves can still hurt us. So. The others reacted and dodged again, not wanting to be swept by the aftershocks. Xiaochen frowned slightly. Gong Shanyu truly lived up to his name as a soul transformation realm cultivator. Even Xiaochen secretly admired this magic skill. He also had his own abilities, and the starry sky storm could move the real stars. However, with the magic power of the nascent soul realm, he still had a long way to go before he could do that. If he wasn't wrong, then the senior brother that Feng Wuqing spoke of was this person. Even a rock falling from the starry sky could crush someone to death. It was easy to imagine the might of this meteorite the size of a small mountain. The geniuses in the distance placed their gazes on Xiaochen after retreating further away, waiting to see how he would react. Cultivators were few in number, and their top combat power was inferior to martial artists. But in a battle between the same generation, especially in the same realm, there were very few martial artists who could defeat cultivators by relying on magic treasures and divine abilities. Back then, the original purpose of the Four Seas Hero Gathering had not changed. In the competition between immortals and cultivators, cultivators always lost more than they won. Gong Shanyu's earlier suggestion clearly favored himself. However, the many outstanding talents still agreed. This was not only because of Yun Chen's master, but also because of his own strength, which was at the divine transformation realm, which was something that no one dared to underestimate. Strange, the stars haven't fallen yet. Why isn't Xiaochen taking the opportunity to escape? He can't avoid it. Didn't you see that the starlight has already landed on him? It's useless to hide at the ends of the earth. The moment the barrier of the sky is broken, the stars will pierce through the seawater and crash into him in the blink of an eye. Just thinking about it is terrifying. A meteorite the size of a small mountain falling from the sky to the ground. Just how much explosive force would it take? Immortal technique. It's been so many years since I've seen such a powerful technique. Many cultivators were not optimistic about Xiao Chen's chances, unless he could use the defensive secret technique that shocked everyone earlier again. However, anyone could tell that it was not easy to use such a heaven-defying secret technique even once. How could he use it again in such a short period of time? On the golden war chariot, the young treasure master, Yi Ling, said softly, Xiao Chen was still too careless. He should not have given Gongshan Yu a chance to execute his magic skill. In the hands of a soul formation cultivator, the full power of this immortal spell is something that even the blue-robed emperor wouldn't dare to underestimate. Yu Bingyun glanced at the old man driving the war chariot and said, Young treasure master, later, if the blue dragon king gets injured, I would like to ask this senior and my aunt Bai to help him leave. Yi Ling was very intelligent. Although he felt suspicious, he did not ask why. He smiled and said, Since Miss Bingyun has spoken, this young master naturally will not refuse. Even Yu Bingyun did not think much of Xiao Chen's chances. A soul formation cultivator completely executed the magic skill. With Xiao Chen's current cultivation, it would be too difficult for him to block it. Chu Yang and the others were already storing up power in secret, preparing to deal a fatal blow the moment Xiao Chen got injured, preventing him from making a comeback. Only Mu Qingyun and Yan Shisan, who were in the Myriad Fiend Island group, thought about that day. He sent out a palm strike from 50,000 meters away. He fell into deep thought, not daring to come to a conclusion. As everyone expected, the star broke through the barrier of the sky in an instant. Then, it pierced through the seawater and crashed towards Xiao Chen. The instant the seawater split open, a dazzling fiery light shone even more resplendent than the sun, illuminating the sky. At this moment, the normally dark Despair City became as bright as day. Every corner of the streets and alleys was illuminated. Every cultivator adventuring in the city was stunned at this moment, not understanding what was going on. However, this light only shone for an instant. This instant was even shorter than the blink of an eye. As a result, many cultivators began to wonder if the light they saw was an illusion. Boom! A sound even louder than thunder rang out. The sky shook, and the entire Despair City trembled. This sound shook everyone's soul, startling them awake from their dreams and making them open their eyes. They wanted to see the real world, to see what method the Blue Dragon King used to block this move. The ground shook, but the white-clad Xiao Chen did not move at all. A bright moon slowly vanished behind Xiao Chen. However, the lofty aspirations and hot-bloodedness spreading in the air were like the wind and lightning, undying and lasting for a long time. The magic skill broke and exploded in the air. Gongshan Yu vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to one knee. Gongshan Yu's two junior brothers rushed over and helped him up. After checking that he was only weakened by the rebound of the magic skill, they relaxed slightly. Not many people clearly saw how Xiao Chen made a move to explode the star at the most dangerous moment. The few people who saw it clearly were also extremely shocked. What kind of palm technique could have such a violent and explosive power? It was even stronger than a meteor falling from the starry heavens, suppressing the other party. Chu Yang and the others did not know whether to release the martial techniques they had been storing up in secret or not. They felt very conflicted. Xiao Chen raised his head and looked around. Aside from the loose cultivators, the ones who intended to attack him were Zodiac Hall, Neptune's old subordinates, and the Five Poison Sect. As Xiao Chen looked over, the hearts of the blue-robed emperor, who were preparing to attack in secret, tightened, and they immediately scattered the martial techniques they had prepared. With just one gaze, these people were frightened into not daring to make a move. Xiao Chen had achieved his goal, so he did not linger. Right now, he was not in a good state. If the martial techniques of these blue-robed emperor landed, he would definitely be injured without the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. As everyone looked at Xiao Chen's back, they all had the same thought in their hearts. Fortunately, such a person only had 20 years to live. In the age of great competition, the survivor was king. No matter how bright the meteor was, it disappeared in a flash. After shattering the star with one palm strike, Chen turned around again. No one dared to make a move. After the matter was settled, Chen left without a trace for 500 kilometers, leaving only his back and lofty aspirations that had yet to fade. The myriad fiend islands Di Xinhan said after a while, he lives up to his reputation. I am not comparable to him. Not every outstanding talent was as calm as Di Xinhan, saying that he was not as good as Chen. However, regardless of whether they admitted it or not, before Chen drew his saber, with just one palm strike, he had already subdued all the outstanding talents of the heavenly starry ocean. Yan Shisan said rationally, the blue-robed emperor is indeed a dividing line. Without becoming a blue-robed emperor, it would be hard to compete with him. This trip to the heart of the ocean is an opportunity for everyone. Mu Qingyun nodded and said, that's right. We are all just one step away from becoming a blue-robed emperor. All we lack is some fortuitous encounters. When we reach the blue-robed emperor realm, it is hard to say who will win. Di Xinhan said indifferently, it is also possible that we will die here. This is one of the 8 great forbidden lands. It is no joke. They're here. Yan Shisan suddenly raised his head and said, they're here. A major character approaching the end of his lifespan is indeed here. Everyone present could feel a vast might bearing down on them. Although this might was strong, there was a formless aura of the setting sun in the west. With such a special might there was no need to guess. It was the long-awaited great fiends. These major characters were nearing the end of their lifespans and could not be bothered to withdraw their auras. They were also unwilling to be harassed by profound beasts, which resulted in such a strong might. At the city gates of Despair City, 3 fiend race old men and a middle-aged man looked at the city walls with complicated expressions. The immense pressure that permeated the entire Despair City originated from the 3 old men. The 4 were all greater heavenly Emperor Wu. However, in terms of strength, the middle-aged man's aura was slightly stronger than the 3 old men's. The middle-aged man had a significant background. His name was Zong Buxiong. He founded the Heavenly Evil Gate in the Black Sea and was known as the Heavenly Evil Emperor. In the Black Sea, he was as famous as the 13 Great Bandits. He had a long lifespan. However, he came to the heart of the ocean to seek an opportunity to be conferred king. The 3 old men came from the myriad fiend island. They were already nearing the end of their lifespans. They were people who counted the days. The heart of the ocean was one of the 8 great forbidden lands. With their greater heavenly Emperor Wu's cultivation, wanting to enter the heart of the ocean to search for the heaven-defying divine medicine that could change one's fate was no different from suicide. In reality, the forbidden lands had always been the burial ground of great emperors in their twilight years. Most Emperor Wu, who was nearing the end of his lifespan, would give it his all and barge into the forbidden lands after making arrangements for his death. However, since ancient times, those who could change their fate and successfully walk out were few and far between. The 3 old men were well aware that they were walking a path of death. They would definitely not be able to return, only adding a few more emperor skeletons to the heart of the ocean. The aura of despair in the city has disappeared. The source of despair has been snatched away. Zong Buxiong said with a doubtful expression. The 3 old men had long sensed that the aura of despair had disappeared. However, there was no change in their expressions. They had already seen through everything. From this small matter, one could see the difference in the mentality of Zong Buxiong and the 3 old men. The source of despair can also be considered a treasure. If it was 1,000 years ago, I would definitely kill the person who snatched the source of despair. The gray-robed old man in the middle smiled faintly. These words were filled with murderous intent, but they sounded as calm as water in the old man's mouth. Just at this moment, a white figure walked out of the city gates. Facing the strong pressure of the few old men, this person was neither servile nor overbearing. He walked out with a calm expression. The gazes of the 4 old men immediately focused on this person. They revealed looks of admiration in their eyes. This young man was not simple. The person who came was naturally Chen. After snatching the source of despair, he was not willing to cause any more trouble, so he prepared to leave Despair City immediately. As for the heart of the ocean, Chen thought about it and decided to give it up for now. Ao Jiao was also very impressed. In order to find an opportunity to become the blue-robed emperor, the few great geniuses had to go on this trip. Xiao Chen had already reached the blue-robed emperor realm. It did not matter if he went to the periphery of the heart of the ocean or not. Chapter 1071. Since that was the case, he would not go. The people of Zodiac Hall and the divine dragon palaces of the four seas all looked at him with hostile gazes. If he went to the heart of the ocean, the danger would be hard to predict. After leaving the city gates, Xiao Chen bowed slightly to the four people not far away. After a simple bow, he brushed past them. Etiquette was a must when facing peak experts. This was a form of respect. It was the same in both the Sky Dome realm and the Kunlun realm. After Xiao Chen was far away, one of the old men said in shock, "This youth is really strange. The outstanding talents in the city are all waiting for us to open a path, yet he just walked out. Given his cultivation, he should have no problem protecting himself at the periphery of the heart of the ocean. At such a young age, he already reached the blue-robed emperor realm. Why have I not heard of such a person in the heavenly starry ocean? Has he not been out for too long?" The middle-aged man, Zong Buxiong, withdrew his gaze from Xiao Chen. He said indifferently, "He is Xiao Chen, a descendant of the Qing emperor. Now, he is conferred king by the Bushan Palace. He inherited the insignia of the Blue Dragon King and swept through the younger generation of the Kunlun continent. A descendant of the Qing emperor." The three old men's expressions suddenly changed. They quickly turned around and stared at that white figure in a daze. The Dragon's Gate was the Qing emperor. 10,000 years ago, when Neptune fell, the Qing emperor's death was too strange. Otherwise, the Dragon's Gate would not have ruled the heavenly starry ocean for so long. Now that a descendant of the Qing emperor appeared, the three old men immediately wondered if the Dragon's Gate's unification of the heavenly starry ocean would happen again. "Zong Buxiong, how do you know so much about this person?" Zong Buxiong replied calmly, "I have an adopted son who has many conflicts with him. If not for him, he would not be the strongest of the Black Sea's younger generation." "Why would your adopted son have a conflict with him?" Zong Buxiong smiled mysteriously. "He came from the Sky Dome realm together with him and killed his father. Wait, it seems like someone is following this kid. It's the people from God Dragon Palace. They really think highly of this kid. They sent 4 blue-robed emperors. It's none of our business. Let's not worry about it. Going to the heart of the ocean is more important." The 4 of them chatted for a while before walking into Despair City. Only Zong Buxiong glanced thoughtfully at a certain place. His lips moved slightly before he followed them. Outside Despair City, Xiao Chen, who had already traveled far away, received a message in his mind. His expression immediately changed drastically as he looked around warily. "What's wrong?" Ao Jiao asked from the Immortal Spirit Ring. Xiao Chen said cautiously, "Someone is watching me. 4 great perfection blue-robed emperors from the Divine Dragon Palace have been following me since I left." Just now, he had received an inexplicable message telling him that ever since he left the city, there had been 4 advanced blue-robed emperors following him. "Let's go." Perhaps the people following him had some treasure to hide their auras. Xiao Chen scanned the area with his spiritual sense but found nothing. Regardless of whether it was true or not, Xiao Chen spread out the freedom wings, preparing to fly to the surface of the ocean in one breath. 2 great perfection blue-robed emperors were already more than enough to deal with for Xiao Chen. With 4 at the same time, unless Xiao Chen cooperated with Neptune's crown on the surface of the ocean, it would be hard for him to escape unscathed. The scene before Xiao Chen's eyes flashed. Then, it fixed on the surface of the ocean. Xiao Chen took a step forward, wanting to cross it. However, a formless resistance suddenly appeared. The power of the world surged in the surroundings, and the space above him froze. When Xiao Chen took a step forward, he bounced back from the folded space. Xiao Chen looked around, and 4 old men wearing dragon robes of various colors suddenly appeared, looking at him expressionlessly. The old man in blue dragon robes in the east said coldly, "Xiao Chen, hand over the Neptune headscarf on your forehead, and our Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace will cut off all grudges with you." Hand over the Neptune headscarf, and the grudges between our Northern Sea, Southern Sea, and Western Sea divine dragon palaces will be written off as well. The other 3 old men shouted coldly in unison. The rebound from the space was very strong. When Xiaochen landed, he took 10 steps back before he could stabilize himself. Then, he looked at the 4 old men and frowned slightly. The 4 great perfection blue-robed emperors all circulated their heavenly laws and drove the power of the world, working together to fix the space above them. Without saying a word, Xiaochen's figure flickered, continuously executing the roaming dragon's 9 transformations, creating thousands of clones that scattered in all directions. How stubborn! The blue-robed old man leading the group snorted coldly. Then he drew a sword. Boundless sword qi drove the power of the world and swept out in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The sword qi destroyed all of Xiaochen's clones in one breath, leaving only his main body, which had fled far away, as if it were nothing more than dry weeds. After him, the 4 old men's figures flashed as they chased after Xiaochen. When a small perfection blue-robed emperor's heavenly seal materialized, the amount of power of the world it could communicate with would increase tenfold. When a great perfection blue-robed emperor condensed a soul for the heavenly seal, he would place his spiritual mark into it. His body would be in harmony with the heavens, allowing him to control the power of the world as he pleased. The 4 old men chasing Xiaochen were all great perfection blue-robed emperor characters. They could control the power of the world as they pleased. As the 4 old men flew, it was like the world moved in reverse without them even moving. In terms of movement techniques, they were 1 grade higher than Xiaochen's. If not for the boundlessly ingenious Thunder Dragon steps and the support of the Freedom Wings, Xiaochen would not even have had a chance to flee. Sticking close to the ground, Xiaochen unfurled the Freedom Wings and absorbed the power of the wind. Then, he quickly flew close to the ground. The 4 Divine Dragon Palace old men followed Xiaochen like shadows, like phantoms. No matter what Xiaochen did, he could not shake them off. This was especially so for the blue-robed old man from the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace. Whenever Xiaochen tried to increase his speed and charge into the sea, the blue-robed old man immediately swung his sword to block him. Do you think that we do not know the wondrous uses of Neptune's crown? Something that is not yours will not be yours no matter what. If you do not hand over Neptune's relic today, I will make you suffer a humiliation that you will never forget. The blue-robed old man swung his sword again. The sword qi was like a dragon, carrying the power of the world. The might of this sword locked down the entire space. If Xiaochen tried to force his way out, the old men chasing after him would swarm over and surround him. Xiaochen could not be bothered with them. He swooped down and gently flapped the Freedom Wings. A breeze blew, increasing Xiaochen's speed by another 20%. What should we do? Ao Jiao, should we fight it out with them? Xiaochen asked sullenly. Even after half a day, he still could not shake off the 4. A determined look flashed in his eyes. Given Ao Jiao's strength and Xiaochen's, if they fought at full power, the 4 would not have an easy time. However, if that happened, Xiaochen would not be able to avoid getting severely injured. There is no rush. Go to Despair City and enter the heart of the ocean. The environment there is very complicated. We can easily avoid these people. Ao Jiao, who was in the Immortal Spirit Ring, quickly stopped Xiaochen. Given Xiaochen's current situation, how could he allow himself to get severely injured? Under the pressure of the 4, Xiaochen had no choice but to enter Despair City. At this moment, the city was empty. The waiting outstanding talents and loose cultivators had already entered the heart of the ocean long ago. He wants to enter the heart of the ocean. Stop him. The blue-robed old man shouted. When he saw Xiaochen heading for Despair City, he startled to his senses. Unable to care about anything else, the 4 worked together and executed the profound martial techniques they knew. The profound martial techniques of the Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor were several times stronger than those of the Small Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor. The moment they executed them, their auras were startling. In the dilapidated city, the old houses, collapsed walls, and damaged statues were the first to bear the brunt of the profound martial techniques, turning them into powder. Half a day had already passed. The flames in Xiaochen's eyes had already finished accumulating. Xiao Chen looked back, and the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram quickly formed, locking down the space. It was like heaven and earth had split into two worlds. Bang! Amid startling sounds, the four strong profound martial techniques struck the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram lasted for a while before shattering. The four profound martial techniques turned into shock waves that spread out. Using this time, Xiao Chen moved quickly, moving like a dragon. In 2 breaths, he arrived at the entrance to the heart of the ocean in the city. That was a deep well flickering with white light. Normally, large numbers of superior-grade profound beasts gathered there. It would be difficult for ordinary people to approach. However, before the greater heavenly Emperor Wu, superior-grade profound beasts were clearly not enough. They had already fled long ago, creating a large space for themselves. A strong aura surged over again. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. These 4 were really persistent. If Xiao Chen had the strength of the small perfection blue-robed emperor and materialized his heavenly seal, he would not be in such a sorry state. Plop! Xiao Chen decisively jumped into the deep well. The 4 great perfection blue-robed emperors of the Divine Dragon Palace were too late. When they landed, they could no longer see Xiao Chen's figure. This is somewhat difficult. Now that he entered the heart of the ocean, should we wait here or follow him down? The old man from the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace said, feeling somewhat frustrated. The blue-robed old man said sullenly, "Continue the chase. There is more than one exit to the heart of the ocean. There is no point in waiting here." After the blue-robed old man spoke, he immediately jumped in. The other 3 hesitated for a while before following suit. There was a whirlpool in the deep well. After Xiao Chen jumped in, he discovered that the whirlpool's suction could not be resisted. He felt the world spin around him as he quickly sank with the whirlpool. After some time, Xiao Chen felt his body empty, and the suction of the whirlpool vanished. Xiao Chen looked around and discovered that he was in a pitch-black space. Currently, he was descending at an extremely fast speed. This space was extraordinarily large, more than 10,000 times larger than Despair City. It was a world of its own. As Xiao Chen descended, he saw the corpses of countless strong profound beasts floating around him. Needless to say, these were all dealt with by major characters. Without these people, the people who came later would not even be able to land. There was a clump of azure water in the center of this space. This clump of water was incredibly large, containing an incredible water-attributed energy. The moment Xiao Chen saw it, he thought of the extremely horrifying divine lightning talisman in misleading Fog Lake for some reason. However, compared to the berserk and aggressive nature of the divine lightning talisman, the blue clump of water appeared gentle and mild, giving off an extremely comfortable feeling. Is that the heart of the ocean? Even from an unknown distance, Xiao Chen could only make out a silhouette. Surrounding the heart of the ocean were 7 floating ring-shaped continents. Each ring was attached to the other, like 7 huge gears slowly rotating. Chapter 1072. Xiao Chen vaguely saw a huge mountain in the 7th ring. It looked very similar to the Fire Li Sec's treasure mountain that he saw in the Cloud Sea domain. Xiao Chen landed on a floating piece of land in the 7th ring. He descended at a startlingly fast speed. However, there was not much recoil when he landed. Xiao Chen sized up his surroundings. He did not know where the path ahead led to. The ground was hot and dry. Volcanoes could be seen on the magma ground, continuously spewing flames into the sky. After the flames burned, they produced fiery clouds that covered the sky. One could not see the end of it. Ao Jiao introduced this place to Xiao Chen softly. This is the outermost ring of the 7 rings of the heart of the ocean. It cannot even be considered a corner of this world. However, it produces all sorts of fire-attributed gems. Every volcano has a palace in it, and you can search for treasures there. How do I leave this place? Compared to searching for treasures, Xiao Chen was more concerned about how to leave this place. Earlier, he had roughly sized up the structure of this space. From its outline, it looked like an incredibly huge disk. The center of the disk was the heart of the ocean. 7 rings of land stuck to each other, forming the outer circle. The rest was a pitch-black space. There was no way to find a way out. This is the first ring of flames. Follow the path under your feet. At the place where it connects to the second ring of ice mountains, you can choose to continue down. You can also choose to leave from the transportation formation at the side. Each of these 7 rings of land is more dangerous than the one before. However, the deeper you go, the more good things you will find. Since ancient times, many martial emperors have died on this path to the heart of the ocean. Ao Jiao explained, those outstanding talents and the blue-robed Emperor Lu's cultivators will probably only stop when they reach the 3rd ring. If you go any further, you will die for sure. They are chasing me. Xiaochen looked up and saw 4 black dots descending quickly. Then he did not linger any longer. He quickly headed for the front of the volcano path. Xiaochen walked this path of burying martial emperors. The 4 people behind him lingered like ghosts, causing Xiaochen to lose interest in searching for treasures. He only wanted to leave quickly. Otherwise, he could leave the lava path beneath his feet and search the ring of fire for a while. It would be a pity to miss such an opportunity. At first, Xiaochen did not care much about it as he ran. However, after 5 kilometers, he felt something was wrong. The gravity here was not right. It was at least 100 times stronger than the outside world. Xiaochen kept running. If he were in the outside world, he would have crossed 50 kilometers long ago without any pressure. He hadn't even walked 10 miles, but he already felt fatigued. His forehead was covered in sweat. After a few more tests, Chen was finally certain that the gravity was 200 times stronger. If one wanted to fly in the air, the consumption of law energy would be multiplied by 1,000 times. It was practically impossible. It was no wonder that when he first landed, there was no recoil at all. It was all offset by gravity. Xiaochen of good. Chen said. Xiao of Chen said. Good. Martial Chen, profound. Chen, Xiong of Chen's to Dragon Chen's Sea. Many hurried footprints could be seen on the path. There were also profound beasts that died not long ago, all killed in one move. There was no need to guess. This was definitely the work of a major character. This damn place is extraordinarily hot. Xiaochen stopped and wiped his sweat. Then, he took out a water skin from the universe ring and took a big gulp. This was just the first ring, and the environment was already so harsh. It was hard to imagine how many martial emperors had to pass before they reached the most dangerous place, the heart of the ocean. Since ancient times, many martial emperors had died on this path. Flap. Little yellow feather suddenly flew out of the immortal spirit ring, crying out endlessly. It appeared very happy, like it had returned to its first home. What's wrong with it? Xiaochen asked, feeling suspicious. Ao Jiao also showed a confused expression. She said, Little yellow feather said that it wanted to find its own food. The profound cores you gave it tasted awful. Xiaochen smiled helplessly. What a picky eater. The quality of those profound cores was not low. They were no less expensive than astral cores. Call it back. This is not a place where it can run around. Where are you going? Before Xiaochen finished speaking, little yellow feather flapped its wings like a faint fiery light and flew away from the path, heading for the distant volcano. Little yellow feather's small body did not seem to be affected by gravity. It flew very fast. Along the way, everything seemed peaceful. However, that was a major character making a move, wiping out all the profound beasts on the path. If little yellow feather ran away, it would be very dangerous. Xiaochen's expression changed. He quickly stopped and chased after little yellow feather. The other party had only been out for 1 month. A few inferior-grade profound beasts would be enough to take its life. However, little yellow feather's speed was no slower than Xiaochen's in the first place. After Xiaochen was affected in this damn place, he could not catch up at all. In a few moments, little yellow feather disappeared. Xiaochen, I'll go and take a look first. Ao Jiao felt anxious and flew after Xiaochen. As a spiritual body, she was less affected by gravity, so she was much faster than Xiaochen. With Ao Jiao giving chase, Xiaochen relaxed somewhat. With the blue-robed emperor's cultivation, he could deal with most of the profound beasts in this area. Occasionally, hot lava spewed out of the scarlet cracks on the ground. Although Xiaochen was slower, he still had his movement technique. He moved very quickly, his figure flickering. As he flew, he did not touch any lava at all. On the path, the 4 old men of the Divine Dragon Palace, who had been chasing relentlessly, stopped. They entered deep thought as they watched Xiao Chen's departing figure. That brat is no longer heading to the path. There are volcanoes everywhere. It will not be easy to find him. A ruthless look flashed in the eyes of the old man from the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace. He said, "We will stand guard at the transportation formation at the first pass. I don't believe that he will hide there forever." "Good, let's do that then." Relying on his senses, Ao Jiao and Little Yellow Feather stopped at the mouth of a volcano. Xiao Chen climbed up after much difficulty and saw a flabbergasted scene. Heat waves surged, and profound beasts burned to death lay at the mouth of the volcano. Little Yellow Feather excitedly used its mouth to pick out the profound cores of the profound beasts. Ao Jiao watched with a smile, indicating to Xiao Chen that Little Yellow Feather killed these profound beasts by itself. With a cursory glance, Xiao Chen saw the corpses of inferior-grade profound beasts on the ground. These were existences equal to Grandmaster-level martial sages. Unexpectedly, they all died to Little Yellow Feather's flames. Don't listen to it when it says that those profound cores are not tasty. They are actually great nourishment for it. They contain some immortal qi and are the best nourishment of all nourishment. Look at it, it has already doubled in size, Ao Jiao said softly with a smile. That was indeed the case. Previously, the golden crow that Xiao Chen could easily catch with one palm was now larger than a palm. The most important thing was that the feathers on its body had turned from their original pale yellow color to a brighter shade. The spirituality in its eyes became even stronger. Xiao Chen shook his head and smiled helplessly. This fellow startled me. It turns out that the fire-attributed profound beasts at the mouth of the volcano attracted it. To think that it ate so happily. With this delay, the 4 old fellows behind us will definitely reach the first gate before us. Ao Jiao said in a vexed manner, "This is indeed somewhat annoying. With 4 old fellows guarding the transportation formation, there is nothing you can do." Xiao Chen had not been in such a sorry state for a long time, surrounded and blocked by so many people. The reason for this was that he did not have any true trump cards. If he still had the Qing Emperor's medallion, these 4 would not have been able to act so wantonly. Furthermore, if he were on the surface of the sea, he would still be able to use the crown of Neptune, and he would not have to fear these 4. Dragging things out like this is not a solution. You only have 5 years to advance to Martial Emperor. You need to find a large amount of resources. At this point, Ao Jiao paused for a while. It seemed like she had made a decision but did not know whether to make it or not. "Damn, little fellow, what are you trying to do?" After Little Yellow Feather finished eating the fire-attributed profound core, it patted its belly with its wings. Then, it flew into the mouth of the volcano and spread its wings. Xiao Chen and Ao Jiao's expressions changed as they looked down from the mouth of the volcano. Boom! Horrifying lava spewed out of the mouth of the volcano, accompanied by a horrifying heat wave. Explosions rumbled endlessly within the volcano, looking very frightening. The 2 moved quickly and dodged in advance. The earlier scene was rather thrilling. Little Yellow Feather. Ao Jiao revealed a worried expression as she cried out, wanting to rush over in a hurry. Xiao Chen quickly grabbed her and said, "Calm down. It is a holy beast of flame in the first place. Such an environment will not be able to harm it. If you rush over, you will only harm yourself." Xiao Chen's words startled Ao Jiao out of her reverie. She said, "Little Yellow Feather is normally very obedient. There must be something under the volcano that attracts it. Otherwise, it would not be so disobedient." "That is most likely it." Xiao Chen frowned and said, "However, there are medial-grade profound beasts, even superior-grade profound beasts, in the volcano. It is truly worrying for it to be so impulsive. What should we do? What should we do if this little fellow gets eaten by someone?" Ao Jiao showed an anxious expression, but she could not do anything. The surging flames slowly subsided, and the mouth of the volcano calmed down. However, the explosions did not stop at all, continuing to rumble endlessly. Something must have happened. I'll go down and take a look. It was rare for Ao Jiao to be so concerned. Xiao Chen did not want her to be disappointed, so he spoke up. However, the temperature of this volcano is at least 10,000 degrees Celsius. It is too risky for you to go down. Ao Jiao was still rational, not willing to let Xiao Chen take the risk. It's fine. I have the Neptune headscarf, a rank 4 sage body, a great perfection will of ice, and this blue dragon robe. That is enough. After Xiao Chen spoke, the azure energy of the Blue Dragon King insignia on his chest moved according to his thoughts. It quickly radiated out and dyed his white robe's azure, protecting Xiao Chen. Come in. Ao Jiao nodded and turned into a beam of light, entering the immortal spirit ring. Xiao Chen took a deep breath, and his forehead flickered. The will of ice spread throughout his body, and the azure Neptune headscarf gave off a faint light. As Xiao Chen stood at the mouth of the volcano, he leaped down to see what the little golden crow had encountered in there. The lava flowed like water at the mouth of the volcano. Xiao Chen leaped down and instantly sank in. Even though Xiao Chen was fully prepared, he still found the temperature of more than 10,000 degrees Celsius unbearable. As he continued to sink, he found it even more unbearable. Xiao Chen's entire body turned bright red and incredibly hot. He felt like his internal organs were burning. Chapter 1073. The temperature below had more than doubled. If not for the great perfection will of ice, Xiao Chen would have already died. While Xiao Chen's bones might not melt, his skin, flesh, and blood would definitely turn into a pool of blood. Fortunately, Xiao Chen still had the Neptune headscarf. At the crucial moment, it would send out a cooling energy that spread throughout his body. Not only did it reduce the body's heat, but it also allowed Xiao Chen to maintain a clear head at all times. He could think clearly at any moment. Although the Neptune headscarf did not have any substantial offensive power, it was much more important than several secret treasures in Xiao Chen's eyes. The old man from the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace wanted Xiao Chen to hand over the Neptune headscarf. How could that be possible? Xiao Chen did not know what the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace was thinking. The Divine Dragon Palaces of the other 3 seas only wanted the Neptune headscarf. Only the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace wanted the Neptune headscarf. Whoosh! Xiao Chen, who had been traveling against the flow of lava to its source, fell into the air. Then he found himself in a vast flaming cavern. Everywhere Xiao Chen looked was a dazzling, glaring, painful light. Xiao Chen adjusted his position and looked from the air. The source of the golden light was Little Yellow Feather. At this moment, it was in its combat mode, just like when it was running wildly in the desolate sea. Little Yellow Feather was currently in an intense battle with a 3-headed flaming profound beast. Most of the explosions outside came from this battle. That flaming profound beast was not famous. Its 3 heads looked like a wolf, a lion, and a tiger. Its aura was extremely horrifying, at least as strong as a superior-grade profound beast. That was an existence equal to the blue-robed emperor. Even though Little Yellow Feather entered a berserk state, it was still at a disadvantage. The 3-headed profound beast had a strong immunity to flames. Hence, Little Yellow Feather's killing move was somewhat weak. The dense solar flame could not do much damage when it struck the other party. If not for its advantage in size and agility, Little Yellow Feather would have fallen long ago. Thousand Frost Battle Snow, Jagged Bones. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he joined the battle. He did not hesitate to send out a profound martial technique. Frost spread under his feet. The temperature of the entire flame cavern plummeted. Large snowflakes began to fall. The 3 Xian beasts were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. The flames on their bodies were immediately extinguished and covered with a layer of white frost. When the saber light slashed out, it was filled with an indomitable spirit. It pressed forward with an indomitable will. If not me, then who else? The 3 Xian beasts, whose defenses had dropped significantly, were directly cut into 2 halves by the saber, dying on the spot. When faced with a Xian beast that was only comparable to the blue-robed emperor, it would not take much time for him to use a targeted martial technique to launch a surprise attack. Little Yellow Feather sheathed its saber and scattered its light. Its eyes flickered with excitement as it charged at Xiao Chen. Little fellow, this should be enough to shock you. Seeing little yellow feather flying towards him, Xiaochen smiled to himself, not revealing any of his strength. Given the pride of the golden crow, it would never submit to you. Little yellow feather brushed past Xiaochen. Then, it opened its tiny mouth and quickly picked out the profound cores of the 3 Xian beasts. Then, it chewed on them with relish. Xiaochen could not help feeling depressed. Once again, the little fellow ignored him. Ao Jiao flew out of the immortal spirit ring and floated over to little yellow feather. Then, she teased it and asked what made it so impulsive. Flap, flap, flap. After little yellow feather finished eating the profound cores, its feathers became much brighter. It flew over to Xiaochen and proudly pointed its butt at him. This is too much. What is it doing? Just as Xiaochen was about to dodge, the 3 golden tail feathers of the golden crow suddenly lit up. Flames burned around them, flickering with a crystalline light. One of the tail feathers slowly fell off. Then, little yellow feather turned around and placed the fallen tail feather in its mouth. Then it brought it to Xiaochen. This is the solar plume feather of the golden crow holy beast. There are only 3 of them. Every one that falls off means 1 less. This is the life-saving trump card of the golden crow race. In times of danger, you can use it to save your life. I want to give it to you. Ao Jiao gently drifted over with a smile as she explained the situation. Xiaochen suddenly understood. At least this little fellow still has some conscience. He stretched out his hand and held that tiny tail feather in his hand. Xiaochen sent in his spiritual sense. Initially, he did not care much about it. Now, his expression turned grave. The energy contained in the tail feather actually made Xiaochen feel some fear. It contained a boundless ancient aura. It seemed like the golden crows of every generation passed down their energy before they died, accumulating it generation after generation. Xiaochen did not know how strong this energy was. Xiaochen estimated that with this energy and the tiny golden domain, it would not be difficult for him to kill Emperor Wu. There were only 3 life-saving chances, and this little fellow was actually willing to give him one. He had not expected this. When little yellow feather saw Xiaochen holding the solar plume feather and flapping its wings, joy was evident in its eyes. It was extremely happy that Xiaochen accepted its tail feather. I asked clearly. There is an earth core flame at the bottom of the lava lake. After little yellow feather swallows it, its strength will soar, Ao Jiao continued. An earth core flame. No wonder it was so rash. That is one of the peak yang flames. Xiaochen put away the golden solar plume feather and said, there should still be profound beasts in there. I'll go down alone and help him extract the earth core flame. Ao Jiao nodded and watched as Xiaochen jumped into the lava lake. Then, she carried little yellow feather to a rock and sat down with a complicated expression in her eyes. Little Blondie was in a very excited mood, chattering nonstop. Ao Jiao maintained a faint smile on her face. However, as she gazed at the calm lava lake, she would occasionally get distracted. Naturally, Ao Jiao was not worried about Xiaochen's safety. Even if there were superior-grade profound beasts in there, no matter how many there were, Xiaochen would have a way to deal with them. What Ao Jiao was worried about was the demonic curse of advancing to Martial Emperor in 5 years. The Thunder King advanced to Martial Sage at the age of 30 and became the Blue-Robed Emperor at the age of 35. After that, he spent 10 years before becoming Emperor Wu. Ao Jiao was clearer than anyone else on how arduous the path to Martial Emperor was. Just reaching small perfection of the Blue-Robed Emperor would take an ordinary person 10 years to slowly cultivate. Xiaochen's situation was even worse. His accumulations were deeper. As a result, the resources required for the Blue-Robed Emperor to reach small perfection were even greater. Should I tell him where the Thunder King's treasures are? Ao Jiao thought, feeling somewhat conflicted. If she told Xiaochen about the Thunder King's treasures, she would have to shoulder the burden of the Thunder King's death. However, the person who killed the Thunder King was definitely not the Changtian Martial Emperor, someone who could fight a prime as a conferred king. How strong was the Thunder King? Even if he was injured, he was not someone that a mediocre expert like Xie Changtian could kill. A faction that dared to kill even a prime, what kind of backing did it have? No one dared to underestimate it. Boom! Lava splashed in the center of the lake. Xiao Chen leaped out while holding a clump of hot flames. The golden crow cried out happily and quickly flew over to catch the flame. Ao Jiao smiled faintly and collected her thoughts. Then, she flew over and asked, "Are you injured?" "I'm fine. They are just some medial-grade profound beasts. Aside from one king-grade profound beast, there is no threat." Xiao Chen circulated his energy and scattered the lava on his body. He did not notice the strange expression on Ao Jiao's face. "Little yellow feather, refining the earth core flame will take some time. I can use this time to break through to the second layer of the blue dragon body nourishing art. Once I reach the second layer, I will be able to condense the blue dragon battle armor. At that time, if little yellow feather can advance further and the 4 old fellows dare to stop me, I will fight it out with them." Xiao Chen had already reached 10 dragon force long ago. The first layer of the blue dragon body nourishing art was already at the peak. He could have broken through long ago. However, he had not been willing to use that damaged Emperor-grade secret treasure with a dragon soul back then, so he had delayed until now. He could not keep getting chased. Since he could not shake off the 4 old fellows from the Divine Dragon Palace, he would fight them head-on. Even if he could not beat them to death, he had to beat the 4 old fellows until they were afraid and wary of him. The Blue Dragon King was not someone they could chase casually. Back then, Xiao Chen had tossed away the Emperor-grade secret treasure with a dragon soul, delaying the advancement of the blue dragon to the second layer until now. Now that he thought about it, Xiao Chen did not feel any regret. He disdained using a soul that had lost the pride of a dragon. With a thought, Xiao Chen sighed and took out the true Dragon King's spine from the universe ring. The soul of the long and narrow true dragon spine was still present, and its dragon might did not scatter. The moment Xiao Chen released it, a vast dragon might spread throughout the entire flaming cave. As the true dragon's spine vibrated, the entire cave trembled. Rocks fell continuously amid rumbling sounds. Originally, Xiao Chen had intended to use this true dragon spine to obtain Heavenly Star Island's luck. Now that the situation forced him, he could only use it himself. Actually, there was a better choice: the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet, Heaven's Subduing Stone. If he could suppress the outstanding talents in Bright Moon City 1 year later, he could bring the mountain tablet back to Heavenly Star Island. Xiao Chen's eyes sank as he circulated the blue dragon body nourishing art. A strong suction came out from his palm. The true dragon's spine flew into the air and slowly entered Xiao Chen's body along with the suction. Chapter 1074. Kasi. The bones in Xiao Chen's body gave off crunching sounds as they merged with the true dragon bones, undergoing a metamorphosis and rebirth. When all the true dragon bones were swallowed up, Xiao Chen's body let out a roar that startled the heaven dragon. A dragon-shaped energy circled above his head and roared ferociously. Xiao Chen sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Then, he started to break through to the second layer of the blue dragon body nourishing art. He had already reached 10 dragon force long ago. Entering the second layer was just a matter of time. With the help of the true dragon bones, there would be no surprises. As the blue dragon body nourishing art circulated, 10 azure dragon-shaped energies quickly flowed through Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chen easily broke through the various nodes and acupoints in his body. A cool breeze blew, his long hair fluttered, and his clothes fluttered. 3 days later, every acupoint in Xiao Chen's body gave off an azure light. The azure light connected and quickly covered Xiao Chen's entire body. The initially transparent and illusory armor slowly turned solid and heavy. The process was extremely slow. After another 7 days, a complete set of battle armor covering Xiao Chen's entire body took shape. Shoulder pads, leg pads, gauntlets, and all sorts of armor appeared. Dragon motifs were carved on the battle armor. 10 dragons gathered together, looking extraordinarily mighty and heroic. Xiao Chen opened his eyes, and the dragon's gate carved on them immediately gave off a bright light as if it came to life. Xiao Chen stood up and walked. His heavy footsteps could be heard. It sounded like a dragon roar. Cracks appeared on the ground below, spewing out countless scalding faces. Xiao Chen did not resist at all, letting this horrifying face splash on the blue dragon battle armor. When the lava landed on the battle armor, it gave off spots of light before vanishing. Xiao Chen did not feel anything at all. This set of blue dragon battle armor more than doubled Xiao Chen's defense. With the support of dragon energy, the might of the law energy that he sent out was clearly much more horrifying. The blue dragon battle armor at small mastery was already so powerful, making Xiao Chen extremely happy. After reaching large mastery, he could form a blue dragon battle shield that surrounded his entire body. After reaching perfection, it could even form blue dragon wings. That would be the complete blue dragon armor. It was said that the blue dragon battle armor actually existed. The second stage of the blue dragon body nourishing art was merely a simulation of the real thing. Compared to the power of the real thing, the blue dragon armor on his body paled in comparison. However, Xiao Chen did not know where the real thing was. Perhaps only the mysterious old artifact spirit in the Blue Dragon Palace would know. Ka! A cracking sound rang out. Xiao Chen looked forward and saw Little Yellow Feather, who had been devouring the earth flame, breaking out of its cocoon. His head did not grow larger, but the feathers on his body had completely turned from a pale yellow to a golden yellow, overflowing with light and vibrant colors. He was in high spirits. Light flowed on his feathers like water. He looked like a noble golden statue. However, the intelligent look in his eyes told him that no one would take him for an inanimate object. Only at this moment did Little Yellow Feather truly show the grace and noble aura that a golden crow holy beast should have. Boom, boom, boom. Little Yellow Feather felt incredibly excited. It opened its mouth and spewed out strands of golden holy flame that were much stronger than Xiao Chen's solar true flame, burning the space pitch black. Unexpectedly, the scalding lava in the lava lake vaporized under the burning of the golden holy flame. This formed a strange scene of fire burning fire, making everyone suck in a breath of cold air. Little Yellow Feather spread its wings and looked at Xiao Chen. Then, it raised its head in satisfaction and spewed out a strand of flame. If not for the blue dragon battle armor, Xiao Chen would not have dared to clash head-on with this golden holy flame that was condensed from the solar true flame. Xiao Chen crossed his arms and materialized the stance of crouching tiger hidden dragon. A tiger roared and a dragon roared. The golden holy flame struck the arm guard on Xiao Chen's arms. Bang! The flame dissipated. Xiao Chen took 3 steps back and raised his arms to look. This holy flame had burned away most of the blue dragon arm guard. After thinking to himself, how monstrous, Xiao Chen adjusted his vital qi and destroyed the blue dragon battle armor. Xiao Chen slowly merged and replenished his vital qi. Soon, a new arm guard was formed. Seeing that Little Yellow Feather was still eager to fight, Xiao Chen said calmly and seriously, "You will have to risk your life later. Save your energy for now. Let me ask you, do you dare to fight with me?" Little Yellow Feather seemed to understand Xiao Chen's words. It spread its wings and raised its head. There was no fear in Little Yellow Feather's eyes at all. A strong flame blazed in them, the flames of battle burning fiercely. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Then he pushed off the ground and soared into the air. By relying on the blue dragon battle armor, Xiao Chen did not feel any discomfort this time. He forced his way out of the volcano. There was a loud sound as lava spewed out. Xiao Chen looked at the road that buried emperors, and a ruthless look flashed in his eyes. These 4 old fellows were lingering around. It was time to fight them head-on. Right now, Xiao Chen had not even reached small perfection of the blue-robed emperor. The difference between him and the great perfection blue-robed emperor was too great. Even if he condensed the blue dragon battle armor, he would not be able to deal with the 4 great perfection blue-robed emperors. Even after condensing the blue dragon battle armor, Xiao Chen still had a slim chance of victory against 4 great perfection blue-robed emperors. Only by knowing pain would this group of old fellows not dare to chase him away without fear. Only then would they know that Xiao Chen was not someone to offend. On the road that buried emperors, the entrances to the first and second rings were clearly separated. On one side was a flame, and on the other was a glacier. A faint barrier of light acted as a barrier between the 2 rings. Only the road that buried emperors had an exit that led to the second ring. Beside the two rings was an ancient transportation formation that led to the outside world. There was a similar transportation formation at the entrances to each ring. However, once one crossed the 7 rings and entered the heart of the ocean, there would be no way out. The 4 old men from the divine dragon palaces stood guard at the transportation formation, chatting idly. Speaking of which, why is your Eastern Sea divine dragon palace clinging to Xiao Chen's Neptune headscarf? Compared to the crown, the value of the Neptune headscarf should be much lower, right? The one who asked was the black-clad old man from the Western Sea divine dragon palace. The other 2 old men also showed curious expressions. The Eastern Sea divine dragon palace only wanted the Neptune headscarf. This was very puzzling. The blue-robed old man smiled and said, "Isn't that good? Your 3 clans will have 1 less competitor for the crown of Neptune." Seeing that the blue-robed old man was not willing to say more, the 3 old men laughed and changed the topic. "I wonder how long that fellow can hold back. If he does not come out for a year and a half, doesn't that mean we will have to guard it for a year?" One of the old men grumbled. They were all great perfection blue-robed emperor cultivators. Wasting time like this would make anyone's heart ache. Don't worry. He wants to advance to martial emperor in 5 years. He is even more impatient than us. He will not be able to stay for long. Advancing to martial emperor in 5 years? That is too ridiculous. The Blue Dragon King is destined to be a meteor. As great perfection blue-robed emperors, their heavenly seals had already formed. They were just short of condensing a soul, and they would reach consummation, waiting for the great tribulation of wind and fire to descend. The small perfection blue-robed emperor condensed his liquefied laws into solid form. The great perfection blue-robed emperor condensed his laws into form. These 2 steps were very simple. One needed to accumulate resources. Without resources, one had to fight for time and cultivate slowly. One would eventually reach the great perfection stage. However, condensing a soul for the heavenly seal was somewhat elusive. It required extremely high comprehension ability. Without high comprehension ability, one would not succeed even after waiting for 100 years. The 4 old men were stuck at this stage. The heavenly seal did not have a soul. Hence, the blue-robed emperor could not reach consummation. However, even if one had high comprehension ability and managed to reach consummation blue-robed emperor by luck, there was still the near-death great tribulation of wind and fire waiting for them. Difficult. The emperor's path was simply too difficult. To them, 5 years was simply impossible. The blue-robed old man smiled coldly and said, "Right now, he is just a cripple. Even if we kill him, the Bushan Palace will make a big fuss over him." The other 3 nodded in agreement. That's right. There is no need to worry so much about a genius who has lost his value. Just at this moment, a piercing sonic boom resounded. The 4's expressions changed as they looked at the white figure in the air. "You want to kill me? That will depend on whether you 4 old fellows are capable of doing so or not." Xiao Chen, who was in the air, clearly heard the final discussion of the 4. His lips curled up in a cold smile as he spoke indifferently. Xiao Chen landed firmly and looked at the 4 coldly, not showing any fear. The 4 old men were somewhat surprised. Based on Xiao Chen's expression, he seemed to have guessed that they would be here long ago, so he took the initiative to come over. The blue-robed old man said coldly, "I'll say it again. Hand over Neptune's relic, and we will not make things difficult for you. Otherwise—" Xiao Chen interrupted, "Otherwise, what?" The blue-robed old man's gaze turned cold as he looked straight at Xiao Chen. Then, he said frostily, "Otherwise, don't blame us for not giving the Thunder King any face. You are now a cripple. If we kill you, so be it." Did the blue-robed old man really think that Xiao Chen feared the other party? Even before he raised the blue dragon body nourishing art to the 2nd layer, Xiao Chen was confident that both sides would end up severely injured, with no one gaining an advantage. Now that Xiao Chen had materialized the blue dragon battle armor, he was absolutely not afraid of fighting. However, the other party still acted like they had him in the bag. It was like they could crush him at will, deciding his life and death with a word. Xiao Chen did not show any fear. He met the blue-robed old man's gaze and said calmly, "Don't think that I'm afraid of you. If you do not regret it, come and fight. How arrogant! This old man will defeat you in one move. The blue-robed old man smiled coldly and charged over. He drew his sword and sent a sword light flying at Xiaochen. As the blue-robed old man moved, a vast sea materialized behind him. Many flood dragons broke out of the sea, creating a scene of 1,000 dragons emerging from the sea. It was majestic and incomparable. This sword contained the might of 1,000 dragons soaring through the air as it pierced over. It possessed the bravery of a magnificent army that couldn't be defeated, and it belonged to the category of a direct and indomitable berserk attack. The other three quickly split up to block Xiaochen's path, blocking his path of retreat. At the same time, they waited for an opportunity to attack. The other party immediately used his best profound martial technique. Xiaochen did not dare to underestimate him. The blue dragon battle armor instantly appeared. The dragon patterns carved on it gave off a bright light, illuminating Xiaochen, making him look valiant. Xiaochen drew his saber. Flawless saber Dao, subduing dragon profound slash. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiaochen did not hesitate to execute his profound martial technique with the strongest explosive power, subduing dragon profound slash. The blue dragon appeared, and 18 strands of azure saber light layered over each other. Dragon roars resounded, each louder than the one before. The instant the 18 dragon roars merged, the aura that erupted seemed to surpass that of the blue-robed old man's 1,000 dragons soaring into the sky. This gave the blue-robed old man a bad feeling. Chapter 1075. However, the sword was already drawn, and the momentum was already formed. It was already too late for him to change his move. Dang! When the two saber and sword clashed, it was like two different skies clashing together. A loud sound rang out, and tiny cracks appeared in space. The two clashed, each taking 10 steps back. Blood leaked out of a corner of Xiaochen's lips, and his complexion paled slightly. The blue-robed old man did not appear injured, but his arm was numb. His palm was empty, and this saber strike knocked his sword away. Shock appeared on the faces of the other three old men. The blue-robed old man's strongest saber strike. The blue-robed old man's strongest saber strike actually failed to defeat Xiaochen. Instead, it knocked away the sword in his hand. How could someone who just entered the blue-robed emperor be so strong? No matter how much accumulations Xiaochen accumulated, the power of the world that the great perfection blue-robed emperor could drive should be at least double that of his. Unless, there was only one possibility. This fellow's profound martial technique had already reached medial grade, one grade higher than the blue-robed old man's 1,000 dragons soaring. Furthermore, the blue dragon battle armor on Xiaochen's body seemed extremely strange. It seemed to have absorbed a significant amount of damage from the 1,000 dragons soaring. I said it before, don't regret it. I, Xiaochen, have never feared you. If you want to compete in ruthlessness, then let's see who is more ruthless. Xiaochen snorted coldly and tore off the Neptune headscarf on his forehead. Then he charged at the weaponless blue-robed old man. While you are down, I will take your life. Stop him. The three felt like they had just woken up from a dream. They already expected the severity of the situation. They leaped up in unison to block Xiaochen, preparing to deal with Xiaochen as quickly as possible. Ao Jiao, little yellow feather, help me block these two. It will be done in a moment. I promise to do it. Little yellow feather spread its wings amid a piercing golden light and entered a berserk state. The light was like the sun, illuminating the space like it was daytime. Little yellow feather opened its beak and spat out a golden holy flame at one of the three. What the hell is this? Solar true fire. How can there be such a pure solar true fire? The flames could melt even Xiaochen's blue dragon armor, so how could they be so easily blocked? Caught off guard, a large portion of that person's protective laws were burned away. His hair and eyebrows were all set ablaze, and he cried out in panic. Ao Jiao didn't waste any time and imitated a short knife. With a slash, divine thunder resounded through the sky and blocked the other elder. Only one elder flew towards Xiaochen, wanting to stop him from harming the weaponless blue-robed elder. Who could have imagined that Xiao Chen would not even look at this person, allowing the other party's attacks to land on him? Xiao Chen wanted to strike the blue-robed old man with his saber? Pucci. Xiao Chen spat out a mouthful of blood upon receiving this attack, his face turning even paler. However, the blue-robed old man was in an even more miserable state. His chest had been struck by a saber, and his flesh and ribs had all been severed. Blood gushed out like a fountain. After clashing head-on with another move, Xiao Chen swung his saber again, striking the blue-robed old man. Bang! Bang! After taking 3 moves, Xiao Chen also sent 3 saber strikes at the blue-robed old man. Xiao Chen chopped the unarmed blue-robed old man, who had lost his momentum in 1 move and was half dead. Xiao Chen did not even give this person a chance to catch his breath. However, the price was extremely heavy. The other old man's 3 moves landed on Xiao Chen's body without holding anything back. The blue dragon armor he wore already turned into a beam of dark light and vanished. Wounds covered his body, and blood dyed his white robes red. However, when this person saw Xiao Chen turn around, he did not show any fighting spirit. Instead, he was so frightened that he took 3 steps back. This person was truly frightened. In the 300 years of his life, he had never seen such a ruthless youth. Xiao Chen was ruthless to his enemies but even more ruthless to himself. The old man was very clear on the might of his 3 moves. However, Xiao Chen did not even make a sound. He did not even turn his head to look at the blue-robed old man until he was half dead. The old man just watched as the blue-robed old man, the strongest person among them, lay on the ground in pain, moaning helplessly. The old man finally understood what Xiao Chen meant when he said, "Don't regret it." When the old man saw Xiao Chen charging at him with his saber in hand with a cruel smile on his face, his legs trembled. Then, he did something that even the old man himself did not dare to imagine. He turned around and fled. After being scared off by Xiao Chen, the old man simply did not dare to face this pair of eyes. He simply could not muster any fighting spirit. What's going on? After the initial panic, the 2 old men fighting with Ao Jiao and Little Yellow Feather had already gained a clear upper hand. They looked at the half-dead blue-robed cultivator on the ground and the old man fleeing, confused expressions on their faces. "Ao Jiao, back off!" Xiao Chen did not care about the old man's departure. He shouted coldly and turned his body to the side, dragging his saber. Then, he switched places with Ao Jiao and Little Yellow Feather, blocking the pressure from the 2 great perfection blue-robed emperors. After 100 moves, the 2 old men panicked. They now knew why the old man retreated without fighting. When facing Xiao Chen, who fought with his life on the line, anyone would feel flustered. They had no choice but to submit to such a ruthless person. No part of Xiao Chen's body remained intact. However, the saber wounds on the 2 old men were still very shocking, raising eyebrows. "Let's go! Let's go! I can't hold on anymore. This fellow is too crazy." The wounds on Xiao Chen's body increased. Several times, the 2 old men hoped that Xiao Chen would fall. However, they were disappointed again and again, only getting more wounds. The 2 old men's minds were on the verge of collapsing. They no longer dared to continue gambling. They left the battlefield, picked up the blue-robed old man's body, and turned to flee. 4 great perfection blue-robed emperors were scared away by Xiao Chen, who had just entered the blue-robed emperor realm. They did not even want to linger. If news of this spread, no one would believe it. Aside from heaven-defying, there was no other word that could describe this. Xiao Chen extended his spiritual sense and verified that the 4 old men had already dragged their heavily injured bodies far away. A smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face as he fell backward. Earlier, Ao Jiao had been forced out of the battle. She tried to interfere several times but failed. Now, she rushed forward and caught the fallen Xiao Chen in her arms. Little Yellow Feather, who had lost a significant number of its feathers, flapped its wings and flew over. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, wanting to praise Little Yellow Feather. However, when he saw that his hand was covered in blood, it felt too dirty. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly, and his raised arm drooped back down. "Ao Jiao, I'll be fine after sleeping. Don't cry. If you cry, I won't wake up." After saying that weakly, Xiaochen closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Ao Jiao hugged Xiaochen tightly. Tears welled up in her eyes. However, when she thought about Xiaochen's words, she forced her tears back. She muttered, "You idiot, why are you always so desperate? What is so good about being the Blue Dragon King?" The scorching land and the dark sky, one man, one item spirit, and one bird, appeared desolate and lonely in this vast world. Covered in blood, Xiaochen leaned against Ao Jiao, falling into a deep sleep. Wounds covered his body. Little Yellow Feather shook its head, shaking off the dust and broken feathers on its body. Then, it became spirited again. Crick, crick. The little golden crow chirped. When it saw the sorrow on Ao Jiao's face, it wanted to coax her. However, its actions were childish and ridiculous. Ao Jiao rubbed Little Yellow Feather's head and squeezed out a smile. "Little Yellow Feather, go and find some water for me." The little golden crow looked at Xiaochen, who was covered in blood and dust. Then, it flapped its wings and made a gesture as if it was a trivial matter. Then, it flew to the second ring, the Ice Mountain Ring. Soon, Little Yellow Feather flew back. Its sharp claws held a mountain-sized chunk of ice and placed it beside Ao Jiao. Ao Jiao did not know whether to laugh or cry. Then, she found a piece of rag from Xiaochen's clothes. After the ice melted, she wiped Xiaochen's body with a serious and solemn expression. Bang, bang, bang. Little Yellow Feather went back and forth, bringing more than 10 mountain-sized chunks of ice. Then it flew over. Ao Jiao smiled in understanding. Little Yellow Feather was really stubborn. I did not tell it to stop, but it did not. This was also good. The flame ring was hot all year round. The ground was scalding hot. With these chunks of ice to cool down, the sleeping Xiaochen should be more comfortable. After Xiaochen finished wiping Xiaochen's entire body, his clothes were as white as snow. Then she brushed aside the hair on his forehead, revealing his delicate face. Then, Ao Jiao gently tied the Neptune headscarf around Xiaochen's head. In less than half a day, Xiaochen's injuries had mostly recovered. However, Xiaochen's injuries were too severe this time. The sleeping Xiaochen did not show any signs of waking up soon. It would be hard for him to wake up before his internal injuries recovered. Getting up, Ao Jiao picked up the lunar shadow saber that fell from Xiaochen's hand. Then, she carved an ice bed on the ice and slowly placed Xiaochen on it. Within the scarlet space, Ao Jiao did not say a word. She held the lunar shadow saber and practiced her saber techniques on the ground. Rumbling thunder resounded, and golden divine lightning tore through the sky. It flickered endlessly as Ao Jiao walked. The little golden crow got excited and flew over to exchange moves with Ao Jiao. 7 days later, Xiaochen opened his eyes. A chill came from his numb limbs. This made his body feel extremely comfortable in the flame ring. Xiaochen touched his body with his hand and realized that he was lying on the ice bed. The blood on his body had already been cleaned up. He got up and looked into the distance, but he did not see Ao Jiao. Xiaochen felt suspicious. He slowly floated down from the ice bed and looked around. However, he still did not see Ao Jiao. Creak! A bird's cry drew Xiaochen's gaze behind him. Only then did he discover that Ao Jiao had fallen asleep on the ice bed. Ao Jiao, who had her eyes closed, leaned back on the ice bed. Her usual mischievous and fiery temper was gone, looking cold and moving. Her voluptuous figure added to her charm, looking very alluring, like a sleeping goddess. Noble and beautiful, cold and charming. Little Yellow Feather was very energetic as it stood on Ao Jiao's shoulder. Its intelligent eyes looked around warily, like a warrior on guard. Seeing that Xiaochen had recovered, Little Yellow Feather was very excited. Seeing that it was going to cry out again, Xiaochen quickly made a shushing gesture and pointed at Ao Jiao. Little Yellow Feather understood, and a lively look flashed in its eyes. Then, it shut its mouth and used its wings to make a shushing gesture as well. Just at this moment, Ao Jiao's eyelashes twitched. When she saw the white-robed Xiaochen, her sleepiness immediately vanished. Joy flashed in Ao Jiao's eyes. She stood up in a fluster and hugged Xiaochen. A dense flame immediately lit up in Little Yellow Feather's eyes. It burned with rage and jealousy as it bared its teeth at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen patted Ao Jiao's shoulder and smiled. If you still don't let me go, Little Yellow Feather will roast me to a crisp. Chapter 1076. A blush flashed on Ao Jiao's face as she looked at Little Yellow Feather, feeling it was strange. However, Little Yellow Feather appeared very docile, no longer looking like it wanted to swallow Xiao Chen up. This little fellow is really amazing, Xiao Chen thought to himself. Are we leaving now? Ao Jiao asked. Xiao Chen glanced at the transportation formation not far away and said, There's no rush. Those 4 old fellows probably need at least half a year to recuperate. It is rare for us to come here. Let's stay in the first ring and help Little Yellow Feather find some snacks. At the same time, let's see if we can find a few more earth core flames. When Little Yellow Feather heard this, it chirped happily and flew over to Xiao Chen, continuously expressing its goodwill. Ao Jiao hesitated for a while. However, when she saw that Little Yellow Feather was indeed very happy, she did not say anything more. To Little Yellow Feather, the fire-attributed profound cores did not contain any impurities. They were even tastier than astral cores. As for the earth core flame, it was a natural spirit herb. Little Yellow Feather wished that it could flip this flame ring upside down. Little Yellow Feather could easily deal with inferior-grade profound beasts by itself. Ao Jiao and Xiao Chen also intended to nurture Little Yellow Feather's ability to fight alone, so they stood at the side and did not make a move. However, Xiao Chen did not remain idle. He picked up the 9 profound martial techniques and studied them. The 9 profound martial techniques involved spear techniques, sword techniques, staff techniques, leg techniques, dual sword techniques, and many more. Originally, Xiao Chen did not intend to practice them. He practiced the saber technique and the martial techniques of other weapons. In the end, he was still considered a layman. However, after fighting with the 4 old men, he discovered his deficiencies. Xiao Chen had absorbed most of the Heavenly Dew Divine Spring's essence. His comprehension ability was already very high in the first place. After that, it became even better. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Xiao Chen's comprehension ability was the best in the entire Kunlun realm. Those like Emperor Wu, Sovereign Martial Emperors, and Prime Martial Emperors were only stronger than Xiao Chen in terms of insight. In terms of comprehension ability, no one could compare to him. With such comprehension ability, Xiao Chen had only cultivated 4 or 5 profound martial techniques. This was truly a waste. If Xiao Chen had grasped a few more profound martial techniques in his fight with the 4 old men, he would not have ended up in such a sorry state. But first, he had to solve a problem, and that was the problem of not being able to use weapons. Ao Jiao, do you still remember that when we were in the Firmament Dome, you said that you would tell me the remaining techniques of the Battle Sage Origins changing character formula? Xiao Chen asked. If he could completely master the changing character formula and master it, the lack of weapons would no longer be a problem for Xiao Chen. As for the Battle Saint Origins strength character formula, Xiao Chen did not plan to cultivate it. How could he not know that this martial technique was too heaven-defying, going against the heavenly Tao? Even if they were to injure the enemy by 1,000, they would also suffer 800 casualties. No panacea would be of any use. Xiao Chen even suspected that his current physiological lifespan was a hidden danger from using the strength character formula recklessly when he fought Sima Lingxuan's father. Ao Jiao found this strange. She asked, "Why did you think of this? Now you have already taken your own Tao. The Thunder King's path is no longer suitable for you. You should know this." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "I understand. I'm not giving up on my Tao. It is just that at my current cultivation, my cultivation already increases very slowly. If I don't think of other methods, it will be hard for my combat prowess to increase significantly. Don't worry. Given my comprehension ability, I will not get lost between 2 Taos. If possible, I can infuse the changing character Tao into the flawless saber Tao." Ao Jiao sighed and said softly, "I just knew that I could not outtalk you. I will tell you the essence of the changing character formula now. However, remember not to get lost." After saying that, Ao Jiao placed her finger on Xiao Chen's forehead. Then she closed her eyes, and information flowed through her finger and quickly entered Xiao Chen's mind. An unending chain of sword images flashed in Xiao Chen's mind. Then, an imposing man appeared before Xiao Chen. However, he could not see his appearance clearly. Xiao Chen knew that this person was the Thunder King, Sang Mu, who had given him the Thunderwood Sword's inheritance back then. The Thunder King's figures changed continuously. There was only one sword in his hand, but he could materialize thousands of martial techniques, including spear techniques and saber techniques. As the light flickered, the Thunder King's figures increased in number, becoming more and more complex. Every figure held a different weapon. However, the martial techniques that every figure used were exactly the same. However, the weapons they used were different, changing their styles. In the end, the thousands of figures merged together. The Thunder Emperor's blurry figure suddenly became clear in an instant. A sword pierced toward Xiao Chen. 10,000 techniques returned to one. Clearly, one sword could only execute one martial technique. However, to Xiao Chen, this sword strike felt like there were 10,000 Thunder Kings executing 10,000 different profound martial techniques at the same time. Horrifying, extremely horrifying. If the Thunder King came back to life, even if he was of the same cultivation realm as Xiao Chen, he would not be able to block this sword strike. Xiao Chen would definitely not be able to block this sword strike. Xiao Chen could not help but feel shocked. 10,000 techniques returned to one, moving mountains and rivers with one breath, breaking the sky with one sword. Was this the highest level of the changing character formula? Xiao Chen now understood why the Thunder King relied only on the changing character formula to sweep through the world unhindered. After the Qing Emperor, he was known as the most outstanding legendary genius. Ao Jiao let go, and the clear figure in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness scattered, turning into tens of thousands of clumps of light flying everywhere. Strands of information poured into Xiao Chen's mind. They were as vast as smoke, complex and chaotic, far surpassing what Xiao Chen expected. Xiao Chen's entire mind went blank, filled with a vast amount of information. His mind was in incredible pain, recovering only after a long time. Xiao Chen revealed a bitter smile, feeling somewhat dispirited. Earlier, he had thought too simply of the changing character formula. He had also thought too simply of the Thunder King. Ao Jiao did not feel surprised at Xiao Chen's expression. She said calmly, "Don't be too dispirited. The information I gave you was comprehended after the Thunder King pondered it for 1,000 years. The changing character formula goes from simple to complicated, then from complicated to simple. Over and over again, it condenses and refines. Sang Mu spent close to 1,000 years before he comprehended it, obtaining one word." Xiao Chen thought, so that is the case. No wonder that sword strike was so horrifying. If I had cultivated the flawless saber Dao for 1,000 years, I might have been able to block it. However, Xiao Chen was very curious about which word Ao Jiao said. He asked, "What word?" "It is one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1. One? What a strange word." Xiao Chen muttered to himself for a while. He felt like a certain string in his mind was gently plucked. As long as he comprehended it, he would be able to reap great benefits. Everything has a beginning. 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, 1 3 gives birth to 4, 1 9 gives birth to 10, and then 10 becomes 1. In the end, it can cycle endlessly. The Thunder King cultivated it to the level of using 10,000 as 1. Ao Jiao smiled and said, "These things are too complicated. The Thunder King spent 1,000 years to understand them. Even now, I only have a superficial understanding of them. You don't have to understand them all at once. Just follow the prescribed order." Xiao Chen recovered his wits from his thoughts. Then, he smiled to indicate that he understood. Right now, Xiao Chen only wanted to deal with the 9 profound martial techniques and the problem of not being able to use weapons. He did not want to comprehend the Thunder King's Dao. He was indeed thinking too far ahead. With the essence of the later parts of the changing character formula, the problem of not being able to use weapons could be resolved with some thought. Little Yellow Feather killed all the profound beasts at the mouth of the volcano. Then, it puffed out a few streams of flames and used its wings to point at Xiao Chen. Then, It pointed at Xiao Chen and the profound beast corpses on the ground. Ao Jiao smiled and said, "It's set to ask you to help it take out these profound cores for it to eat later. Don't listen to it. I'll do it. Just focus on cultivating." After Little Yellow Feather gave instructions, it leaped into the volcano, wanting to search for an earth core flame. Xiao Chen smiled helplessly. He knew that Ao Jiao doted on this Little Yellow Feather and liked to spoil it, so he could not be bothered with it. Little Yellow Feather was normally very arrogant. However, it did not show any fear on the battlefield. Furthermore, it even gave Xiao Chen one of its life-saving plume feathers. This showed that the little golden crow only had the temper of a child and was not a bad person. Time slowly passed. Xiao Chen focused on cultivating the changing character formula, comprehending its mysteries. The words that the Thunder King left behind allowed Xiao Chen to avoid many detours. After half a month, he could already use 10 as 1. The basics were simple. The next step was to use 100 as 1. This gave Xiao Chen a headache. Fortunately, at this level, the problem of not being able to use weapons was already easily resolved. Xiao Chen could now execute the profound martial techniques of other weapons very smoothly. In terms of aura, they were no weaker than the other cultivators. All that remained was familiarity and comprehension of his own, turning the profound martial techniques of others into his own. This was a slow process that needed to be done gradually and could not be rushed. After another month, the group of 3 practically turned the entire flame ring upside down, gaining a bountiful harvest. They had already accumulated more than 10,000 fire-attributed profound cores and found as many as 10 places for earth core flames. After Little Yellow Feather swallowed all the fire-attributed profound cores, its size swelled again. Its overwhelming aura made even Xiao Chen feel some fear. The golden holy flame that it spat out when it opened its mouth was even more horrifying. The awakening of some of the Golden Crow's ancient inherited memories also allowed Little Yellow Feather to grasp several innate techniques. This was similar to the martial techniques of cultivators, which allowed them to open up their flames a second time and increase their might. The strongest move was 10 suns shining together. When it opened its mouth, it spat out 9 golden fireballs, forming the scene of 10 suns shining together, forming a ring of fire. Xiao Chen tested it out. Even when he defended with all his might, the 10 suns shining together burned away the blue dragon battle armor. This left the little fellow feeling very pleased for a while. Xiao Chen, Little Yellow Feather, says that it is sick of eating fire-attributed profound cores. Now, when it sees fire-attributed profound cores, it looks like poop. Even the earth core flame is not to its liking. Ao Jiao smiled as she held up Little Yellow Feather. Little Yellow Feather's mouth is really stubborn. Xiao Chen felt some envy, jealousy, and hatred. The growth of such a holy beast even made him, a genius, feel inferior. As long as it had food to eat, its growth defied the laws of nature. In that case, let's go. It is time to go. However, I wonder what those outstanding talents gained on this road to burial of emperors? Ao Jiao sighed and said, "We already gained so much in the first ring. Their gains are definitely not low. Let's go." When Xiao Chen arrived before the transportation formation, he activated it. In an instant he left the transportation formation and arrived at the surface of the sea. After looking around, he realized that he was right above Despair City and had not gone far. Rumble. Before Xiao Chen could stabilize himself, a loud sound came from the distance. He looked up and saw a group of people fleeing in a sorry state 5 kilometers away. Chapter 1077. Without any deviation, the direction was precisely in his direction. When Xiao Chen saw the appearance of that group of people, his expression changed slightly. The leader was Ba Tu, whom he had met once before. The ones fleeing in sorry states were the descendants of the Black Sea's great bandits. Chasing them were 2 or 3 small perfection loose cultivators of the blue-robed emperor level. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen decided to help. "Little Yellow Feather, I'll leave it to you." Little Yellow Feather spread its wings and flew out of the immortal spirit ring. When it saw the group of people Xiao Chen pointed at, it flew over at lightning speed. Then, it opened its mouth and spat out 10 suns shining together. Immediately, 10 clumps of fiery light comparable to the sun appeared in the sky, radiating an overwhelming heat wave. The seawater instantly evaporated, creating a boundless mist that turned everything hazy. Before the few small perfection blue-robed emperors in pursuit could react, they saw the 10 suns descend, encasing the area. There was nowhere to run to. The 10 suns shining together could melt even Xiao Chen's blue dragon battle armor. How could this group of small perfection blue-robed emperors deal with it? Before these small perfection blue-robed emperors could even scream, they were burned to ashes. This scene dumbfounded Batu's group. As they looked at little yellow feather in the sky, they were horrified. Big brother, this divine bird seems to have a master. Could it be that it has taken a fancy to our treasure? Let's quickly run. Batu, who was carrying an ancient corpse, showed an uncertain expression. He said, "Its pet is already so powerful. We definitely cannot run. Let's go and take a look." Feeling nervous, the group followed Little Yellow Feather as they walked on the surface of the sea. After executing 10 suns shining together, Little Yellow Feather was clearly much weaker. When it landed before Xiao Chen, he took out astral cores and fed them to the little fellow. Batu and the others walked carefully. When they saw this scene, they could not even process what was going on. The master of the divine bird was actually the Azure Dragon King Xiao Chen, who had caused a huge commotion. Batu laughed loudly and quickly stepped forward. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Many thanks to Brother Xiao Chen for helping out. It looks like Brother still remembers our fated meeting." Xiao Chen curiously sized up the corpse Batu was carrying. Then he said softly, "It was nothing much. Brother Batu is too polite. That was nothing much, but you saved the lives of us brothers. There is no need to be polite." Xiao Chen smiled and asked, "Did the few of you come out from the road that buried emperors?" Batu nodded and said with a wretched expression, "Yes, I got a corpse in the 4th ring. I really didn't dare to go any further, so I came out." Who would have thought that he would be targeted by a few loose cultivators and end up in such a sorry state? It's like a tiger being bullied by a dog when it's down. If they were in the Black Sea, they wouldn't even dare to make a move. After Chen Xiao Chen introduced to the group of brothers. Chen greeted them without any pride. Without the boss spirit Chen, Li Tu, Chen, Yuan of Chen of brothers. "Brother Batu, what's the situation with the Emperor Burial Heart?" "Brother Batu, it seems like that group of outstanding talents are not satisfied with the 4th ring and want to continue forward." Fear flashed in Batu's eyes as he said, "Right now, of the 4 major characters that went together, only Zong Buxiong made it to the heart of the ocean. The 3 great fiends of the fiend race all died on the Black Flame Emperor's path. Those outstanding talents are still continuing forward. They all have astonishing harvests. As long as they can return alive, I believe that there will be many young blue-robed emperors at the 4 Seas Hero Gathering 1 year from now." Another person interjected, "The one with the greatest harvest is definitely Zong Buxiong. As long as that fellow can make it out, he will definitely be conferred king. The Black Flame Emperor is probably going to change. We have to return quickly and tell the elders about this." Batu nodded and said, "Zong Buxiong is very ambitious. We have to return quickly. We cannot chat any longer. In the future, when Brother Xiao Chen goes to the Black Flame Emperor, we will definitely receive him properly." After a pause, Batu removed the jade strip hanging from the corpse's neck. He said, "There is nothing to repay. Just take this jade strip as a small gift. This corpse is a sovereign martial emperor from the ancient era. Unfortunately, he did not make it back alive when he was conferred king, falling along the way. This jade strip should be pretty good." Xiao Chen received the jade strip and performed a cupped fist salute. "Goodbye. I'm leaving. Brother Xiao Chen, remember to make a trip to the Black Flame Emperor's Black Flame Emperor." The descendants of this group of lawless bandits were very forthright, not putting on airs at all, leaving as they pleased. Xiao Chen mulled over Batu's words. The 3 great fiends died on the way. Only Zong Buxiong made it to the heart of the ocean alone. The Emperor's path truly lived up to its name. It was indeed true. Zong Buxiong, the major character that warned Xiao Chen back then. Could it be that Xiao Chen had some karma with him? At this moment, Xiao Chen would never guess that Zhong Buxiong only wanted to leave an opponent for his adopted son, not letting him die at the hands of others. Karma was very mysterious. When Xiao Chen met Zhong Buxiong's adopted son more than a year later in the Black Flame Emperor's Black Flame Emperor, his expression turned extremely complicated. Xiao Chen, where are we going now? Are we still going to the Northern Sea Alliance? Ao Jiao asked. Naturally we are going. However, it was just that Xiao Chen's original idea of finding a backer was something he could do without. Previously, Xiao Chen's fame spread far and wide, and his future was boundless. Now, he advanced to Martial Emperor in 5 years, his fate unknown. The words of the Divine Dragon Palace's old man were not pleasant to the ears, but that was what most people thought. Since there was no value in befriending him, why would the other party make a large group of strong enemies for Xiao Chen? Perhaps Yi Chen would not think this way. However, Xiao Chen had seen too much of the ways of the world. He had understood this many years ago. Yi Chen could not make decisions for the Northern Sea Alliance, which was a huge faction. Now that Xiao Chen was going to the Northern Sea Alliance, he simply wanted to meet this friend and thank him for the congratulatory gift at the king conferral ceremony. Where should we go after that? Ao Jiao asked. When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt stunned. Indeed, where could he go after that? How could he find a way to advance to Martial Emperor in 5 years? Should he go and seek out the Haotian Martial Emperor or the Prime, the Thunder King? However, he could not bring himself to meet these two primes, who placed so much importance on him and gave him such great help. However, he ended up in such a state. How could he find the other party again? The vast sea stretched as far as the eye could see. The sky was high, and the sea was wide. However, Xiao Chen felt an emptiness of having nowhere to go despite the vastness of the world. When Ao Jiao saw this, her heart suddenly ached for no reason. Blue Dragon King. The 3 dazzling words brought pressure and restrictions. Those who could only see the Blue Dragon King's dazzling appearance would never understand it. If not for his title as the Qing Emperor's descendant, Xiao Chen would definitely be able to live much more easily. He would not have to work so hard, shouldering everything by himself. Xiao Chen collected his thoughts. Then, he remembered that he still had the jade strip that Ba Tu gave him. He wondered what kind of treasure it was. An ancient cultivator who could come out of the heart of the ocean was definitely not simple. Ba Tu did not even bother to look at it as a gift, not afraid of suffering a loss. After fiddling with it for a while, Xiao Chen sent in his spiritual sense. After a while, he revealed an extremely surprised expression. What's wrong? Ao Jiao asked curiously when she saw Xiao Chen's expression. Take a look for yourself. Ao Jiao flew out and received the jade strip. After checking it for a while, a smile of indescribable pleasant surprise appeared in her eyes. The dragon's seeking art. This is an ancient secret technique that can only be passed down to one person. To think that you managed to obtain it. Naturally, the dragon-seeking art was not about finding a true dragon. It was a secret technique for finding spirit veins based on the geography of the mountains, the geography of the astral palace, and geomancy. In ancient times, spirit veins were commonly known as earth dragons. Furthermore, they were mostly dragon-shaped. The name dragon-seeking art was not inappropriate. In ancient times, there were also people who specialized in dragon-seeking art. They were known as geomasters and held high statuses, even higher than blacksmiths and alchemists. Dragons are hidden in the depths. The sea hides dragons. In the vast sea, there are many more spirit veins than in the Kunlun continent. This dragon-seeking art will definitely be able to display its prowess in the heavenly starry ocean. Right now, what you lack is spirit veins. This jade strip is really tailor-made for you. Ao Jiao's tone was filled with excitement. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and tightly grasped the jade strip with his right hand. Everything was understood without words. If Xiao Chen followed the usual routine, he would need at least 4 years to cultivate the blue-robed emperor to small perfection. Another 4 years to cultivate the blue-robed emperor to great perfection. Given Xiao Chen's comprehension ability, he would need less time to cultivate a soul for the heavenly seal. Xiao Chen's greatest obstacle in advancing to martial emperor was being stuck at small perfection and great perfection of the blue-robed emperor. If he really spent 8 years, it would be too late. However, now that he had the dragon-seeking art, as long as he could obtain sufficient resources, everything would not be a problem. The only thing he had to worry about was the great tribulation of wind and fire after he reached peak consummation. This stunned Xiao Chen. Then he revealed a grave expression. He waved his hand, and a small silver boat appeared. This was the secret treasure that he obtained in the Sky Dome realm. At this point, the grade of this secret treasure was no longer worthy of his discerning eyes. However, people tended to be nostalgic. After arriving in the Kunlun realm, Xiao Chen had taken some time out to repair this boat. Now, for the sake of not attracting attention, this secret treasure was perfect. Ao Jiao, you will control the boat. Help me sail it to the northern sea. I want to enter closed-door cultivation and focus all my energy on this dragon-seeking art. Ao Jiao rejoiced in her heart. She finally saw some hope. She smiled and said, "Roger that. Just enter closed-door cultivation in peace. Leave the rest to Little Yellow Feather and me." Xiao Chen nodded and did not say anything more. He entered the recuperation room on the boat and sank his consciousness into the dragon-seeking art. The dragon-seeking art was just a general name for such a secret technique. It was similar to alchemy and blacksmithing. There were many different secret techniques. For example, the Book of Heavenly Works in Mo Chen's hand was the divine canon of blacksmithing, a supreme existence. The dragon-seeking art hidden in this jade strip was called the Paradise Secret Canon. Paradise had the meaning of seeing through the mysteries of heaven. Just based on the name, one could guess that the Paradise Secret Canon was an extremely high-ranked secret canon among the many types of dragon-seeking arts. The Paradise Secret Canon was split into 3 parts. The first part was the most complicated, like a general outline. It introduced the situation of the clan of the owner of the Jade Strip, as well as the glory of their clan in the ancient era. It recorded the origin of the dragon-seeking art and the various branches of the Geomasters. It was very detailed and complicated. Xiao Chen felt a headache when he read it. Since it did not involve true cultivation, he only paid attention to the first part and skimmed through the rest, getting a general idea. The owner of the Jade Strip was called Yuan Qin. He was the sole descendant of the Yuan clan. After he died, the inheritance ended. During the ancient era, the Yuan clan was very famous, holding a high position among the Geomasters. The inheritors of the clan were all known as the Great Heavenly Master. However, this clan did not care about fame and fortune. They did not accept the invitations of the various large clans. They always acted alone, which resulted in very few people knowing about them. Chapter 1078. There was a long introduction at the end, so Xiao Chen skipped over it and looked at the second part of the Jade Strip, the Paradise Secret Canon's cultivation method. The second part was divided into 4 parts. The first part was the Heavenly Eye. Open the Heavenly Eye, seek dragons and fix veins, see through the mysteries of heaven. The Yuan clan's dragon-seeking secret arts all used the Heavenly Eye as the foundation. Without cultivating the Heavenly Eye, seeking dragons and fixing veins would be impossible. The mysterious hand can steal the work of the heavens and fight for good fortune. The second aspect was the ingenuity of surpassing nature. Even after cultivating the Heavenly Eye, one could not truly seek dragons and fix veins. One would need to rely on the dragon-seeking secret treasures of the Yuan clan. The Yuan family had a total of 3 dragon-seeking treasures, which were the dragon beheading platform, the dragon revealing mirror, and the dragon fixing needle. In this section, the refining methods and materials of the 3 dragon-seeking secret treasures were introduced in detail, as well as the main points of attention. The Tao is boundless and ever-changing. The heavens say that it is unfathomable, but it can be measured, thought about, and imagined. The third section was the 100 changes of heavenly secrets. The content of this section was the most complicated, but also the most important. It introduced over 10,000 different terrains, stars, and geomancy in detail. It was detailed, profound, and complicated. Ordinary people would not be able to understand it at all. Even if they could understand it, they might not be able to immerse themselves in it. With a plan in mind, I will capture the dragon with a wave of my hand. The fourth segment was prison drawing. It mainly explained how to trap spirit veins and how to use the dragon-fixing needles to form all sorts of formations. There were 3,000 types of formations of various sizes used to trap different spirit veins. Fighting with others, fighting with the heavens, is boundless joy. The fifth stanza was about the trapped dragon ascending to heaven. Its content gave Xiao Qin a fright. When a Grand Heaven Master reached a certain level, he would be able to break free from the shackles of heaven and earth. It could fight against the heavens, create dragons with manpower, and nurture spirit veins. The spirit fountain was nurtured by the heaven and earth, and would never be destroyed. However, the Yuan family actually wanted to create their own spirit fountain and fight against the heaven. No wonder the Yuan family had lost their inheritance. Fighting against the heavens, how could they have a good ending? As for the third part of the jade slip, it was completely blank. There was nothing at all, causing one to feel suspicious. Xiao Qin guessed that there should be some kind of concealment technique. Without cultivating the Paradise Secret Canon to a certain level, one would not be able to see its contents. Withdrawing his spiritual sense from the jade strip, Xiao Qin had a complicated look on his face. The dragon-seeking art was not something that could be learned overnight. His previous thoughts were too simple. It was too early for him to be happy. No matter what, I have to learn this Paradise Secret Canon. His right hand trembled as he gripped the jade slip tightly. Xiao Qin's eyes were filled with determination. Throughout his life, he had never liked to ask for favors, nor did he like to owe favors. It was rare that God had given him a chance to stop bothering the Haotian Emperor and the Thunder King. He would not give up no matter what. No matter how difficult it was, he would not give up. The cultivation technique of the Paradise Secret Canon had a total of 4 segments. The 5th segment was just a supplement. It was like a forbidden technique, making one's hair stand on end. What kind of existence dared to say that fighting against the heavens was an endless joy? Although the path of cultivation was heaven-defying and also fighting against the heavens, most cultivators respected the heavens. However, most of the cultivators were filled with reverence. They were cautious with every step they took. No one dared to say such disgraceful words. Paradise Secret Canon. Xiao Qin felt curious. He really wanted to know what kind of person the ancestor of the Yuan clan was. He had to go to the Black Sea. If there was an opportunity, he had to find Ba Tu and see that corpse. When Xiao Qin calmed down, he started to carefully study the cultivation technique of the heavenly eye. One had to take things step by step. Even if one was anxious, one could not mess up the steps. Xiao Qin understood this principle. The heavenly eye was extremely profound. When one opened it, one could see a brand new world. When cultivated to an extremely profound level, one could see through the mysteries of heaven. This was not a lie. There were many levels to it. The Geomasters of the Yuan clan were known as Great Heavenly Masters mostly because of the heavenly eye. Normally speaking, the level of the heavenly eye determined the Great Heavenly Master's ability to seek dragons and fix veins. Otherwise, no matter what kind of schemes one had, one would be helpless when facing a high-ranked spirit vein. After studying the cultivation technique of the heavenly eye to the point that he was thoroughly familiar with it, Xiao Qin decided to open the heavenly eye. The process of opening the heavenly eye was not difficult. However, it was very complicated. One needed to use a special liquid to wash the eyes. Every day, when the sun rose, one had to look into the distance and absorb the purple qi. After doing this for half a month, one had to circulate their energy and open up 1,000 tiny meridians in the eyes. Then, one could formally open the heavenly eye, opening a vertical eye on the forehead. Naturally, Xiao Qin did not have the liquid. However, there was the refining method and the required materials. After looking at it for a while, Xiao Qin found that it was not too troublesome. It was just that the formula was rather unique. After finding the nearest island on the sea chart, Xiao Qin successfully bought the required materials. After familiarizing himself with it a few times, he succeeded in refining the heavenly eye. Every day, when Xiao Qin dripped the liquid into his eyes, he would feel an indescribable numbness and pain. It was like countless bugs had entered his eyes, causing him so much pain that he wished he were dead. Just like the jade strip said, there were no accidents. Xiao Chen did not stop, relying on his willpower to endure this inhumane torture. This made Ao Jiao's heart ache. At first, little Yellow Feather was curious and clamped down, wanting to give it a try. In the end, after trying it once, it cried out in pain for an entire day. After that, when little Yellow Feather looked at Xiao Chen, a rare reverence appeared in its eyes. Its mischievous attitude from before faded significantly. At the same time, Xiao Chen would sit at the bow of the warship every day, waiting for the sun to rise in the east. At first, he did not see any purple qi. However, as he persisted day after day, using the special liquid to wash his eyes, Xiao Chen finally saw the so-called purple qi. It was a majestic and surging scene. A hazy purple qi filled the sky, allowing one to truly feel the rising luck of this world. After persisting for half a month, Xiao Chen carried out the final step of opening his eyes, opening up the thousands of tiny meridians connecting his eyeballs. After carefully completing this final step, a crack appeared on Xiao Chen's forehead and a vertical eye appeared. It gave off a strange purple light, and the world before his eyes suddenly changed. The vast sea actually turned transparent before his eyes. He could clearly see the topography of the seabed, the swimming fishes, prawns, and spirit beasts. The air was no longer empty. Instead, it was a combination of all sorts of gases of various colors. Aside from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, there were many other gases. Xiao Chen could see the direction of the wind and the movement of the clouds. The entire world seemed to be moving rapidly. A painful sensation came, and Xiao Chen quickly closed his eyes. The vertical eye closed, leaving behind only a faint blood stain. After wiping away the blood stain, Xiao Chen revealed an expression of joy. Blood was definitely present when opening the heavenly eye. He knew that he had succeeded. In the future, as his cultivation of the Paradise Secret Canon deepened, the level of his heavenly eye would continue to improve. This was just the beginning. How is it? Did you succeed? Ao Jiao asked urgently as she ran over with little Yellow Feather. Xiao Chen nodded, and Ao Jiao immediately revealed a joyful smile, feeling very happy for Xiao Chen. However, this is just the first step. I still have to refine the dragon-seeking secret treasure and familiarize myself with the 100 changes of heavenly mysteries and the thousands of topography. Ao Jiao smiled and said, "There's no rush. As long as there was hope, it was fine. As long as Xiao Chen learned this Paradise Secret Canon, he might be able to advance to Martial Emperor in 5 years. After all, the dragon-seeking art was a clan's secret technique. It was passed down to males and not females. It was only passed down within a Geomaster's clan. No strong faction, even an immortal Holy Land, could obtain any dragon-seeking art. Furthermore, Xiao Chen's Paradise Secret Canon was clearly much more profound than the existing dragon-seeking arts. Great heavenly masters were existences that only existed during the ancient era. Following that, Xiao Chen docked the warship and purchased some materials. Then he started to refine the dragon-seeking secret treasure, the dragon-fixing needle. The dragon-fixing needle was a one-time consumable. It was the secret treasure that the great heavenly masters used the most and required a lot of preparation. The dragon-revealing mirror and the dragon-subduing platform were rather troublesome to refine. Furthermore, he could not be careless with the materials. He would not be able to find top-quality materials on any random island. He would have to wait for a large-scale auction. Xiao Chen did not intend to refine them immediately. Furthermore, with the dragon-fixing needle, he could deal with most spirit veins. He only needed the dragon-revealing mirror for spirit veins that were sage grade or higher. As for the dragon-subduing platform, it was used to deal with mutated ancient spirit veins. 3 days later, the first dragon-fixing needle was refined in the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. It was a palm-sized black needle. It was very sharp, and its tip flickered with a cold light. The dragon-fixing needle did not require a lot of divine materials. However, there were many kinds, at least 100 of them. Furthermore, the amount of each one was specified. Even if there were more or less, it would not be able to achieve the effect of stabilizing a spirit vein. This was a secret treasure unique to the Yuan clan. According to the introduction of exquisite workmanship, the quality of the dragon fixing needle could be improved. However, it required a more complicated refinement process. The result would be a golden needle, which would be more effective. However, unless one ran into a situation that could not be dealt with, one black dragon fixing needle would suffice. Xiao Chen experimented a few times, but the chances of success were too low. So he stopped after refining 100. Then he frantically refined the black dragon fixing needles. He only stopped after refining 10,000. That would be sufficient for a long time. Xiao Chen spent the remaining days on the most complicated part of the Paradise Secret Canon, the 100 changes of heavenly mysteries. He had to start from scratch on the various aspects of geography, constellations, and geomancy. He had to spend a lot of time to study them. On this particular day, the warship arrived at the northern sea. Xiao Chen came out of the warship's hold for a breath of fresh air, which was a rare occurrence. As he looked at the calm sea, he felt excited. He opened his heavenly eye and carefully observed. Xiao Chen prepared for an actual combat, to see if his recent bitter study of geography and geomancy was effective. The seawater was transparent, and he could see the topography of the seabed. A bookworm would not be successful. If he could not apply what he learned, even if he memorized the contents of the third section, it would be useless. As Xiao Chen looked at the shape and power of the seabed, he recalled what he had learned in the 100 changes of heavenly mysteries over the past few days. Then he quickly made a judgment. That's not right. This is poor land. The dragon's mouth is not locked, and qi is not condensed. It flows with the water, formless and powerless. That's not right either. The surroundings do not respond. The mountains do not wrap around it, and the water does not flow around it. It flows straight to the heart of the heavens. There cannot be a spirit vein. Xiao Chen, who was traveling with the warship, vetoed many places. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes and stared at the topography of the seabed. Then he got Ao Jiao to stop the warship. That was a seabed vein. To the north, there were endless mountain ranges. To the south, there were 3 small hills that echoed each other. There were 2 mountains on the left and right, heavily guarded. Chapter 1079. The layout in the middle was clear, and the terrain was spacious. There were also many large trees at the bottom of the sea surrounding it. The mountains rose and fell, high and low, twisting and turning like they were alive. The dragon's mouth in the center was locked by trees. Mountains and waters surrounded it, guarding it. This was definitely a treasure land with spirit veins. There were many spirit veins in the heavenly starry ocean. However, most of them were hidden at the bottom of the sea. Unless something strange happened underground and they leaked out, one could only rely on a geomaster to use the dragon-seeking art to find them. Regular cultivators did not understand the geography of earth veins. Even if one walked past a place with a spirit vein, one would not discover anything. Xiao Chen held the 5 dragon-fixing needles with his right hand. He felt slightly nervous. This was his first time making a move. If he made a mistake, it would be a huge blow to him. Whether Xiao Chen had the talent to learn the dragon-seeking art or not, this unknown treasure land before him would give him the answer. Was it right or wrong? Holding the dragon-fixing needles, Xiao Chen leaped out and dove into the sea. Then, he arrived at the dragon cave, surrounded by many trees. When Xiao Chen got closer, he discovered that the so-called tree locking the dragon was just something he saw from afar. When Xiao Chen truly walked at the bottom of the sea, the hundreds of underwater trees were very far apart and sparse. Ordinary people would find it hard to connect them to a dragon cave. When Xiao Chen got closer, he carefully touched the trunk of the tree. It was not a spirit tree, just an ordinary sea tree. Xiao Chen had already closed his heavenly eye. He looked into the distance in the seawater. To the south, there was a continuous chain of mountains, looking like a ferocious beast coiled in the sea. Then he looked to the north. There were many low mountains and small mounds surrounding them, heavily guarding them. As Xiao Chen stood at the dragon cave in the center, he closed his eyes and carefully sensed the undetectable currents in the seawater. Most of the time, the direction of the currents in the deep sea was quiet. However, if this was really a dragon cave with a spirit vein, the direction of the water would definitely be different from other places. Invisibly, Xiao Chen sensed that the water 1 kilometer away was flowing from left to right in an extremely slow and indiscernible manner. There was no mistake. Trees locking the dragon, flowing water surrounding it. To the north, there were small mounds protecting the dragon, layered over each other. To the south, there were ferocious beasts with ferocious fangs and bloody jaws. The ground beneath his feet was definitely a dragon cave, a spirit vein hidden within. Xiao Chen stomped his foot on the ground. Rumbling sounds could be heard, and cracks appeared in the ground. Countless bubbles rose up. Kacha kacha. Xiao Chen's stomp seemed to have broken some sort of balance. The speed at which the crack descended was astonishing. Soon, it was a kilometer deep. With a bang, the ground split apart in an instant. The water that was originally difficult to detect and was only moving at a weak speed slowly turned into a stream of water. It spun frantically at an extremely fast speed. A smile appeared on Xiao Chen's tense face. He was right to win the first battle, but now was not the time to relax. Seeking dragons and fixing veins was not as simple as that. Hoochie hoochie. The earth's crust trembled, and the hills in the north were uprooted by the mighty force of nature. One after another, small mountains with the force of 1,000,000 caddies slammed toward Xiao Chen. This was the dragon's guard. Anyone who touched the dragon's cave had to pass through it. Otherwise, not only would one not obtain the spirit vein, but the spirit vein might even devour one's life. In the fourth segment of the Paradise Secret Canon, Earth Prison, there were all sorts of secret techniques that could use the power of mountains and rivers to easily resolve this tribulation with a wave of one's hand. Xiao Chen had not reached that level yet, so he could only use force to suppress it. Looking at the small mountains rushing over in the water, Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and blocked one of them. As the small mountains danced around, they crashed into some of the other small mountains. Rubble flew everywhere. Even with the seawater as a buffer, they still created many large pits at the bottom of the sea. Roar! A ferocious beast broke out of the ground in the mountains to the south. It was a 300-meter-long snake as thick as a calf. The snake glared as it charged over with a surging aura. In the end, when it saw Xiao Chen, it trembled in fright and turned to retreat. This snake was only as strong as a Grandmaster-level martial sage. When Xiao Chen saw this snake's strength, he was already certain. The spirit vein hidden in the dragon cave would not surpass a superior-grade spirit vein. However, that did not matter. Even if he tried it out, he would not gain anything. He did not have to worry about the spirit vein being of low quality. All he had to do was prove that Xiao Chen had the talent to seek dragons and fix veins. Buzz. 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 Cracks appeared in the ground, spreading to the north. It seemed like something underground was moving. Xiao Chen's expression turned cold. Hiding your head but showing your tail. How long are you going to hide? The 5 dragon-fixing needles in Xiao Chen's hand shot out, moving quickly and disappearing in a flash. Mournful wails came from the bottom of the sea. The seawater surged, and huge waves surged 10,000 meters above. The small silver boat drifted with the waves. Ao Jiao, who was at the bow, revealed a joyful expression. One did not fear strong winds and waves. One feared nothing. The cracks stopped spreading. Xiao Chen walked calmly in the water. When he arrived at the end of the crack, he kicked the ground a few more times. In the end, he was still not skilled enough. If he could learn even half a move of the 4th segment of the Earth Prison, he would not have ended up in such an ugly state. He could use the power of the mountains and rivers to make the ground rise and crack. Right now, his cultivation was not there yet, so he could only use brute force. When the bottom of the sea exploded, a green roaming dragon was pinned to the ground by the 5 dragon-fixing needles, unable to move. My luck is pretty good. A high-ranked spirit vein. I can mine medial-grade spirit stones in the surrounding spirit stone mines. There is also a chance of superior-grade spirit stones appearing. Xiao Chen smiled faintly as he sized up the spirit vein below. In the Sky Dome realm, it was worth cities. However, in the Kunlun realm, it was not worth mentioning. At the very least, at Xiao Chen's level, it was not worth mentioning. The 5 dragon-fixing needles slowly melted, and the green roaming dragon turned into a clump of spirit veins origin. Xiaochen stretched out his hand and directly absorbed it. The surging spiritual energy of heaven and earth was like a river flowing through his body with great momentum. However, when the spiritual energy reached the dantian and the silhouette of the dragon-shaped heavenly seal, it was like a river facing the sea, silently drowning out the spiritual energy. The terrain of the earth vein was destroyed. After Xiaochen absorbed this spirit vein, he sized up his surroundings. Then he shot out of the sea like an arrow leaving a bow. Ao Jiao, who had been waiting for a long time, quickly asked, "How was it?" "One high-ranked spirit vein," Xiaochen said softly when he landed on the warship's bow. Ao Jiao said excitedly, "Not bad, not bad. Really not bad." In the entire Kunlun continent, all the spirit veins that can be found with one glance are already occupied by the various major factions, not leaving a single one behind. Originally, if you wanted to obtain resources, you could only rob those holy lands. Now that you have the dragon-seeking art, not only do you not need to beg others, but there will probably be people lining up to beg you. The importance of spirit veins to sects went without saying. Any strong geomaster would be an honored guest of a holy land, receiving the highest treatment. Ao Jiao was right. However, Xiaochen was still far from it. After all, Xiaochen had just learned this Dao. Compared to some of the veteran geomaster clans, there was still a huge gap. "Oh, right, we have already entered the Northern Sea. Should we go directly to the headquarters of the Northern Sea Alliance?" The Northern Sea Alliance was a community of interests formed by many factions, somewhat similar to the Bushin Palace. However, in terms of accumulations and strength, they were much weaker than the Bushin Palace. The current alliance chief of the Northern Sea Alliance was Yi Chen's father. If there were no surprises, Yi Chen should be in the alliance headquarters. Xiaochen took out a sea chart and checked it. Then he said, "Let's go to the Cloud Treasure Sea Market first. That is the largest sea market in the Northern Sea. Let's see if I can buy the materials there to refine the dragon-subduing platform and dragon-revealing mirror." These two dragon-seeking secret treasures required many divine materials, at least 100 of them. Each would require at least 5 tons of each. Just the materials alone were astronomical. If not for having more than 40 million black astral coins and being filthy rich, Xiaochen would not have been able to bear to refine them. Ao Jiao nodded obediently and received the sea chart. Then, she smiled and pushed Xiaochen into the ship's hold, telling him to focus on cultivating the Paradise secret cannon. Xiaochen and Little Yellow Feather could handle the matters of the ship and the ferocious beasts they would meet in the sea. After traveling for 10 days, the silhouette of the Cloud Treasure Sea Market could already be seen in the distance. It was the same as the 10,000 Treasure Sea Market, built around a gigantic immortal statue towering in the sea. From a distance, this immortal looked different from the immortals in the 10,000 Treasure Sea Market. However, its expression and hand seals were almost the same. As it looked at the distant starry heavens, there was a trace of heavy helplessness in its rage and sorrow. With his previous experience, Xiaochen knew that the peak of this place was naturally the Cloud Treasure City in the palm of that immortal statue. Not wanting to attract attention, Xiaochen withdrew his aura and followed the crowd into the city. After asking around, Xiaochen learned that there was a branch of the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association in Cloud Treasure City. Furthermore, it was one of the top 3 branches. The person in charge was the 3rd City Lord. As the largest sea market in the Northern Sea, the prosperity of Cloud Treasure City went without saying. To be able to enter Cloud Treasure City, one needed to be a superior grade martial sage at the very least. The threshold was already very high. The endless stream of people on the streets was the best proof of this bustling city. According to rumor, all the immortal statues in the heavenly starry ocean belonged to the mysterious treasure master. As Xiaochen walked in the city, he entered deep thought. If the rumor was true, for this treasure master to be able to snatch food from the jaws of a tiger and remain standing among the many immortal holy lands, he had to be an incredible person. Before Xiaochen knew it, he arrived at the gates of the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association. He strode in, and a pretty maidservant immediately came over to attend to him. "This young master, what instructions do you have?" Xiaochen did not say anything. He took out a list that he had prepared long ago and handed it over. The maidservant took one look and was startled. It was a long, densely packed list of all sorts of peak divine materials. The signature at the end was even more tyrannical, 50 tons of each. "Young master, come with me. We will go to the distinguished guest pavilion first and rest for a while," the maidservant said with a smile, suppressing her flustered heart. In the distinguished guest pavilion, Xiaochen did not have to wait for long. The person in charge of the Nine Cauldron Merchant Association, a major character with the status of one of the 3 city lords, personally appeared. When this person entered the distinguished guest pavilion and saw Xiaochen, he was clearly startled. Then, he waved his hand and dismissed his attendants and guards. Xiaochen's expression changed slightly. He smiled in surprise and said, "Miss Ziying, we meet again." The two were surprised. Unexpectedly, after parting at the Treasure Master's residence in 10,000 Treasure City, they met again in Cloud Treasure City. Ziying walked over leisurely and smiled. "It is truly a small world. Blue Dragon King, should I call you Mo Yun or Xiaochen?" Chapter 1080. As they chatted, Ziying's tone clearly contained a hint of rebuke and mockery. Xiaochen smiled and said, "A name is just a symbol. Miss Ziying can be called anything you want. Speaking of which, why is Miss Ziying in Cloud Treasure City? Thanks to you, I can now go out on my own. The person in charge of the Nine Cauldron Merchant Association in 10,000 Treasure City is my father. Now, I am the sole person in charge of the Nine Cauldron Merchant Association in Cloud Treasure City. At the same time, I am in charge of the business of the entire Northern Sea." Xiaochen took a sip of tea and said, "In that case, Miss Ziying, you will have to give me a discount for this business. You are really a headache. There is no problem with the discount. I just hope that you don't cause any trouble for me again. If you kidnap the Lunar Palace's holy daughter again, I will not be able to tolerate that." Ziying smiled somewhat helplessly. If not for what happened to Xiaochen, she would not have been promoted so much. She would have been able to enter the headquarters and enter the core of the Nine Cauldron Merchant Association's authority. However, she did not resent Xiaochen. If not for Xiaochen, she would still be in 10,000 Treasure City, not even having the chance to go out on her own. However, she could not stand it. With Xiaochen's unruly character, it could only be a headache. "I've seen your list. It involves 10,000 kinds of divine materials, 50 tons of each. This is not a small sum." Xiaochen said calmly, "Money is not a problem. You know how wealthy I am. As long as I have the goods, I can settle the bill immediately." Doing business with young Master Xiao is really refreshing. Divine materials are one of the most frequently traded natural treasures. The Nine Cauldron Merchant Association can take out most of your list. We will only need 3 days to mobilize them. However, there is one thing that my Nine Cauldron Merchant Association does not have. I believe that the other merchant associations do not have 50 tons of it, either. Xiaochen was not surprised. He was very clear about his list. The divine material that he lacked was the black patterned gold. The black patterned gold was practically an all-purpose divine material. No matter what kind of secret treasure it was, as long as it had the black patterned gold added to it, its quality would increase significantly. Xiaochen, who had seen the place where the black patterned gold was produced on the Bushin Palace resource planet, knew very well how precious it was. Only 500 kilograms of pure black patterned gold could be produced from 1,000,000 kilograms of ore. The small output was not proportional to the strong market demand. The market had always been in short supply. Adding a bit of black patterned gold powder to ordinary secret treasures would greatly improve their quality. Xiaochen wanted 50,000 kilograms in one go. No merchant association would be able to gather that much in a short period of time. "How much can your 9-tripod commerce help me get?" 50,000 kilograms. We have our own reserves, and with the addition of special channels, we have a maximum of 50,000 kilograms. This is the limit of the limit. Xiaochen pondered for a moment. 50,000 kilograms was barely enough to pass. It was enough. Deal. Ziying smiled and said, "I will deliver the goods to you in 3 days. And, may I ask what kind of artifact you want to refine with so much black dragon vein gold?" Refining an emperor artifact? Clearly, that was impossible. Ziying did not believe that Xiaochen could do so. Aside from that, what kind of secret treasure would require so much black dragon vein gold? One had to know that treasures of different grades all had their own upper limits. If it was not an emperor artifact, it would be a waste no matter how much black dragon vein gold one used after a certain limit. Xiaochen smiled and said, "No. I knew you would say that. Originally, I was planning to tell you something. It looks like there is no need to tell you now." Xiaochen's expression changed. After thinking for a while, he said, "The secret treasures that I want to refine are 2 ancient dragon-seeking secret treasures. I hope that Miss Ziying will help me keep this a secret." Shock flashed in Ziying's eyes. She asked in extreme surprise, "You are a geomaster?" Xiaochen did not say anything. Ziying reacted and realized that she had spoken too much. She quickly apologized, "Sorry, I promise not to tell anyone. Tonight, the Treasure Master's residence in Cloud Treasure City will be holding an internal auction. The treasures being auctioned are from the Treasure Master's personal collection. They are not open to the public. They will only send invitations to some of the honored guests of the Treasure Master's residence in the Northern Sea." After pausing for a while, Ziying continued, "Among the items being auctioned, there is 50 kilograms of divine-grade black dragon vein gold. 50 kilograms of divine-grade black dragon vein gold is worth 50 tons of black dragon vein gold. Can you help me get an invitation?" The dragon-subduing platform and the dragon-revealing mirror held great significance in the Paradise secret canon. Naturally, Xiaochen would not let go of this opportunity to raise the quality of these 2 items to their limits. Ziying smiled and said, "Since I asked, naturally, I am confident of getting an invitation for you." "Many thanks. There's no need to thank me. It is only right that you take care of such a big business for me." The night arrived unsteadily. The sky was filled with stars, sparkling brilliantly. Xiaochen followed Ziying to the Treasure Master's residence. After handing over the invitation, the 2 successfully entered the residence. With someone leading the way, they passed through 9 turns and 18 corridors, passing through garden paths and winding corridors before arriving in front of an exquisite building. The signboard had the words, "Cloud Treasure Pavilion." The guards at the entrance verified the 2's identities before letting them in. "Please rest here for a while. There is still 1 hour before the auction officially begins." The attendants led the 2 to a private room before taking their leave. There was a formation in the private room. There was a light screen in front of the window, allowing one to clearly see the situation on the auction platform. There were specially made bidding stones on both sides of the seats. The words transmitted through the bidding stones could be heard in all the private rooms. Without activating the bidding stones, all the conversations in the private rooms would not leak out, ensuring the guests' privacy. As Xiaochen waited, he looked at the rather simple auction list. There were only 20 items on it. The quantity could not compare to that of any other auction. However, the quality rendered Xiaochen speechless. Every one of them was a treasure worth cities. The divine-grade black patterned gold that caught Xiaochen's eye could not stand out from the rest, standing out among them. There were at least 5 items that were no less valuable than the divine-grade black dragon vein gold. This showed how high the standards of this auction were. The treasure master is really mysterious. To think that all these treasures belong to him. Furthermore, he casually auctioned them off. He is really willing to part with them. Xiaochen believed that the treasure master definitely did not care about the black astral coins he obtained from the auction. There was only one reason for doing so, to protect his reputation. Ziying nodded and said, "There has always been a saying in the outside world that the treasure master is the hidden 7th holy lord of the heavenly starry ocean. The power and wealth he controls are no weaker than any of the holy lands. In terms of wealth, he should be the strongest in the heavenly starry ocean. No one can compare to him. This bit of treasure is just a drizzle to him. He is that incredible?" This exceeded Xiaochen's expectations. This treasure master was even more mysterious than he had imagined. Ziying said, "This is what my father told me, so it should be correct. However, to us, we are still unable to come into contact with the circle of the treasure master. There is no point in overthinking." Xiaochen, Can you help me buy that soul-nourishing azure underworld fruit? Just at this moment, Ao Jiao, who was in the Immortal Spirit Ring, suddenly spoke up. Xiao Chen stopped chatting with Ziying and quickly replied in his heart, "You want to use it?" "Yes, it is very useful to me. I did not expect to run into such a rare natural treasure here. In that case, I'll buy it for you, no matter how much it costs. You did not even ask me what I would use it for. As long as you like it, even if you eat it as a dessert, I will buy it for you." "Ha. In that case, I'll really eat it as a dessert." Ao Jiao smiled mischievously from the Immortal Spirit Ring. This dessert was very expensive. The starting bid was already 1 million black astral coins. However, it was still the same as before. If Ao Jiao liked it, she would buy it no matter how much it cost. There was no reason for that. Soul-nourishing natural treasures were rather unorthodox treasures and were not cheap. However, only a few people who cultivated special cultivation techniques or people with severely injured mental energy would need them. Normal cultivators would not spend a lot of money to buy them, so there should not be many people competing. "It's starting," Ziying said. Xiao Chen looked up and saw an old man appear on the light screen in front of the window. The auctioneer had officially started. The yellow-clad old man stepped onto the stage and bowed to show his politeness. "Everyone here is a regular customer of 10,000 Treasure City, so this old man will not say much. I believe everyone knows the rules. Now, let's start with the first treasure." After a pause, the old man removed the red cloth and said with a smile, "This is a treasure sword, a subdivine weapon of the fire attribute. The starting bid is 1 million black astral coins. Each increment must be no less than 10,000 black astral coins. Friends who need it can make a bid." The old man did not show much expression. He looked like this matter did not concern him. Compared to the public auction, he appeared extremely indifferent. He did not care at all about the final price. Xiao Chen rather liked such an atmosphere. In a public auction, the auctioneers were all very experienced. Not only did they speak a lot of gibberish when introducing the treasure, but they also dragged out their words when bidding. His accent was also extremely long, and he had to repeat a sentence several times before he stopped. Just based on its appearance, one could tell that this fire-attributed subdivine weapon was no ordinary subdivine weapon. Its quality was extremely high. Xiao Chen did not use the sword. However, he paid attention to the bids for this item. He wanted to see how wealthy the other guests were, to see if he could get anything out of it. When it was time to compete for the divine grade black patterned gold, he could make a reasonable bid to suppress his opponents. The price sword and the treasure sword sold for more than twice its original price, 2,300,000 black astral coins. The buyer was a distinguished guest in booth 75. The booth had a formation that blocked spiritual sense and mental energy. No one would know the buyer's identity, ensuring privacy. There were only 20 items up for auction. The yellow-clad old man moved quickly and decisively. Soon, it was time for the azure underworld fruit. This is an extremely rare mutated fruit. It can nourish the soul and heal injuries to one's mental energy. Normally, you do not need it. However, when you truly need it, you will not be able to find it anywhere. The starting bid is 1 million black astral coins. The yellow-clad old man was very familiar with the items up for auction. When he introduced them, he was very precise and did not beat around the bush at all. When the bids started, the treasure pavilion remained quiet. Clearly, most people felt that there was no need to spend 1 million black astral coins to buy a treasure that they could do without in case of trouble. Chapter 1081. 1,010,000 astral coins. Just when Xiao Chen thought that no one would compete with him, someone in booth 65 raised the bid by 10,000 astral coins. Xiao Chen followed up, raising the bid by 100,000 astral coins. Booth 70 raises the bid by 100,000 astral coins. 1,500,000 astral coins. The person in booth 60 paused for a moment, apparently not expecting anyone to compete with him. When he saw the bid, he immediately called out 1,500,000 astral coins, trying to scare off Xiao Chen. After activating the bidding device, Xiao Chen called out calmly, 2 million astral coins. This increase in bid caught the yellow-clad old man somewhat off guard. Unexpectedly, There was such an intense bid for the azure underworld fruit that no one cared about. 2,500,000 astral coins. A furious bid came from booth 65. After a pause, he continued, I am the young manor lord of the Seoul Hegemen Mountain Manor, Shifeng. Friend on the other side, will you give me some face? The Seoul Hegemen Mountain Manor will definitely remember this favor. 3 million astral coins. Ao Jiao rarely asked Xiaochen for help. As far as Xiaochen could remember, there had never been such a thing. It was rare for Ao Jiao to have something that caught her eye. No matter what Xiaochen said, he would not let it go. Rage flashed on the face of the yellow-clad old man on the auction platform. He said sullenly, Young Master Shi, after this auction, there is no need for you to come to Cloud Treasure City. Cloud Treasure City does not welcome you. If you still want to use your identity to ruin this auction, don't blame the Treasure Master's residence for not giving you face and sending you out. The people of the Treasure Master's residence were extraordinarily strong. The yellow-clad old man's reaction surpassed Xiaochen's expectations. Senior must be joking. This sure just wants to make a friend. How could I ruin the auction for no reason? I will let this friend have this azure underworld fruit first. Bang. After Shifeng spoke in booth 65, his face sank. Then he punched the table, shattering the exquisite mahogany table. Senior Jiang, I'm really sorry to disappoint you this time. Little friend Shi is too serious. This old man's main target this time is the divine grade black patterned gold. The azure underworld fruit is just incidental. Shifeng said in a deep voice, No, I said that I would help Senior Jiang. I will definitely get this azure underworld fruit. Old Yang, help me keep an eye on booth 70. I want to see who is so bold as to not give our Seoul Hegemen Mountain Manor any face. A thick killing intent flashed in Shifeng's eyes as he spoke to an old man. Old man Yang accepted the order and left the private room without a sound. In booth 70, after Xiaochen paid the bill and successfully obtained the green underworld fruit that Ao Jiao wanted, a faint smile appeared on his face. Ziying wanted to say something but stopped herself. She wanted to say something but didn't know what to say. Xiaochen put away the azure underworld fruit, glanced at her, and said with a smile, Miss Ziying, what do you want to say? Feel free to say it. You're in trouble. Xiaochen asked, What disaster? The Seoul Hegemen Mountain Manor? Naturally. Among the many factions of the Northern Sea Alliance, the Seoul Hegemen Mountain Manor can rank within the top 10. In recent years, the Seoul Hegemen Mountain Manor has risen abnormally fast. Many people say that they will push down the Yi clan for the next alliance chief position. Although you cannot make a move here, the other party is intent on keeping an eye on you. Once you leave the city lord's residence, it will be somewhat problematic. Xiaochen nodded in agreement. Then, he said seriously, Yes, it will indeed be somewhat problematic. Seeing Xiaochen's indifferent expression, Ziying felt somewhat helpless. Suddenly she reacted and said, Are you messing with me? You know the Seoul Hegemen Mountain Manor's background. Oh, she really hit the mark. Xiaochen does know. Since Xiaochen had thought of using Yi Chen to establish a connection to the Northern Sea Alliance, he had done his homework. He was rather clear about the Northern Sea Alliance's internal affairs. Seeing Xiaochen tacitly agree, Ziying clenched her teeth. She hated this fellow to death. However, she could not do anything to him. She could not bear to part with that big deal. Xiaochen smiled and said, I came to the Northern Sea this time to visit the Yi clan. If the two clans fight, I will definitely help the Yi clan. Sooner or later, I will run into this group of people. Ziying said, feeling wronged, You sure are carefree. However, I am the one suffering. Doing business requires one to be smooth and slick, traveling everywhere and currying favor everywhere. However, this requires extremely high skill. Given your current experience, mental state, and age, you cannot do that. You will only run into walls everywhere, not gaining any benefits. Now that you know your weaknesses, you should make a choice as soon as possible. Choose between the Yi clan and the Seoul Hegemen Mountain Manor, then support them fully. When Ziying heard this, she felt stunned. Xiaochen's calm and indifferent gaze seemed to see through everything. These words were like a wake-up call, enlightening her and rendering her speechless for a long time. Wait a minute. Ziying reacted. I was clearly the one who wanted to teach him a lesson. How did it turn out to be him teaching me what to do? Ziying wanted to say something but discovered that Xiao Chen was already staring at the light screen. The auction for the divine grade black patterned gold had already started. The bidding was extremely intense. Soon, the starting bid rose from 1 million to 3 million. Just as Ziying was about to say something, she discovered that Xiao Chen was already staring at the light screen. The auction for the divine grade black patterned gold had already started. The bidding was extremely intense. Soon, the starting bid rose from 1 million to 3 million. Ziying calmed herself down and analyzed. 5 million is a dividing line. It is already twice the market price. Spending an extra cent would be a huge loss. Only 2 or 3 people remained bidding. Among them, Shifeng, number 65, was the most unyielding. He did not hesitate to raise the bid every time, raising it to 500,000 every time. He was extremely wealthy, acting like he could crush the other party no matter how much money he had. The yellow-clad old man looked around and said calmly, "Number 65 bids 7 million. Is there anyone willing to raise the price higher?" Number 65 bids 7 million. Is there anyone willing to raise the price higher? The yellow-clad old man said calmly as he looked around. 7 million was already more than 3 times the market price. It was simply not worth it to buy more. The intense bidding finally calmed down. The sky-high price of 7 million forced back many potential buyers. 10 million. Xiao Chen activated the bidding device and calmly called out a number, shocking the entire place. Inside the private room, Xiao Chen was currently chatting happily with that mysterious senior Jianghu. Shifeng, who was waiting to receive the goods, received a heavy blow, causing him to spit out a mouthful of tea. Damn! Is there no end to this? The sky-high price of 10 million black astral coins shocked the entire place. Shifeng, who had always been overbearing, no longer made a sound. Xiao Chen successfully won the bid for the divine grade black patterned gold. When the maidservant brought the treasure over, he happily paid the bill. Ziying was flabbergasted. Using 5 times the market price to obtain the divine grade black patterned gold, Xiao Chen's boldness was truly admirable. Including the price of the other divine materials, Xiao Chen still had to pay another 20 million black astral coins. That was to forge 2 dragon-seeking secret treasures. Xiao Chen spent a total of 30 million black astral coins. Not counting the ordinary Emperor Wu's treasures, he could only take out so much black astral coins. Is it worth it? Using such a high price to obtain the divine grade black patterned gold is worth half the price of the other 99 divine materials. The divine grade black patterned gold flickered with a dreamy, 9-colored light. Xiao Chen was mesmerized by it. He said softly, "If you knew how important these 2 secret treasures are to me, you would not ask this. Are you really a geomaster? You should not ask what you should not ask." Xiao Chen did not answer. He put away the black patterned gold and headed for the door. "Don't be so petty." Ziying smiled faintly and quickly chased after him. "Are you really a geomaster for dragon seeking and vein fixing? Just tell me." Ignoring Ziying, Xiao Chen went out. The dazzling walkway looked empty. After casually looking around, Xiao Chen headed back the way he came. After Xiao Chen went far away, a figure slowly appeared at a corner of the wall. It was old Yang, who had been waiting here on Shifeng's orders. As old Yang stared in the direction Xiao Chen left, he entered deep thought. He muttered, "So, it is him, the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chen. No wonder he was so tyrannical, not even giving face to the young manor lord. This will be difficult to deal with." Shaking his head, old Yang did not think too much. With a few flashes, he returned to booth 65 and reported everything that he saw. "Is the Blue Dragon King very incredible?" When Shifeng heard what old Yang said, he felt a fire burn in him for no reason. Then he snorted heavily. Right now, everyone knows that he will die young, becoming a meteor. He is just a piece of trash. To think that he dares to compete with me. He is simply reckless. If I do not teach him a lesson, he will think that he is someone important. The mysterious, black-robed old man with the family name Jiang put down his teacup and said softly, "Let's just forget about this matter. No matter how dazzling a genius with no future shines, it is useless. However, I do not wish to offend the Thunder King behind him." Seeing Shifeng open his mouth, the old man with the family name Jiang interrupted. "Young Master Shi, don't worry. I will continue with what I promised you. It is hard for me to reject the Manor Lord's sincerity." Shifeng was young and full of vigor. In the Northern Sea, he had never felt so stifled before. He got slapped in the face at the auction. If word of this spread, he would become a big joke. "Senior Jiang, I will bear all the consequences of this. I don't believe that the Thunder King can do anything to me after dealing with a genius with no future." A vicious look flashed in Shifeng's eyes as his voice turned bone-chilling. Shifeng's words were filled with confidence. He felt that Xiaochen was already past his prime. If he touched Xiaochen, there would not be any major consequences. However, Shifeng did not consider whether he had enough people to deal with the Bushin Palace's Thunder King. In Shifeng's opinion, Xiaochen was just a blue-robed emperor who had not even reached small perfection. Shifeng did not care about the rules of the world. How could Shifeng give Shifeng any chance to turn things around when he outnumbered Shifeng? He could do whatever he wanted. As long as Shifeng did not die, the Thunder King and the Bushin Palace would not be able to do anything to him. "Let's go. I'll go and see what kind of person this Blue Dragon King is." Right after Shifeng spoke, he led the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manors group away, quickly giving chase. Soon, only the mysterious Mr. Jiang remained in the booth, sipping tea alone. Mr. Jiang slowly put down the teacup, and some doubt flashed in his eyes. Why did this Blue Dragon King spend so many black astral coins to bid for the divine-grade black patterned gold for no reason? According to the rumors, this Xiaochen was not a sucker. Could it be that he did not live up to his reputation? Whether Xiaochen lived up to his reputation or not, it would be clear from the outcome of Shifeng's group. Chapter 1082. Xiaochen smoothly walked out of the treasure master's residence without any danger or commotion. This allowed Ziying, who was following behind, to heave a sigh of relief. After all, this was Cloud Treasure City. No matter how arrogant the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manors people were, they would not dare to make a move here openly. However, before Xiaochen could reveal a smile, he saw a group of unwelcome guests not far away from the treasure master's residence. The surroundings were quiet. Clearly, the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor's cultivators had already notified the people nearby and sent them away. Shifeng had a casual expression as he led the three small perfection blue-robed emperor old men. Then, he said to Xiaochen in an unperturbed manner, "Blue Dragon King Xiaochen, are you surprised? As I said, I only handed the Azure Underworld fruit to you for safekeeping. Do you think that by leaving the auction hall early, you can just walk away?" Dong. Don't. Urgent footsteps resounded in the surroundings. Several cultivators wearing the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor's uniform appeared on the walls and roofs. These people were all martial sages. They held crossbows and all sorts of ancient demonic energy cannons as they surrounded Xiaochen with surging killing qi. Ziying's expression changed slightly, feeling extremely surprised. She had not expected the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor's hidden faction to be so strong. Her voice quivered somewhat as she said, "Shifeng, are you crazy? To think that you dare to make a move in Cloud Treasure City. Are you really not afraid of offending the treasure master?" Shifeng smiled and said, "Everyone has their value. I believe that the treasure master will make the right choice between the second strongest faction of the Northern Sea Alliance and a has-been genius. You too. If the Nine Cauldron Merchant Association still wants to do business in the Northern Sea, then shut up now." Ziying was exasperated. Now, she finally understood what Xiaochen meant. It was simply too difficult for her to be smooth, currying favor with everyone. Beat him up. Beat him up ruthlessly. Let him know what pain is. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are the Blue Dragon King. Shifeng felt angry in his heart. When he thought about the scene at the auction hall, his rage flared. He had revealed his identity, but the other party did not give him any face at all, embarrassing him in front of the many honored guests. Like a fool, he couldn't swallow this anger no matter what. At this moment, he couldn't hold it in any longer. He couldn't be bothered to say any more nonsense. He just wanted to vent his anger, or else he wouldn't be able to calm down. Behind him, the three blue-robed emperors did not say a word. They did not dare to be careless when facing Xiaochen. They attacked at the same time, using their best killing moves. Obviously, he wanted to heavily injure Xiaochen in an instant with the force of a thunderbolt, so as to avoid any new problems from arising. The person in the middle displayed a sword move. His body became one with the heavens, and a sword flew over, piercing through the void. Strange phenomena appeared, and its might was unparalleled. Of the two old men on the left and right, one was wielding a staff while the other was wielding a spear. Their imposing manner was not inferior to the old man in the middle at all. When the three of them attacked together, the color of heaven and earth changed at this moment. The curtain of night trembled and was on the verge of collapsing. It could be said to be extremely terrifying. Xiaochen gently pushed Ziying, and an irresistible force pushed Ziying back a kilometer in that instant. Now that there was nothing holding him back, Xiaochen made his move calmly. First, a sword appeared in his hand. 9 flashes with 1 step, 9 strikes with 1 flash. As plum blossoms fell, Xiaochen stepped on the plum blossoms and took 9 steps, sending out 81 sword strikes. When Ziying, who was in the distance, saw this scene, she was shocked. This profound martial technique was clearly the changing plum blossom sword. One of the 9 jade strips that Xiaochen sold her was the changing plum blossom sword. Ziying guessed that Xiaochen definitely had a copy of the profound martial technique that he sold her. However, she could not have imagined that Xiaochen, a bladesman, could actually execute this sword technique so well. His mind and soul were present, and there was no awkwardness at all. The 81 sword strikes followed the mysteries of the changing plum blossom sword, breaking down the killing move of the old man in the middle. Then, Xiaochen kicked the old man away. That was not all. The sword in Xiaochen's hand disappeared, replaced by a wooden staff. He grasped the staff with his right hand and spun it around 3 times. The howling wind gave off a thunderous tremor in the air. Then, he took advantage of the momentum to withdraw. The wind and lightning suddenly stopped and hid themselves, clashing forcefully with the old man using the staff. Bang! The old man's staff shattered. The wind and lightning exploded, blasting the old man back and causing him to vomit blood. The wind thunder staff was another one of the 9 profound martial techniques. Ziying gaped, not knowing what to say. After sending the old man flying with 1 staff strike, the weapon in Xiaochen's hand changed again, turning into a spear. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he turned around and thrust his hand back. Purple lightning-attributed flames spread out on the spear. When Xiaochen turned around, his spear contained great might, seeming to pierce through space. When Xiaochen turned around and struck the spear in the last old man's hand, the spear shattered from top to bottom. Flames spread out and surged over the sky, burning endlessly. It was like the sky was on fire at this moment. The blazing flames burned endlessly on the horizon, illuminating the night sky and making it look very bright. Furthermore, it was one of the 9 profound martial techniques, Heaven-Burning Spear. Ziying was already completely stunned, speechless. The Xiaochen before her completely surpassed her imagination. In an instant, he defeated 3 small perfection blue-robed emperors. Furthermore, he used the weapons that they were most proficient with. Aside from the Blue Dragon King Xiaochen, Ziying simply could not think of anyone else who could do this. After landing, Xiaochen held the spear flickering with lightning-attributed flames and ferociously tossed it forward. The spear was like lightning tearing through the dark night. This startled Shifeng, who quickly dodged. The spear tip stabbed into the ground, and the spear hummed endlessly. Shock waves radiated out in all directions. Shifeng, who was retreating, could not dodge in time and was struck by the shock waves, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. In the treasure master's residence in the distance, the Cloud Treasure City's city lord stood on a tall building. When he saw all this, he muttered to himself with some pity, "If I could really advance to Martial Emperor in 5 years, I would definitely favor you." The meaning behind the scene was that the city lord's current choice favored the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor's young manor master. Without the city lord's tacit approval, No matter how capable the Soul Hegemon Mountain Manor was, how could they have mobilized so many people under his nose? The city lord waved his hand, and the people hidden in the shadows received his order and withdrew. At the place where Xiao Chen and the Soul Hegemon Mountain Manor fought, many black-clad men descended from the sky and surrounded the Soul Hegemon Mountain Manor's people. The city lord has ordered that private fights are not allowed in Cloud Treasure City. If anyone dares to make a move again, they will be killed without mercy. Someone in the air said coldly. They really appeared at the right time. Xiao Chen smiled mockingly in his heart. Since the city lord's residence was so strong, why did Shi Feng appear to surround him? Yet, after Xiao Chen gained the upper hand, he immediately appeared. On the surface, he did not help either side, but in reality he favored the Soul Hegemon Mountain Manor's side. Let's go. Shi Feng wiped away the blood at the corner of his lips and glared hatefully at Xiao Chen. Then he quickly led the Soul Hegemon Mountain Manor's people away. When Shi Feng looked at Xiao Chen, he no longer had the initial arrogance. There was only heavy fear. The three small perfection blue-robed emperors instantly lost to Xiao Chen. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had used the weapons that the blue-robed emperors specialized in. In terms of strength, Shi Feng knew that even if there were 100 of him, he would not be a match for Xiao Chen. After the Soul Hegemon Mountain Manor's people left, the guards of the Treasure Master's residence also retreated like the receding tide, as if they had never been there. The merchants and cultivators that the Soul Hegemon Mountain Manor had cleared out earlier also appeared out of nowhere. The desolate path slowly became bustling. Ziying floated over and thanked Xiao Chen. Many thanks for making a move earlier. Xiao Chen said calmly, let's go. It's just a small matter. I would like to ask you, did you learn all the 9 profound martial techniques that you sold me? Strictly speaking, I can't be considered to have learned them. I can barely execute them. I am still far from reaching great perfection and mastering them through a comprehensive study, not to mention comprehending the states and mysteries. Naturally, Ziying was not satisfied with this answer. Her lips curled up as she said, you are really humble. I have been used by others with spears, staffs, and swords all my life. I am not even comparable to a layman like you. What more do you want? Xiao Chen smiled and did not say anything more. It was not that he was being humble. The main reason Xiao Chen could defeat the 3 small perfection blue-robed emperors was that his heavenly laws far surpassed theirs. In terms of moves, they were about the same. Xiao Chen mainly wanted to test his moves on the 3. It looked like the results were pretty good. Senior Jiang, I'm really sorry. I failed. I cannot help Senior obtain the divine grade black patterned gold and the azure underworld fruit. Shi Feng led the Soul Hegemon Mountain Manor's group to meet up with the mysterious old man with the family name Jiang. Then he performed a cupped fist salute and apologized. The old man with the family name Jiang remained expressionless, not showing any fluctuations in his expression. He said indifferently, it's fine. I'll think of something myself. I did not decide to help the Soul Hegemon Mountain Manor because of these 2 items. Shi Feng was unruly. However, from start to end, he was very polite to this old man. His attitude was much more respectful than that of the few small perfection quasi-emperors of his clan. I understand. Senior rejected the Yi clan's invitation and came to my Soul Hegemon Mountain Manor. It is a great blessing. However, I did not expect something to go wrong with the gift that I originally intended to give to Senior. Shi Feng took out a spatial ring apologetically and handed it over. There are 5 million black astral coins here. I hope that Senior will accept it. The old man with the family name Jiang glanced at the spatial ring and said, your father and I can be considered old friends. Little friend, there is no need to be so polite. Let's go. It's time to meet your father. He still has not told me what kind of dragon cave this is. Are we not going to care about that blue dragon king? I was even preparing to find someone to block him after he leaves the city, Shi Feng said. The old man with the family name Jiang waved his hand and said, there's no need. If there are no surprises, his destination in the Northern Sea is the Yi clan. You will still have a chance to meet him at that time. The old man with the family name Jiang still had something to say. At that time, he should be able to find out what exactly Xiao Chen was going to refine with the divine grade black patterned gold. 3 days later, Ziying gathered all the divine materials that Xiao Chen needed as promised. Then, Xiao Chen sought out a quiet room from Ziying and started to refine the dragon subduing platform and the dragon revealing mirror. In order to succeed on the first try, Xiao Chen took out the Paradise Secret Canon and carefully read the second segment of the ingenious workmanship several times. After that, he used some ordinary materials to experiment and gain experience. Only when Xiao Chen tried it out did he discover that the refinement of the dragon subduing platform was even more complicated than he had imagined. The scale of the project exceeded his expectations. First was the platform. This was the most basic. The platform needed a dragon head guillotine, the dragon summoning bell, the heavenly fire dragon capturing hand, and so on. Chapter 1083. It was not a single secret treasure but a complete set of secret treasures. Every part was incredibly troublesome to refine. It gave the feeling that one would never succeed in refining it in their lifetime. Feeling suspicious, Xiao Chen searched through the first part of the Jade Strip, which introduced the Yuan clan. Only then did he discover that the dragon subduing platform was the Yuan clan's final trump card for suppressing strong dragon veins, the trump card of trump cards. The dragon subduing platforms that the successors of the previous generations had all spent at least 10 years of effort to refine. The Yuan clan's clan protecting treasure, the dragon subduing platform, took their ancestor 1,000 years to refine, reaching emperor grade. Without reaching a certain cultivation, one could not control this emperor-grade dragon subduing platform. Hence, the great heavenly masters would refine their own set of dragon-seeking secret treasures before they were strong enough. Xiao Chen felt incredibly envious. If he could find the Yuan clan's ancestral mansion, he would be rich. In the future, if he could get that corpse from Ba Tu, he might be able to find some clues. Xiao Chen set aside the refinement of the dragon-subduing platform for now and focused on refining the dragon-revealing mirror. The dragon-revealing mirror was an ancient mirror. It required 100 types of divine materials and 49 profound formations were carved into it. The difficulty was worlds apart from refining the dragon-subduing platform. Xiao Chen spent half a month to complete the refinement. The disc-sized ancient mirror was surrounded by a circle of ancient patterns, and its back was engraved with many mysterious array patterns. The front was a mirror as smooth as water. Xiao Chen spent most of the half a month on this mirror. The dragon-seeking secret treasures were useless in battle. However, they had a strong suppressive effect on the great dragons and evil dragons formed by spirit veins. Before subduing several holy spirit veins, their ferocious auras carried the power of the world. Even Emperor Wu did not dare to be careless. As for King Spirit Veins, that went without saying. Regular Emperor Wu would not be able to subdue them. With this dragon-revealing mirror and the various secret techniques in the Paradise Secret Canon, in addition to Xiao Chen's own strength, subduing peak spirit veins would be a piece of cake. Suppressing a holy spirit vein by himself would not be a problem, even if he expended some effort. Of course, the prerequisite for all of this was that they could find the dragon vein. Otherwise, there would be no stage for them to display their abilities. After putting away the dragon-revealing mirror, Xiao Chen went to look for Ziying and took his leave. "Young Master Xiao, do you mind having one more person on this trip?" Ziying asked with a smile. Xiao Chen looked up and asked, "You want to go?" I think you're right. With my age, experience, and state of mind, I'm still far from being able to socialize with everyone. Why don't we just stand in line and do something great in the Northern Sea region?" When Xiao Chen saw Xiao Chen's serious expression, he could not help smiling. He said softly, "I was just saying it casually. Never mind, let's just follow them. I just want to make it clear that I'll leave after meeting my friend. I won't be staying for long." However, Xiao Chen, Xiao, Xiao, However, the other party did not even give her a chance to vent her anger. He had already turned around and walked far away. Ziying hurriedly followed after him. With Ziying following him, Xiao Chen, who had originally planned to test the power of the dragon-revealing mirror, had to give up. However, Xiao Chen did not forget his homework. He did not stop cultivating the Paradise secret cannon. About half a month later, the two arrived at the island where the North Sea Alliance's headquarters was located, Soaring Cloud Island. Xiao Chen stood at the bow of the warship and looked at the silhouette of Lingyun Island. He wondered if he could meet Yi Chen. Cultivators usually did not have a fixed place to stay and wandered around. This was especially so for a martial fanatic like Yi Chen. It was hard to say. "What is it? What are you thinking about?" Ziying came out from the cabin and asked with a smile. Xiao Chen told her the truth. Ziying could not help but smile and say, "Don't worry. He will definitely be there." "How can you be so sure?" Ziying said softly, "The massacre bladesman Yi Chen is rather famous in the Northern Sea. About half a year ago, he returned from the Kunlun continent. His strength had increased greatly, and he immediately challenged the life-killing swordsman, Yan Shisan. There's such a thing? What happened in the end?" "He lost by half a move. After that, I heard that he has been in closed-door cultivation at home and has not come out much." Losing to Yan Shisan was not an injustice. Yi Chen was in too much of a rush. The top swordsman of the Kunlun continent was no joke. "Right, in that case, I'll use this as a return gift." Xiao Chen thought of a gift. While discussing the Tao over tea in the profound domain's heavenly cauldron city, Xiao Chen had opened his mouth to speak, and many ancient sages had appeared. He had memorized the ancient saber Tao. Among them, there was a detailed explanation of the massacre saber Tao. Yi Chen would probably like it. There was only one vast and majestic city on the island called Soaring Cloud City. It served as the central hub, connecting the hundreds of factions of various sizes in the Northern Sea Alliance. Now, the Yi clan managed the city. If one wanted to find Yi Chen, one just had to go to the city lord's residence. When Xiao Chen reported his identity, the city lord's residence's guard's expression changed. He became much more polite and respectful as he quickly ran in to report. Not long after, a youth dressed in luxurious embroidered clothes appeared before Xiao Chen. This youth looked very similar to Yi Chen, but he was more mature. He led two old men over to Xiao Chen. "Young Master Xiao, you are finally here. My little brother has been talking about you for a long time." The youth smiled faintly and performed a cupped fist salute. "I forgot to introduce myself. I am Yi Feng, Yi Chen's big brother." As Yi Feng spoke, he invited Xiao Chen and Ziying in. His attitude was very polite, not showing any of the arrogance of a large clan's disciple. He gave off a good impression at first glance. "Ha! I already sent someone to inform my little brother. That brat has been cultivating to the point of going crazy. Recently, the inheritors of the Holy Lands have been heading to the heart of the ocean to bury emperors. They have gained a lot, making him anxious." Ziying, who was at the side, said, "I heard that these Holy Land inheritors all obtained the opportunity to become a blue-robed emperor. Once they become a blue-robed emperor, with the resources of the Holy Land, they can immediately push them to small perfection blue-robed emperor. After that, it will be smooth sailing for them to become a great perfection blue-robed emperor. At that time, the gap between them will widen." Yi Feng nodded and said, "Yes. 1 year from now, it will be the Four Seas Hero Gathering. Second brother has no choice but to work hard. The resources of our Northern Sea Alliance are no weaker than those of the Holy Lands. However, if he cannot find the opportunity to become a blue-robed emperor, everything will be for naught. One needed an opportunity to become a blue-robed emperor. One needed to rely on one's own comprehension. No amount of resources would be enough. However, it was different for a blue-robed emperor. A small perfection blue-robed emperor and a great perfection blue-robed emperor competed in resources. Xiao Chen was very clear on this principle. However, he did not seek the Haotian Emperor or the Thunder King for resources because the requirements were too great. No Holy Land could bear the cost of nurturing two geniuses. The Haotian sect had its first senior sister, Shui Lingling, who needed to be nurtured as the sect master. The Thunder and Lightning Palace also had an Juanxi, who needed to be nurtured as a successor. Only now did Yi Feng notice Ziying, who was at the side. His eyes lit up as he said, "This young lady seems to have not been introduced yet." Ziying smiled and said, Ziying, the manager of the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association's Northern Sea. So, it is the beautiful manager of the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association's XN Lai. I heard about you and was planning to make some time to pay you a visit. Unexpectedly, we met in advance today. Yi Feng smiled faintly. His words were appropriate and flawless. The two chatted happily. It was clear that this Yi Feng was different from Yi Qin. He managed the Yi clan's internal affairs in the Northern Sea Alliance, wielding real authority. As for Yi Qin, he was a pure cultivation fanatic and did not care about such things. Boom. Just at this moment, an extremely horrifying saber chi of massacre suddenly appeared in the air. It tore through the sky, wanting to destroy all life and slaughter everything. Before the saber arrived, its aura already gained the upper hand. Xiaoqun frowned slightly. It was already too late to draw his saber. With a flip of his hand, he sent out a palm strike. Surging heavenly laws drove the power of the world as he counterattacked. Bang! A huge force scattered the killing chi. The person who attacked revealed himself. It was Yi Qin, whom Xiaoqun had not seen for more than half a year. I am ashamed. It has been a long time since we met. Now, I can only see Brother Zhao's back. I can't even receive a palm strike from you. Yi Qin stepped forward amid carefree laughter and patted Xiaoqun's shoulder. I heard that you came to the heavenly starry ocean long ago. Why you only here now? Big brother, go and prepare a banquet. I have to properly entertain this brother. Yi Feng smiled and said, Why would I need you to tell me about such a small matter? I already sent someone to prepare it. There will be a banquet tonight. Xiaoqun quickly rejected. There is no need to be so polite. I like peace and quiet. I just want to find a place to drink and chat. Clearly, Yi Qin was not a person who bothered with trifles. He waved his hand and said, In that case, listen to my brother. Come, let's find a pavilion and have a few drinks. Yi Feng felt that something was wrong. Now that the Blue Dragon King was here, he had to put on a show. However, his brother already said so. If he insisted, it would seem like a stranger. When they arrived at the back garden, Yi Feng ordered people to make some simple preparations. Then, the four sat down and started chatting casually. As the conversation progressed, Yi Feng discovered that Xiaoqun did not have any of the rumored arrogance. He was clearly more open, laughing nonstop and chatting about anything. During the banquet, Xiaoqun took out the ancient saber Tao of massacre that he copied and gave it to Yi Qin. Yi Qin carefully read it and could not contain his joy. He carefully put it away and performed a cupped fist salute. Brother Xiao, you have helped me greatly again. With this ancient sage saber Tao, I will have no problem advancing to the blue-robed emperor within a year. Xiaoqun had already accumulated enough. All he lacked now was an opportunity. The ancient saber sovereign's saber Tao of massacre was such an opportunity. However, this little brother is helpless about Brother Zhao's problem. At the mention of this problem, the atmosphere at the table immediately turned heavy and oppressive. Yi Feng continued. After second brother heard about the matter of physiological lifespan, he immediately went to ask father about it. My father said that there is a chance. However, increasing one's physiological lifespan is as difficult as cutting down the heavens and snatching fate. Yi Chen's father was the Northern Alliance's alliance chief, a greater heavenly Emperor Wu. He was a major character through and through. Xiaoqun picked up his wine cup and took a sip. Then, he said calmly, there is always a way out. The Great Tao takes 49 and leaves 1. Everything has a chance of survival. The Blue Dragon King's understanding of the Great Tao is very enlightening. Can you explain it to me in detail? Steady laughter resounded. This startled Xiaoqun. When did this person arrive? Why did I not sense anything?